Chapter 332. Sima Yue smiled bitterly. When she woke up, she felt that the spiritual energy in her body was very unstable, especially the extra black spiritual energy. It was as if it was going to fight to the death with the other spiritual energies. Previously, Emosha had said that once the light and dark auras met, they would definitely fight within her body. If she wasn't careful, there would be the danger of her body exploding. "Senior, is there any way?" she asked. Since ancient times, light and darkness have been opposing each other. Now that you want to stuff darkness and light into one thing, do you still need to say what the consequences will be? Unless you're willing to completely disperse your cultivation, what else can you do? The black fog said. Disperse my cultivation? Sima Yue thought for a while and said, I won't disperse my cultivation. Then there's no other way. Black fog said, then you can slowly wait for death. I love watching people wait for death the most. That feeling is too wonderful. Sima Yue felt that this guy was not a normal pervert. It was better for her not to provoke him. When he was done laughing, he opened his mouth and said, actually, if you had chosen to disperse your cultivation just now, you would already be a skeleton by now. People who are afraid of death don't have the right to live in this world. Sima Yue was shocked. Did she just walk through the gates of hell? Fortunately, you have a backbone. Seeing that you might be my descendant, I'll help you a little. Come here. Sima Yue didn't hesitate and walked to the front in a few steps. A layer of invisible ripples blocked her steps. She was not worried that the black fog would harm her, because if it really wanted to kill her, she would have died thousands of times already. This damned formation. The shadow cursed and then said, you can sit there. Sit down. Sima Yue sat down cross-legged. The seal in your body has been completely undone. The dark part of your body has been sealed for too long, so it is very violent now. As long as it is sorted out, you won't be in much danger for the time being. The black fog said, I will only demonstrate it once in your body. If you can't learn it, then you can only blame yourself for being too stupid. After speaking, a black smoke separated from the black fog, passed through that layer of invisible barrier, and drilled into Sima Yue's head. Sima Yue concentrated on feeling the black fog's path in her body. She tried her best to control the black spiritual energy in her dantian to follow this path. Slowly, she found that the violent aura weakened. Finally, it obediently returned to the dantian pool and did not attack other pools. The aura here is not bad. After so many years of accumulation, it can be used by you. You can absorb them while you're at it. Black fog sensed the change in Sima Yue, and his eyes that were hidden in the black fog shone for a moment before they disappeared. Sima Yue's bodies, the black pool that was previously the size of a fingernail. Just when she thought it was done, the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth suddenly went berserk and began to attack the dark spiritual energy. Qi Yen shouted, and the spiritual energy obediently returned to its position. Sima Yue tried her best to control the spiritual energy, but it was not as effective as Qi Yan's shout. When everything in her body calmed down, she opened her eyes. Thank you, Senior. She bowed to the black fog. There is cause and effect. Cause today, effect tomorrow. You don't have to thank me now. The black fog said, all right, I have helped you. You can leave now. Senior, I have a question. Sima Yue said. What? They said that after my seal was undone, the aura in my body changed, and the strange dark river was roared back. I want to know why? Sima Yue said. That dark river? The black fog was silent for a while, as if it was thinking of the reason. Just when Sima Yue thought it would not answer, it said lightly, that is not a river, it is an underworld beast. After speaking, it used a black fog to envelop Sima Yue, and the person inside quickly lost consciousness. The black fog that enveloped her took her and flew out of the cave. You have the aura of the royal family of the underworld clan. That underworld river beast will naturally be roared back by you. A human figure slowly condensed in the black fog. Looking at the direction she left, it said, my royal family has another junior, he. Sima Yue naturally could not hear what it said. When she woke up, she was already at the Lake of Dragon Reflection Mountain. The black fog that enveloped her was gone, and there was no aura left. There was not even a drop of water on her body. The wounds on her body had already healed when she was underground. Now, other than her tattered clothes, her wounds were all gone. She got up and flew to a valley. After making sure there was no one around, she flashed into the spirit pagoda. "Master, you're finally awake." Little Roar rushed into Sima Yoyue's embrace when she came in. His words were full of worry and anxiety. "Am I not here now?" Sima Yue patted Little Roar's back and smiled at the other contracted beasts. "Yue, are you okay?" Sima Yulin did not leave the place. He did not have the mood to tour the spirit pagoda because he could not see her condition for a while. "I'm fine," Sima Yue said. "Did you see that creature?" Sima Yulin asked. "I guess so," Sima Yue said, but he was wrapped in a thick black fog. "I did not see his body." "Did he hurt you?" "No. Just like Crimson Flame said, he helped me a lot." Sima Yue said, "How long did we stay underground?" "Half a month," Little Spirit said. "We stayed for half a month?" Sima Yue was surprised. She thought that she only stayed for 3 to 5 days. "Since there's nothing else, I'll go take a bath and change my clothes." Her clothes were covered in dried blood. It was obvious that she was injured and lost a lot of blood. When she returned to her house, Little Spirit had already prepared the water for her. She put in some medicinal essence, then took off her clothes and went in to take a bath. Emo Sha floated out from the devil's snare ring. Sima Yue quickly hid her body in the water. "See no evil." She glared at Emo Sha. Emo Sha did not say anything. He suddenly turned into black smoke and entered her body. After a while, he came out and said, "Fortunately, it's stable." Sima Yue pursed her lips, saying, "What exactly is that seal? It's so unreliable." That person just roared twice and the dark aura came out and broke the seal. "That's not an ordinary person," Emo Sha said. "You have an inseparable relationship. That's why he could trigger the dark aura in your body." "Who is he?" Chapter 333. Sima Yue looked at Emo Sha. Could it be that he knew the identity of that person? "Don't look at me like that. I don't know who he is either." Emo Sha said. "Then how do you know that we have an inseparable relationship?" Sima Yue was confused. "I guessed," Emo Sha said irresponsibly. When did he learn to be sarcastic? Actually, it's better that you don't know about that person's identity. However, just as he said, you guys definitely have a certain degree of blood relation. As for whether or not this blood relation is real, I don't know. Emo Sha said, "Right now, this isn't the main point. You should consider other things." "If that's not the point, then what is?" Sima Yue asked. "The darkness energy in your body has been unsealed ahead of time. This is beyond my expectations." Emo Sha said, "Right now, they are all in your sea of pawns. If you want them to be balanced, you can only make sure they are evenly matched. In other words, not only do I have to cultivate the light attribute, but I also have to cultivate the dark attribute?" Sima Yue was speechless. How much would she have to cultivate? "That's right." Emo Sha nodded. "Not only that, you have to start refining your body." "Body refinement?" Sima Yue blinked her eyes. Why did this term sound so flustered? Although the two auras in your body can temporarily coexist peacefully, both open and covert struggles require a sturdy container. If your body is too weak, before the two auras reach their peak, your body will explode first. Emo Sha said. Sima Yue was speechless. Was he trying to refine her body? Emo Sha didn't care about her reaction and leaned forward to touch her forehead. Sima Yue felt a cooling sensation on her forehead and something appeared in her mind. This is a method to refine the body. Go find the materials and do it yourself. Emo Sha glanced at her as he spoke. I didn't think that your body would still have something to look at. Before Sima Yue could react, he returned to the devil's snare bracelet. Sima Yue lowered her head to take a look. She had turned off the illusion ring when she was bathing. Now that she was in the form of a girl, she did not notice that she had lifted her body up a little. A large patch of her snow-white chest was exposed, and her proud peaks were faintly discernible in the water. She did not expect him to see it. F*CKU. She roared and took off the devil's snare bracelet in her hand and threw it into the bucket. She wanted to make a water devil's snare bracelet. Phew, the current situation is really terrible. She leaned against the side of the wooden tub, thinking about her messy body, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Recalling her experience at the bottom of the 10,000 Beast Mountain, her eyes slowly moistened. "Phone, little brother?" She covered her face with both hands and wanted to use water to wipe away the tears that were falling down her cheeks. "Sister, I'll wait for you to come back and find me." Shimin Feng's voice still echoed in her ears. "Little brother, wait for me. I will find you no matter where you are. Wait for me." Following the recovery of her soul, she could already slowly remember those lost memories. Although she couldn't remember them completely, once she thought of someone or something, she would be able to remember the related memories. Although she didn't deliberately think about the memories of her lost life, she didn't forget that she still had an identity, Shimin Yuyue. Because Little Roar's existence was an indelible trace of that life. Long ago, she understood that after she was killed on Earth, she didn't directly enter this body. Instead, she became Shimin Yuyue and lived on the upper continent for who knows how many years. She had a new family, a mother who loved her dearly, and a cute little brother. But later on, the Shimin family was exterminated. From the fragmented memories that she recalled, it was because of her. Later on, she died and her soul was damaged. So when she entered this body, she forgot about the matters of Shimin Yuyue in this life. Now, following the recovery of her soul, she slowly remembered the past and remembered her family. She didn't know how long she soaked in the wooden tub, but when the people outside were getting anxious, she came out of her house. "Big brother." Little Two heard the door open and hurried over, saying, "Big brother, they said you were injured. Are you okay?" "Little Two, you're out?" Sima Yue patted Little Two's head and asked. Actually, I could have come out a long time ago. But I wanted to consolidate it, so I delayed a bit." Little Two said, "Big brother, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Sima Yue said, "How long has it been since you went out?" "Half a year." Little Two said, "I'll take you out to advance in a bit." Sima Yue said. Little Two smiled happily. She said that she would take him out, which meant that he wouldn't have to stay in the spirit pagoda for a while. Sima Lin walked over, saying, "What do you plan to do after you go out?" Sima Yue's eyes flashed coldly, saying, "I said before that if I go back alive, that means Li Mu is dead. Since I'm going back now, I have to find a way to fulfill my promise." "What about the others?" "That array master will definitely die and—" "Nailin Lan," Sima Yue said solemnly. "Nailin Lan?" Although this was done by Li Mu, it was indeed Nailin Lan's plan. Sima Yue said, "She should have told Li Mu that I took advantage of her, and asked Li Mu to think of a way to get rid of me. This way, she wouldn't have to appear, but she would still be able to kill me." "Why would she want to harm you?" Sima Lin didn't know about their past relationship and didn't understand why Nailin Lan wanted to harm her. Sima Yue brought Sima Lin to the stone table in the courtyard and sat down, saying, "Because we are old enemies." "Old enemies?" She also came from the Dongchen kingdom. When she was in the Dongchen kingdom, the Sima family and the Nailin family were enemies. 6 years ago, she tried to kill me. It's a pity that I was lucky and didn't die. I even got Crimson Flame by chance. After I left the Dongchen kingdom, I didn't think that she would come out as well. You haven't seen each other for so many years, but she still wants to act against you. Sima Lin's eyes flashed with murderous intent. I'm guessing that she isn't the only one who wants to do this. Sima Yue said, "She knows that I can refine pills and tame beasts. Furthermore, I was able to tame Saint Beasts that year. That's why when so many divine beasts appeared in the Sima family, she naturally thought of me. She only has to say a word in the Nailin family, and those old guys naturally won't let me stay. They will think of a way to get rid of me. Furthermore, Li Mu and I already have a grudge, and now I've become a tool for them to use." It had to be said that her analysis was very accurate, and she guessed what happened in a few moments. Nailin family. Sima Lin clenched his fists under the table. "Since we've been fighting for so many years, the Nailan family doesn't need to exist anymore. No. Sima Yue knew that Sima Yulin wanted to kill her and opened her mouth to stop him. Chapter 334. Sima Yulin never thought that Sima Yue would stop him. From what he knew, she was someone who would definitely take revenge. How could he let go of the Nailan family now? You don't want revenge? He asked. Of course I want to take revenge. Sima Yue said, but now is not the right time. You're talking about the ocean? Sima Yulin said. You also know that in these 2 years, the sea has become increasingly turbulent. The Li family and the Nailan family have already joined forces. If you want to deal with either of them, the other family will come to help. Sima Yue said, let's not talk about the fact that we are not strong enough to deal with the 2 families. Even if we could, it would be a huge shock to the entire continent if we were to destroy the 2 first-rate forces. If something really happened in the sea, it would be troublesome to deal with it. Why don't we drag them down with us when something happens in the sea? Sima Yulin was speechless. He naturally knew what Sima Yue was saying. Since she was able to look at the bigger picture, he couldn't say anything more. All right, then let's go back to Saint City before we talk. Sima Yulin said. We've been missing for so long. They must be worried sick. All right. Sima Yue said, let's go back. I'll let little two go out and level up first. She took the 2 people out. After little two went out, he found a place to mobilize the spirit energy in his body to attack the barrier in his body. Soon, the light of advancement enveloped him. After continuously rising 3 levels, little two stopped at level 1 Spirit King. Not bad. Advancing from a spiritual knight to a spiritual king in 2 years. This talent is enough to shock the entire continent. Sima Yue praised. 2 years ago, little two was still unable to cultivate. Now he had surpassed the 3 ranks of spiritual knight, spiritual master, and great spiritual master to become a spiritual king. Even though he had the spirit pagoda as a cheat, it was still inseparable from his talent. When Sima Yulin found out about little two, he was very surprised as well. However, when he thought about how the people around her were all perverts, he was relieved. Then, they sat on Little Rock and flew toward the holy city. During the flight, little two excitedly looked at the outside world. For the past 2 years, in order to cultivate, he spent most of his time in the spirit pagoda. He would only come out when he needed to advance. When he needed experience, he would fight with the spirit beasts in the spirit pagoda. Little two, I found a problem. Sima Yue looked at little two with a serious expression. Brother, what's wrong? Little two looked at Sima Yue and straightened his body in fright. Is there a problem? Sima Yulin looked at little two as well. He didn't see any problems with his cultivation. Sima Yue stretched out her hands and pinched little two's face, saying, I realize that you haven't grown much in the past 2 years. Why is she still the same as when I first met you? Sima Yulin looked at Sima Yu, then looked at little two, and decided not to say anything. She was always so erratic that he couldn't keep up with her rhythm. Little two, on the other hand, froze when he heard what Sima Yue said. He looked at her carefully, saying, I didn't grow much after my spirit beast bloodline awakened. Sima Yue pulled away from little two and looked at him with narrowed eyes. This guy looked like he was only 8 or 9 years old, but hearing him say that, it didn't seem right. Tell me honestly, how old are you? Are you a 1,000-year-old monster? Little two didn't know whether to laugh or cry at her question, saying, I'm not that old. I'm only 8 or 9 years old. Are you older than us? Sima Yue looked at little two's awkward expression and asked with wide eyes. No. Little two quickly denied, I'm only 16 this year. I'm still much younger than you guys. Are you really 16? Sima Yue confirmed again. Oh, little two shook his head vigorously, saying, I don't know why either. Ever since my spirit beast bloodline awakened, my body hasn't changed at all. Brother, will I not be able to grow up in the future? I don't know about that either. Sima Yue said, Yulin, doesn't Yulan have spirit beast bloodline in her body? How did she grow so big? This seems to have something to do with the spirit beast bloodline in her body. Sima Yulin said, although Yulan isn't like him, Her body grows slower than the average person. As for little two, his bloodline is probably higher than Yulan's. But I'm not sure if that's the case. Looks like we can only wait for Master to come down and ask him. He's experienced and knowledgeable up there, so he should know the reason. Sima Yue said. Brother, nothing will happen to my body, right? Little two looked at Sima Yue bitterly. Sima Yue came over and patted his head, saying with a smile, it should be fine. If there's any effect, cough cough, it's probably that you'll turn from a boy to a man a few years later than normal people. Yu Lin was stunned, and little two's face was as red as a cooked prawn. Both of them were stunned by her words. Turn from a boy to a man? How did she think of this? However, Sima Yue didn't think that there was anything wrong with what she said. She continued to pat little two's face, saying, actually, I think you're really cute like this. When you grow up, you definitely won't let me get close to you. Ha! Little two slapped Sima Yue's hand away helplessly and covered his face with both hands, saying, really, brother? After speaking, he ignored her. When Sima Yu saw little two's appearance, she couldn't help but laugh by herself. Sima Yu Lin looked at the person lying on Little Rock's back and couldn't help but smile. Little Rock brought them back to Saint City. The morning sun had yet to rise and the gates of Saint City had yet to open. When the time was up, the guards of Saint City opened the gates. When they saw the three of them waiting outside, they were stunned. Sima Yue and the other two ignored the stunned guards. They sat on Yaguang's back and rushed towards the Sima family. When they disappeared at the end of the street, one of the guards said, that's the two from the Sima family? It's really them? They actually came back alive. That's unbelievable. Didn't they say that they were torn apart by the divine beasts in the mountains? How did they appear here? Hee, this is going to be fun. It seems like the Li, Sang, Hua and Nalan clans have all left Saint City. Only the Sima family is still in the city. Let's see how the Alchemist Guild and the Sima family will explain this. Oh, I really want to go and watch the show. You're just thinking about it? Hurry up and guard the city gates. Sima Yue and the others rushed all the way and realized that Saint City was a lot more deserted than it was 10 days ago. Sima family. A group of Sima family members were waiting at the gate. Sima Yu Yang was in front talking to everyone. Although everyone else has given up, our Sima family cannot give up. Today, we will go to 10,000 Beast Mountain to look again. No matter whether the rumors are true or not, we must at least see them alive or dead. Whose corpse do you want to see? A laugh came from the back of the group and shocked the Sima family members to turn around. Chapter 335. Book title, Wu Lingyu unjustly shot by all the members of the Sima family widened their eyes when they saw the person walking towards them on the spirit beast. Immediately, everyone cheered. Yu Lin, you're not dead. This is great. I told you they wouldn't die. Sima Yu Lu and the others ran over. Sima Yu came down from Yaguang's back and saw her four brothers' tired and excited faces. She smiled and said, brothers, I'm back. Sima Yuming patted her shoulder and said in a hoarse voice, it's good that you're back. The other members of the Sima family also gathered around. When they saw that the two of them had returned in one piece, their faces lit up with excited smiles. I'm sorry for making everyone worried. Sima Yue nodded at everyone and said, it's good that you're back. Sima Yu Yang stepped forward and patted their shoulders, saying, since you're back, let's go in first. All right. Sima Yu nodded when she saw that there were many onlookers and followed everyone in. Something happened in the main family, so the clan leader and the elders have all returned. Only my father's generation and us stayed behind to continue looking for you. Sima Yu Yang said as he walked. However, Grandpa Lin and Grandpa Lai stayed behind. Not long after they entered, they saw Sima Lin. Seeing that the two of them had returned, he indifferently said, it's good that you're back. Sima Yu and Sima Yu Lin walked over and bowed to Sima Lin, saying, Grandfather, we're back. Grandpa Lin. Let's talk in the living room. Sima Lin said. At this time, Sima Lai's voice sounded, Yue is back? Then, he hurriedly ran into the courtyard. When he saw Sima Yue, he shouted at her, where did you go to play? I didn't go either, Sima Yue retorted softly. Still denying it? Sima Lai slapped her and said, "You obviously have the mother-son stone, so why didn't you contact your family for so many days?" Although everyone knew that she had many ways to save her life, it was precisely because the mother-son stone could not contact her that everyone was worried. "I don't have time to use this," Sima Yue said. "Lai, don't be in a hurry to get angry. Let's listen to what the two children have experienced." Sima Lin said, "That's right, grandfather. If you're like this, fifth bro won't have the time to tell us where he is during this period of time." Sima Yuran said, "If fifth brother wasn't caught up in something, he wouldn't have not contacted us." Sima Yue quickly nodded. Third elder brother really knew her well. "Let's go." Sima Lai was also anxious at the moment, so when he saw Sima Yue coming back, he couldn't help but yell at her. The main staff went to the living room while the others went to do their own things. Sima Lai and Sima Lin were the two seniors who had stayed behind. They sat at the head of the table, followed by Sima Yu Ming and his four brothers. Including Sima Yu Yang, the remaining two were Sima Yu Yu and Sima Yu Lin. "Third elder brother, why did you go to the 10,000 Beast Mountain to look for us?" Sima Yue asked when she entered. "Because the Alchemist Guild said that you were wandering around the Alchemist Guild and accidentally entered their teleportation array. You were sent to the depths of the 10,000 Beast Mountain." Sima Yuran said, "Where have you been these 10 days? Sima Yue laughed coldly, saying, "We were indeed sent away. However, we weren't sent to the depths of the 10,000 Beast Mountain. We were sent to the bottom of Dragon Reflection Mountain." "The bottom of Dragon Reflection Mountain? Isn't that?" Sima Yuyang cried out. "That's right, we were sent to the place where the fierce beasts were suppressed." Sima Yue said, "Is that the place where Chongming was injured?" Sima Lai's heart skipped a beat. Even Chongming was on the verge of death when he went there. If they were sent there and they were able to come back, how difficult would that be? It was no wonder that she didn't have the time to contact them. In that place, every step was dangerous. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. "What exactly is going on? Tell us properly," Sima Lin said. Sima Yue then told them about how Li Mu had planned to use Jade's servant girl to lure them into a trap, then used the teleportation array to send them to the bottom of the Dragon Reflection Mountain. Of course, she didn't forget to mention Naylin Land's involvement. "I know that it's impossible to deal with the two clans, but I will not let off those who were directly involved. Li Mu and the array master of the Li clan, as well as Naylin Lan, as well as Jade's servant girl, they will all die." Sima Yue finally said. Hearing about their experiences, the Sima family was incomparably furious. However, when they heard her last words, everyone's expressions were a little strange. "What's wrong? Don't tell me that you can't take care of these people," Sima Yue said when she saw that everyone's expressions were strange. "Of course not," Sima Lin said. "Since they dared to act against my Sima family, then they should be prepared to receive revenge. It's just that what?" Sima Yue asked. "Jade's servant girl took poison and committed suicide the night you went missing. As for Naylin Lan, she followed the people of the Sage Pavilion to the Primordial Lands on the second day." Sima Yuran said, "Primordial Lands? How did she go there with the people of the Sage Pavilion?" "A pavilion master from the Sage Pavilion came down this time. It said that he took a fancy to her physique and talent, and wanted her to be the holy daughter of the Sage Pavilion. He even said that although she wasn't strong enough now, once she went up, she would definitely be able to break through to the divine rank in less than 2 years. As such, he took her and left on the second day after this news was announced." Sima Yuran explained. "So you're saying that Naylin Lan is no longer in the Yilin continent?" Sima Yue said. "For targets for revenge, but one had already committed suicide and one had left the continent. It was no wonder they had that kind of expression just now. Naylin Lan was actually able to become the holy daughter of the Sage Pavilion. When I go back, I definitely have to ask my seniors how they chose the holy daughter," Sima Yue said unhappily. "Her lotus physique is the physique that the Sage Pavilion yearns for even in their dreams." Wu Lingyu's voice suddenly rang out, giving everyone in the house a big fright. After that, a tunnel appeared in the house and Wu Lingyu walked out from it, bringing with him the scent of the sea. You're back? Sima Yue glared at Wu Lingyu, saying, "Tell me, were you the one who made Nailin Lan the holy daughter?" Pavilion Master Mu merely came down with me and just happened to see Nailin Lan, so he had the idea of keeping her. This has nothing to do with me. Wu Lingyu consciously came to Sima Yue's side and sat down. Why would a pavilion master come to a place like this? Sima Yue said, "It must be because you told him about Nailin Lan's lotus physique." Although Wu Lingyu didn't know what had happened, seeing that Sima Yue was venting her anger on him, he felt wronged and said, "I've never even seen her before, how would I know about her divine physique?" As for Pavilion Master Mu, he came down because he had something to do, but I had to go to the sea and didn't have time to deal with it, so he came down with me. By the way, how did that Nailin Lan offend you? Chapter 336. Sima Yue snorted and turned her head away. Now that Nailin Lan had become a member of the Sage Pavilion, wouldn't she be together with Wu Lingyu? It's like this, Sima Yue dared to ignore Wu Lingyu, but the others didn't. They told him everything that had happened. You actually went to that place. Wu Lingyu was very angry after hearing that. She was actually framed when she was not around. If she hadn't been lucky enough to come out alive, wouldn't he have regretted it for the rest of his life? Not to mention that she's just a holy maiden of a branch, even if she was from the main hall, you could still kill her. Wu Lingyu said. Really? Sima Yue turned to look at him and said, I don't care who she is. Now that she's up there, I can't kill her, but I'll go up eventually. If I go up at that time, don't blame me for killing the people of the Sage Pavilion. You can do whatever you want. Wu Lingyu said, if you want, I can do it for you. Sima Yue waved her hand and said, forget it, I have to take my own revenge. Including this time, she has killed me twice. No matter what, I have to do it myself. All right then. Wu Lingyu didn't insist on avenging her. If she asked, he wouldn't refuse, but he liked her personality even more. Fifth bro, the Li clansmen have already left yesterday. Sima Yulu said. Where's Li Mu? Sima Yue asked. He's still in the Holy City. He should be in the Alchemist Guild now. They won't easily return to their clans. Sima Yuyang said. All right, let's go settle the score with him now. Sima Yue stood up and said, you guys don't have to go, I'll go by myself. When the time comes, I'll only say that I'm representing myself, in case the Alchemist Guild finds trouble with the Sima family. I'll go with you. Sima Yulin said. He was also considered a victim this time, so he had his own standpoint. Let them go together. Sima Yulin said. Before clan leader left, he said that if someone really bullies us, we don't have to worry. We have to seek justice. Sima Yue raised her eyebrows. This sly old fox already knew that she had been framed and that nothing would happen to her. That was why he gave her the right to settle the score with Li Mu and the rest. Let's go together then. Sima Yue said. Hence, the group of them headed towards the Alchemist Guild. When the passers-by saw them, especially when they saw Sima Yu and Sima Yulin walking in front, they knew that their disappearance was definitely not because they were accidentally teleported away like what the Alchemist Guild had said. Looking at their aggressive manner, it seems like they're going to find trouble with the Alchemist Guild. Come, let's follow them and take a look. More and more people followed them, forming a long tail behind them. Yu. Just as they reached the entrance of the Alchemist Guild, they heard a familiar voice. Sima Yue looked at Lu Ming, who had just come out, and said, Lu Ming, what are you doing here? I'm back at the Alchemist Guild again. Lu Ming said, when did you come back? They all said that something happened to you. Fourth sister even cried for a long time. I just came back a while ago. Sima Yue said, are Lu Yun and the rest okay? They're all good. If they knew that you came back alive, they would definitely be overjoyed. Lu Ming said with a smile, you came here today to look for Li Mu, right? He just came back to the guild. Lu Ming had suspected Li Mu when Sima Yue and the rest went missing. However, he had no evidence and could not point him out. Now that he saw Sima Yue here, he guessed that Li Mu was the one who did it. Although I'm here to look for Li Mu, we are civilized people and will not do such impolite things. That's why I'm here to look for your guild leader. Sima Yue said with a smile. Look for the guild leader? Lu Ming frowned and said, the guild leader doesn't really care about the guild anymore. Furthermore, he didn't even show up at this event. I think he might not be in the guild now. Then the vice president will do. Sima Yue said. The vice president has a good relationship with Li Mu's master. He also thinks highly of Li Mu. If you want to settle the score with him, it's not a good idea to look for the vice president. There will be a lot of trouble. Lu Ming said worriedly. It's okay. I will make all the trouble become no trouble at all. Sima Yue laughed coldly and said that she would look for Lu Ming and Lu Yun. She then walked around him and continued on her way. Stop right there. The guard at the door shouted when he saw Sima Yue and the rest coming over. Sima Yue stopped at the entrance of the Alchemist Guild and said, Sima family, Sima Yue and Sima Yue request to see your guild leader. You want to see our guild leader? The guard was Li Mu's man. Naturally, he wouldn't let Sima Yue and the rest enter. He waved at them and said, the guild leader is not in the guild. If you have any matters, you can come back later. Sima Yue smiled and said, then I won't see your guild leader. I'll look for Li Mu. Senior brother Li is practicing alchemy. He has no time for you. The guard continued to brush them off. Sima Yue glanced at them and said, although I know my manners, I don't have much patience. Since you don't want to report to him, then don't stay here any longer. After speaking, she moved her body and 2 thuds were heard as the 2 guards fell to the ground. How dare you? One of the guards held his chest and scolded. Sima Yue couldn't be bothered with him and walked into the Alchemist Guild. Sima Yue? A doubtful voice was heard as Sima Yue and the rest walked through the courtyard. Sima Yue looked towards the voice and saw Han Imo looking at them. Han Imo walked over and saw that it was really Sima Yue and said, you didn't come to participate in the gathering. I'm not even here. How can I participate in the gathering? Sima Yue smiled. I heard that Li Mu is your junior brother. Ask him to come out. Why are you looking for him? Han Imo asked. Of course it's to settle the score. Sima Yue said, are you willing to help me ask him to come here? If the people in the guild aren't willing, I can only find him myself. Han Imo heard Sima Yue's threat and waved to one of the guards, saying, go and ask Li Mu to come here. Not bad. He's much better than the 2 guards just now. Sima Yue said. You think that Li Mu harmed you? Han Imo looked at her and asked. It's not what I think. It's the truth. Sima Yue said. Han Imo didn't say anything else and brought them to the living room to wait. After a while, Li Mu came to the living room. Vice President Qian was with him. Senior brother, why are you in such a hurry? I'm still refining pills. Why did you ask me to come here? Li Mu said as he walked towards the living room. When he saw Sima Yue, he was stunned. Sima Yue smiled at him and said, I said before, don't let me come back alive. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble. Now that I'm back, are you prepared to be in trouble? Chapter 337. Li Mu's face instantly turned pale. Wasn't she teleported to that place? How did he come back alive? Seeing Li Mu's reaction, Han Imo immediately understood. Vice President Qian snorted and pulled Li Mu back to reality. He then looked at Sima Yue and asked arrogantly, are you Sima Yue? That's him. Sima Yue nodded. Why have you come to the union today? Do you know that outsiders are not allowed to enter without an invitation? Vice President Qian scolded. Also, I heard that you beat up my guards at the entrance of my union? Is your Sima family planning to attack my alchemist guild? Sima Yue sneered. Just like that, the hat was placed on her. Instead, he even dragged the Sima family into this. Did he want her to stop causing trouble here? We don't have any plans to attack the alchemist guild, we just want to talk to Li Mu about some private matters. Sima Yue said. Looking for Li Mu? I heard about what happened between the 2 of you. Since he lost the competition, he has to accept his loss and call you boss in the future. Vice President Qian didn't even lift his eyelids as he said, since your talent in alchemy is so good, do you want to join my alchemist guild? Vice President Qian blurted everything out without giving Sima Yue a chance to interrupt. Obviously, he wanted to help Li Mu get over this matter. If it was an ordinary person, upon hearing him say that he wanted to join the alchemist guild, they would definitely lose their sense of direction immediately. How would they still dare to go against him and find trouble with Li Mu? However, Sima Yue did not care about this and said, "Thank you for your kind intentions, but I don't want to join the Alchemist Guild right now. I want to have a chat with Li Mu first." "You look down on the Alchemist Guild?" Vice President Qian squinted his eyes. He was a little angry that Sima Yue did not give him any face. "We only let you in because you accidentally entered the teleportation array in my guild and went missing for more than 10 days. Otherwise, do you think you could come in so easily? Entered the teleportation array by mistake." Sima Yue looked at Vice President Qian's benevolent expression and said, "I'm sure Li Mu knows best whether this is a mistake or not, right? I think Vice President Qian also knows about it." "Know what? You brat, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Vice President Qian's face had already pulled down. "I'm really sorry, but I don't want to drink any wine." Sima Yue said, "I only want to settle scores with Li Mu today. Vice President Qian, it's better for you to watch from the side and not interfere." "How dare you!" Vice President Qian shouted angrily. He glared at Sima Yue. How many years had it been? No one had ever dared to speak to him like this. Sima Yue did not look at him. Instead, she looked at Li Mu and said, "Li Mu, have you been preparing your heart these past few days?" Li Mu was already in a daze when Sima Yue appeared. He did not know why, but even though Vice President Qian assured him that there would be no problem, he still felt endless fear from the bottom of his heart. The killing intent in Sima Yue's eyes was so real that it made him feel as if he was shrouded in death. Hearing Sima Yue's words, he forced himself to be calm and said, "What are you talking about? I don't understand. If you want to commit murder in the guild, our guild will naturally not allow you to do as you wish." "Sima Yue, this is the Alchemist Guild, not your Sima family." Vice President Qian shouted, "Men, take them down." A group of guards rushed in from outside and surrounded Sima Yue. The lowest level of these guards was actually a spirit emperor. Sima Yue glanced at them. Not every guard in the guild was a spirit emperor. It seemed like they came prepared. Seeing Vice President Qian's intention, Sima Yue was too lazy to continue talking to them. She called out Chongming and said, "Chongming, take them and let's go." Sacred Beast. Seeing Chongming, the people in the Alchemist Guild were stunned. Li Mu was shrouded in despair. He knew that he was doomed today. Halcyon did not say anything, and directly sucked him over. "The Li family hasn't left the mountain range yet, right?" Sima Yue looked at Li Mu and said, "I really want to know, the person who set up the array for you, how high his attainments are. Little Rock, let's go." Little Rock came out and brought the people from the Sima family. They directly flew away from the Alchemist Guild. "President, what do we do now?" A guard asked. "What else can we do? Don't tell me you guys are going to fight with the Sacred Beast?" Vice President Qian scolded. "That Li Mu is going to be taken away just like that? I heard that Sima Yue is a vengeful person. Li Mu has been taken away by her. I'm afraid that things are not looking good for him." An elder who rushed over said, "Isn't that Sima Yue a member of the Sima family? Since the Sima family dares to go against my Alchemist Guild, then they can't blame us for punishing them. Men, go and capture all the people from the Sima family." Vice President Qian said. At this moment, a guard hurriedly ran in from outside and passed a letter to Vice President Qian. Vice President Qian's face turned ugly after reading the letter. "What's wrong?" Han Mo saw that something was wrong and asked. The others looked at him as well. They didn't know why the vice president who was so angry just now suddenly looked like he had lost his mind. Vice President Qian passed the letter to the elder beside him. That elder was shocked after reading it. "Elder?" That elder calmed himself down and said, "This is a letter personally written by the Sage Pavilion's pavilion master. He said that the Holy Son of the Upper Realm said that Sima Yue is his junior brother. Li Mu and the Sima family plotted against his junior brother and cannot be forgiven. Now that his junior brother wants to settle the score with Li Mu, he hopes that the guild will not interfere. Otherwise, if the Holy Son of the Upper Realm is angered, even the Sage Pavilion will not be able to quell his anger." "What?" Everyone present was shocked, especially Han Mo. He had interacted with Wu Lingyu before. He didn't think that Sima Yue was his junior brother. The Sage Pavilion had sent out such a letter to protect Sima Yue and the Sima family. Everyone, disperse. Although Vice President Qian could ignore the Sage Pavilion, he couldn't ignore the Sage Pavilion from the upper realm. If they offended them and sent people down, the entire continent would be destroyed. Then Li Mu, sigh. Vice President Qian sighed and left. Although he didn't say it clearly, everyone knew that the Alchemist Guild couldn't protect Li Mu this time. Sima Yue didn't know that Wu Lingyu's words had solved her problem. At this moment, she was leading the Sima family towards the Li family. The Li family had already left the Saint City for a day, but their speed wasn't fast. Before they even left the 10,000 Beast Mountain, Sima Yue and the rest had caught up. Clan head, someone is approaching us. The Li family noticed that Sima Yue and the rest were chasing after them and stopped. Sima Yue stood on Little Rock's back and approached the Li family. She asked, "Who is Li Fei?" "That's Li Mu?" The Li family immediately recognized Li Mu, who was thrown onto Little Rock's back by Sima Yue. They were all furious. Chapter 338. However, their anger quickly turned into fear, because Halcyon's gaze locked onto the terrified Li Fei, and he pulled him over. The moment he moved, the sacred beast's oppressive aura pressed down on the Li family members. The flying beasts could not withstand it and fell to the ground. "Ah, what are you doing?" Li Fei shouted. "Of course we're here to talk to you guys about what you did to us," Sima Yue said as she patted Little Rock and the group landed on the ground. The members of the Li family fell from the sky. Although they could fly, under the pressure of Chongming, the spiritual qi in their bodies lost its effect and they couldn't fly. Fortunately, there were flying beasts to cushion their fall, so they didn't fall to their deaths. Seeing Sima Yue walking towards them, the head of the Li family suppressed the fear in his heart and said, "Sima Yue, what are you trying to do?" "Li family head, you don't have to be afraid. I've always been clear about gratitude and grudges. Although your Li family tried to kill me, I won't kill all of you. Only an inhumane person would do something like that." Sima Yue said slowly, "That's why nothing will happen to you today. Thank you, little friend Yue, for your magnanimity." In front of a sacred beast, in front of his life, Patriarch Li could throw away his dignity. When they heard that Sima Yue would not kill them, they immediately addressed her as little friend. The Sima family knew right from the start that they would not lay a hand on the Li family. They did not understand Sima Yu's decision. However, after hearing Sima Yulin's explanation, everyone understood. Sima Yue smiled and pointed at Li Mu and Li Fei, saying, "They plotted against me, so I'll settle the score with them. Patriarch Li, do you have any objections?" No objection. Family head Li felt bitter in his heart. One was their array formation grandmaster, and the other was their clan's alchemy genius. Now, they were about to be killed in front of him, and he was even asked if he had any objections. Furthermore, he had to say that he had no objections. This kind of loss was something that only he would experience. "That's good." Sima Yue looked at Li Mu and Li Fei innocently, saying, "Since your family has no objections, then I don't need to ask for your opinions." What do you want to do?" Li Mu asked. "I love an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth." Sima Yue said, "Although I've already left the sacred city, a pure person like me doesn't like fighting and killing, so I won't kill you directly." When the Sima family heard her words, they could not help but roll their eyes in their hearts. "You're still pure? You don't like fighting and killing?" His skin was really thick to the extreme. "An eye for an eye?" Li Fei was surprised. You can't be thinking of smart. I won't let you have your way. I won't make that array formation again. Just kill me," Li Fei said. He had heard about that terrifying place from Li Mu, so he would rather die than go there. Sima Yue rolled her eyes at him, saying, "Who said I'm going to make you set up the array? Lin, did you remember the array formation from before?" Sima Lin nodded, saying, "It shouldn't be a problem." "Then let's start." Chongming watched them closely. "Don't let them kill themselves." After speaking, she and Sima Lin worked together to set up the array. The array that Li Fei had used an entire day to set up was done by the two of them in less than half a day. In the process of setting up, the Li family members were suffering every minute. They were waiting for death. Done. Sima Yue clapped her hands, saying, "It's my first time setting it up, but I didn't expect it to take so long. Looks like our skills are still not up to par. We have to continue improving." Sima Yulin nodded. Hearing what they said, the Li family members couldn't help but curse in their hearts. It was their first time setting up an array, and they were already so fast. How could they complain that it was too slow? Don't forget that they were only in their 20s. It was only then that the Li family members remembered that she was an alchemist, and now she was an array master. "Chongming, throw the two of them over." Sima Yue said to Chongming. Halcyon clawed at the two of them, then kicked each of them into the array formation. "That place is actually quite fun. I hope you have fun," Sima Yue said as she activated the array. She watched as the array's light enveloped the two of them, then they disappeared. The Li family members saw that Li Mu and Li Fei had disappeared, and were so scared that their faces turned white. They were afraid that she would turn around and attack them. However, Sima Yue ignored them. She looked at Chongming and asked, "What did you do to them just now?" "Nothing much. I just left a mark to confirm whether they are dead or not," Chongming said lightly. "Chongming." Sima Yue gave him a thumbs up and praised him. With this, they would be at ease if they died. "Yue, what should we do with them?" Sima Yuyang walked over and asked. Following his question, the Li family members became nervous, as if they were waiting for a verdict. "I said that I would only take Li Mu and Li Fei's lives. I definitely won't take anyone else's," Sima Yue said. "Although they can avoid death, they can't escape punishment. No matter what, they are still your Li family members, aren't they?" The Li family members heard her say that she wouldn't take their lives, and their hearts finally calmed down. However, Sima Yue's words caused them to be worried again. "Yue, my little friend, what do you want?" The Li family leader forced himself to ask. "We went to that scary place and lost our lives a few times. After suffering so many injuries and shocks, we naturally need to calm our nerves." Sima Yue said, "I heard that the Li family is an alchemist family. It shouldn't be a problem to calm our nerves." Damn it. She was trying to take advantage of the situation. When everyone heard what she said, they finally understood what she meant. The Li family leader was a shrewd person. If he still didn't understand what Sima Yue meant, he would have lived for so many years in vain. "Yue, my little friend, we have 2 stalks of 10,000-year-old spirit medicine here. I wonder if they can help you calm your nerves?" The Li family leader forced a smile and said, "2 stalks of 10,000-year-old spirit medicine?" Sima Yue's eyes widened. Just when the Li family leader thought that there was no problem, she changed the topic. "Li family leader, do you think we are beggars? 2 stalks of spirit medicine and you want to calm us down?" No. The Li family leader hurriedly waved his hand. Looking at Sima Yue's attitude, it wasn't easy to calm her nerves. "What does my little friend Yue want to use to calm your nerves?" "Well, it's actually very simple." Sima Yue rubbed her chin and said. When little Tu saw Sima Yue's expression, he suddenly remembered that she had the same expression when she was preparing to extort the West Moon Emperor in the West Moon Kingdom's palace. As expected, half an hour later, the Li family members resumed their journey. At this time, other than the clothes they were wearing, they were penniless. Everyone's space rings had their imprints wiped off and became Sima Yue's things to calm her nerves. Shameless. Seeing her smile so pure, not only the Li family members who left, even the Sima family members laughed and scolded her. Chapter 339. Sima Yue didn't care how the Sima family laughed at her. She took a look at all the interspatial rings and realized that the Li family was indeed a family of alchemists. They were much richer than the average family. Keep these. There are quite a few pills and ingredients inside. She handed the rings to Sima Yulin. Sima Yulin knew that she had a spirit pagoda, and there were many good things inside. She didn't care about these things, so he took them all. "All right, let's return to the Holy City." Sima Yue said, "We made a mess at the Alchemist Guild. I don't know if Grandpa and the rest can handle it. But with Senior Brother here, it shouldn't be a problem." Wu Lingyu originally wanted to go with her, but in the end, she was asked to stay behind. She said that she wanted to help look after the Sima family, at least until she finished packing up and went back. However, she never thought that Wu Lingyu would directly ask the Sage Pavilion to step in and reveal the relationship between the two of them. With this layer of protection, the Alchemist Guild did not even dare to let out a fart. Before they reached Xing City, Chongming's expression suddenly changed. He said to Sima Yue, "Those two are dead. It'd be strange if they didn't die." Sima Yue wasn't surprised. Even they couldn't withstand the pressure inside, let alone Li Mu and Wang Yao. When they returned to the sacred city, they found that the Sima family had not moved at all. When they went in to take a look, everyone was still doing what they were supposed to do. It seemed that no one had been there at all. The Alchemist Guild didn't come looking for trouble? She asked doubtfully. Your senior brother has asked the people from the Sage Pavilion to step in. Sima Lai and Sima Lin walked over and said, "Seems like it was the right decision to let him stay." Sima Yue said, "Have those two been dealt with?" Sima Lai asked. Sima Yue nodded. "What about the Li family?" Sima Lin asked. They were all hot-blooded children. She was afraid that they wouldn't be able to control their emotions. Speaking of the Li family, the Sima family couldn't help laughing. Cough cough, they all went back. I only killed Li Mu and Li Fei. I didn't kill anyone else. Sima Yue said. Sima Lin and the rest saw their expressions and knew that something must have happened, so they asked, "What else?" "There's more." Sima Yue blinked and said, "There's nothing else." "Then why are they laughing?" Sima Lin pointed at Sima Yu Yang and the others as he asked. "Grandpa Lin, you have no idea. Yu robbed the entire Li family." Sima Yu Yang said with a smile. "Robbed them all?" Those who did not go looked at Sima Yue. Did she become a robber? You don't know. Although she said she would let the Li family go, she said she was shocked and needed to get over it. She took all the spatial rings of the Li family members and took all their valuables. Sima Yu Yang could not help but laugh when he thought of Sima Yue's bandit temperament, saying, in the end, when the Li family members left, apart from the clothes they were wearing, they had nothing else. I feel that if it were not for the fact that the Li family leader was there, she would have only left them with a pair of underwear. Sima Yulu said. Sima Yue glared at them, saying, "We can't let the Li family not pay any price. It's already not bad that we kept their clothes." Everyone burst out laughing. It seemed that she really thought that way. "Then what do you plan to do with the Nailin family?" Sima Lin asked. That Nailin Lan is really cunning. She didn't appear directly and she isn't even here right now, so we have no evidence. We can only let the Nailin clan benefit. Sima Yu said rather unwillingly. Then if there's anything in the future, let the Nailin family take the lead. Sima Lai said. They were close to the ocean and knew that the ocean was in turmoil recently. They were afraid that something was going to happen, so they planned to let the Nailin family take the lead. They were really grandfather and grandson. Even their thoughts were the same. Sima Yue smiled as she held onto Sima Lai's arm, saying, I think so too. Since there's nothing else, we should prepare to return to Anyang City. Sima Lin said. The Sima family had stayed behind to look for Sima Yue and the others. Now that they had returned, there was naturally no need for them to stay here. It's a pity that we didn't participate in the gathering later on. Sima Yue said rather regretfully. Actually, there wasn't much to see. It was just a few alchemists, armament masters and beast tamer masters performing in front of everyone. Sima Yulu said. Actually, it was not just her and Sima Yulin. The other members of the Sima family did not participate in the gathering later on and went to look for them. Alright, where's Bei Gong Tang and the others? Sima Yue asked as she recalled that she had not seen Bei Gong Tang and the others after returning. They left with Ouyang. They should have gone to the mountains to look for you. They did not return, so they did not know that you had returned. Sima Yuyang said. Then I'll contact them. Sima Yue said as she walked to the side and took out the mother stone to contact Bei Gong Tang and the others. She returned quickly and said, They are indeed in the mountains and are preparing to return. See if there's anything else. If there is, quickly settle it. Once Bei Gong Tang and the others return, we will leave. Sima Lin said. Sima Yue thought for a moment and said, I'm going out for a while. Where are you going? Sima Yulan asked. To the Lu clan. Sima Yue said as she turned around and left. After more than 2 hours, Sima Yue came to the Lu clan and knocked on the door. Lu Yun opened the door and saw Sima Yue and said, Yu? It's really you. Lu Yuan and Lu Fei heard Lu Yun's voice and came out of the house. When they saw Sima Yue, they smiled and said, We just said that you would definitely be fine. When second brother came back and said that you were already back, we didn't quite believe it. We didn't think that it was true. Lu Yuan said happily. Sima Yue smiled as she entered the courtyard. Lu Yun closed the door and followed her in. When she entered, she saw the dilapidated courtyard and said, I'm blessed with good fortune and won't die so easily. Have those people still been causing trouble for you recently? Ever since those people were crippled by you, no one has come. Lu Yun said, Speaking of which, I really have to thank you. I came today to tell you that Li Mu is already dead. Lu Ming's situation in the Alchemist Guild will not be so bad in the future. When I get back, I'll get someone to greet the guild and ask them to take care of him. His talent is not bad. He will have a good future. Thank you, Yue. Lu Fei looked at Sima Yue gratefully. Yue, are you going to leave? Lu Yuan asked. I'll be leaving by tomorrow or the day after. Sima Yue said. Will we be able to see you again in the future? We'll meet if fate allows. Sima Yue smiled and said, The outside world is very big. When you have the strength, you can go out and take a look. If you have the chance, you can also go to the mainland above to take a look. Maybe we'll meet again somewhere. You'll go to the world above in the future, right? Lu Yuan asked. Sima Yue nodded. She would go to the world above sooner or later. There were too many things for her to do there. Chapter 340. Sima Yue left the Lu family home more than an hour later. The moment she stepped out, she saw Wu Lingyu waiting on the street. Senior brother, why are you here? Wu Lingyu leaned casually against the wall. When she saw her walking over, she said, I was waiting for you. Waiting for me? What's the matter? Sima Yue asked. It's nothing. Why don't you go shopping with me? As he spoke, he did not wait for her reply. He hugged her with one hand and flew out. They flew all the way out of the holy city and arrived at a mountain peak. The two of them sat down on a large rock. Wu Lingyu looked at Sima Yue and said, That old fart from the Sage Pavilion is urging me to go back again. Senior brother, are you going back? Sima Yue looked at him in surprise. Didn't he just come down not long ago? Why did he have to go up again? I came down this time mainly to investigate the situation in the sea region. I haven't even finished investigating when I received an order from the Sage Pavilion to return immediately. It could be that something important has happened. Wu Lingyu said, But I wanted to see you before I left, so I delayed it for 2 days. Now that you've settled your matters, it's time for me to return. Sima Yue lowered her head and replied faintly. Then when are you leaving? I'll leave right away, Wu Lingyu said. The higher-ups are rushing me. They've already called me 2 or 3 times in the past 2 days. Then I wish you a safe journey. Sima Yue did not know what to say, so she casually replied. Don't you have anything else to say to me? Wu Lingyu looked at Sima Yue unhappily. Sima Yue raised her head and said, You have to take the soul fluid regularly to nourish your soul. All right, take these with you. She took out some more soul fluid and handed it to Wu Lingyu, saying, I don't know how long you can use it for, but remember to ask me for more before it runs out. Also, take this golden snake fruit as well. It's more useful for repairing your soul. When Wu Lingyu saw her exhortation, he smiled and said, That's a good junior brother. Sima Yue rolled her eyes at him and said, Keep these 2 things well, I won't care if you lose them. Also, the next time we meet, you better not have a very weak soul. If I find out that you wasted all these things, you don't need me to tell you the consequences. I will definitely listen to junior brother's words. Wu Lingyu said. That's good. The last time I went back, I heard that the One High Little Realm was about to open. I don't know if the old man will bring you there or make an exit for you. There will be people from various continents in that little realm, so you have to be extremely careful. Wu Lingyu said. Don't worry as long as there are no god-tier monsters. Sima Yue said. Moreover, now that she had Chongming, even if she met a god-tier monster, she wouldn't have a chance of winning. Wu Lingyu saw Sima Yue's confident smile and said, You have to hurry up and cultivate, so that you can go up there earlier. I will. Sima Yue said. Wu Lingyu really wanted to hug her, but he was afraid of scaring her, so he only stretched out his hand and ruffled her hair, saying, Then I'll be leaving. Following that, Wu Lingyu formed a seal with both hands, and a tunnel appeared behind him. He looked at Sima Yue, then turned around and went in. Sima Yue watched Wu Lingyu go in and watched the tunnel close, saying, When will I be able to create a tunnel like them? Sigh, power. I really hope that I can increase my power when I go to the little realm this time. Otherwise, I don't know when I'll be able to go up and find Master and the others. She called out Little Rock and returned to Saint City. On the second day, Bei Gong Tang and the others returned. Ouyang Fei was actually there too. Ouyang, is it all right to not go back like this? Sima Yue said. Wei Ziqi smiled, saying, The South Eclipse Emperor and the others wanted him to go back with them, but he said that he wouldn't be at ease if he didn't find you, so he wouldn't go back. The South Eclipse Emperor and the others had no choice but to go back on their own. Sima Yue looked gratefully at Ouyang Fei, Fatty Chu and the others. Thank you all. Yue, where have you been all this time? Bei Gong Tang asked. I went to the bottom of Dragon Reflection Mountain. Sima Yue roughly told them about her experience, but she didn't tell them that her body was in a terrible state. At this time, Sima Yuyang walked over, saying, Yue, since Bei Gong and the others have returned, let's prepare to go. Okay. Apart from those who were originally here, everyone else went back. The younger generation followed Sima Yue and sat on Little Rock, while the others sat on other flying beasts. After half a day, they passed by Dragon Reflection Mountain. 10,000 Beast Mountain is rather peaceful now, so we won't rest at Dragon Reflection Mountain. We'll continue forward. Sima Lin said. Okay. Little Rock brought everyone further and further away from Dragon Reflection Mountain. Suddenly, the dark aura in her body seemed to be attracted as it surged twice in her dantian, then calmed down. Sima Yue lowered her head and looked at the lake beside Dragon Reflection Mountain, thinking of the creature that was suppressed there. She didn't know why, but she had a premonition that there would be a day when she would come back to this place to see it. Once they left 10,000 Beast Mountain, they didn't stop to change teleportation arrays. After 2 teleportation arrays, they finally returned to Anyang City. Because of what happened in the Little Realm, when Ouyang Fei said that he wanted to go back, Sima Yue got him to come along. However, she didn't tell him about what happened in the Little Realm. Even so, Ouyang Fei still followed her back because he trusted her. When the royal family of Central Wu Kingdom heard that Wang Ye from South Eclipse Kingdom had come, they specially sent someone to contact him. After finding out that he had come personally, the messenger left. 1 month later, Sima Yue finally received news from Old Man Devil. However, because of some matters in Divine Devil Valley, he didn't come down personally this time. Instead, he sent someone down. Greetings to Junior Valley Master. The person bowed when he saw Sima Yue. Sima Yue looked at the ordinary-looking middle-aged man in front of her and asked, You are? I am Divine Devil Valley's Outer Valley disciple, Feng Dong. I was ordered by the Second Valley Lord to come and meet the Junior Valley Master. Feng Dong said. Why didn't Master come? Sima Yue asked. The Second Valley Lord was tied down by some matters, so he ordered me to come and deliver something to the Junior Valley Master. Feng Dong said as he took out a box and passed it to Sima Yue. Sima Yue opened it and saw a sound stone and something like a compass inside. She took out the sound stone and inserted her spirit chi. Old Man Devil's voice came from inside. Yue, I have some matters to settle recently, so I can't go and find you personally. This compass is the key to enter Wenhai's Little Realm. Because Lin continent space is the most stable, it's a little difficult to open it. Therefore, this compass can only be used by you alone and can't be used by others. Aya, the people outside are rushing me again. I won't talk to you anymore. Be careful when you go to the Little Realm. After he finished speaking, The sound stone went silent. Master is too much. He didn't even say anything. Sima Yue pouted unhappily. Chapter 341. Feng Dongren looked like an honest man, but when he heard Sima Yue's complaint, he could not help but break out in a cold sweat. Secondly, the Valley Lord was more frightening than the Great Valley Lord. This junior Valley Master actually dared to say such things about him. However, he heard that the second Valley Lord doted on his disciple quite a bit. It could be seen from the things he did for her after he returned. Uncle Feng, does Master have any other instructions? Sima Yu asked. Feng Dong was stunned when she called him Uncle Feng. He was an old monster who was hundreds of years old, yet he was being called uncle by someone. The second Valley Lord told me to send you to the place where the little realm appeared. Feng Dong replied. Am I the only one who can go? Sima Yu asked. The second Valley Lord didn't say anything, but when I left, the first Valley Lord did tell me that the space this compass can open isn't large, and it isn't very stable either. It's already difficult for it to support you alone. If anyone else goes, I'm afraid they won't be able to withstand it. Feng Dong said. Oh. In other words, I can go in alone, right? Sima Yu asked. Feng Dong nodded. When are we leaving? Sima Yu asked. It's best if it's now. Feng Dong said. The Great Valley Lord said that the little realm of Wenhai will appear in the next 2 days. In order to avoid missing it, it's better that we get there as soon as possible. Uncle Feng, eat some fruits here and wait for me. I'll be right back. Sima Yu took out a plate of spirit fruits and ran out like a wisp of smoke. Feng Dong did not know what Sima Yue was going to do, so he could only wait for her in the house. Seeing the spirit fruit on the table, a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. How could there be such a good spirit fruit in a place like the Yilin continent? This junior valley master doesn't put on any airs. He is much better than those young masters and young mistresses in the inner valley. His personality is also not bad. No wonder the second Valley Lord and young Master Wu like him. He picked up a spirit fruit and looked at it. There was still water on it. It looked like it had just been washed. He sighed in his heart at Sima Yue's attentiveness. Sima Yue went out for half a day before she came back and said, Uncle Feng, I'm ready. Let's go. Feng Dong nodded, all right. After saying that, he took out a small bead. The small bead emitted a white light, and within the range of the white light, a passage was opened. Then the small bead turned into powder. Junior Valley Master, let's go, let's go. Let's go. After speaking, he pulled Sima Yu's hand and led her into the tunnel. And Sima Yue. In Yuan Yue Inns. When she opened her eyes again, they were already on dry land. Where is this? Sima Yu looked at the vast expanse of snow and asked. I don't know. Feng Dong shook his head. The second Valley Lord said that if we activate the Yue, we will come to this place. This is the place where the little realm of Wenhai will appear? It should be. Feng Dong said, the little realm hasn't opened yet. Let's wait here. All right. Sima Yue and Feng Dong found a flat place to set up a tent. They blocked the snowflakes outside and the two of them ate barbecued meat and drank wine in the tent. Uncle Feng, what's that white Yue pearl? It can cut open space and create a tunnel. Sima Yue asked. Feng Dong was drinking wine. Seeing her curious look, he smiled. That's a space-time pearl that only exists in the upper realm. Before activating the pearl, you have to carve the coordinates in it. After activating it, it will create a tunnel to the coordinates. Isn't that the same as a teleportation portal? Sima Yue thought for a while and said, the functions are similar, but this kind of space-time pearl is more convenient. It's not as complicated as a teleportation portal. Feng Dong said, a teleportation portal can only be set up by a formation master. However, this kind of space-time pearl can be used even by people who don't know about formations. However, only people like us who don't know how to create a tunnel can use this. For example, the Valley Lord and the others use their own abilities to create the tunnel. Then do you have any more of these pearls? Sima Yue looked at him with a smile. Feng Dong was a little scared by her gaze. He shook his head and said, no, this space-time pearl was given to me by the second Valley Lord before he left. Sima Yue was a little disappointed. However, she quickly put aside this little disappointment. She picked up the wine jar and said, "Uncle Feng, come, let's drink." All right." Although Feng Dong was a little slow, he was still bold and unrestrained. Once he drank, he changed. After eating and drinking to her heart's content, Sima Yue kept all these things into the spirit pagoda. Then, she chatted with Feng Dong and listened to him talk about the upper realm. After listening to him talk about the Divine Devil Valley, she then understood the position of the Divine Devil Valley in the upper realm. She was even more curious about the Divine Devil Valley that she had never seen before. They waited at the snow mountain for 3 days before a slight fluctuation came from the sky. Feng Dong, who was sitting on a big rock cultivating, opened his eyes and stood up, saying, "It's time." Sima Yue didn't feel anything unusual. However, when she saw Feng Dong stand up, she stood up as well. "Junior Valley Master, I will use the compass to open up the little realm of Wenhai. You can only enter when I let you in," Feng Dong said. "All right, Uncle Feng." Sima Yue nodded. "This little realm of Wenhai can only stay in it for a year. After a year, it will disappear into the endless void. If you don't come out by then, you can only stay in there for the rest of your life." Feng Dong said, "So Junior Valley Master, you must calculate the time well. Also, people from other continents will enter too. Many of the younger generation from the upper realm will enter as well. Some of them aren't easy to get along with. Snatching good fortune has happened in other little realms before. If you meet them, try to avoid them if you can. If you're alone, don't go head-to-head with those in groups," Feng Dong advised. Sima Yue looked at the person who was advising her like an elder and smiled as she agreed. "Uncle Feng, don't worry. I'll be fine. Yes, I'll come out on time," she promised. "After you enter, I'll return to the primordial lands. I hope you can go up soon," Feng Dong said. Then, he thought of her abilities and said, "I believe you should be able to come up in a few years. I'll wait for you up there." "All right, wait for me to go up. I'll definitely treat Uncle Feng to wine and meat." Sima Yue smiled and said. Feng Dong smiled. He liked this Junior Valley Master very much. When the ripples in the void became stronger, Feng Dong asked Sima Yue to take out the compass and said, "I'll open up the passage for you now. There's a lot of resistance when you enter from here, so you need me to open it for you. When you come out, you can activate this compass yourself." As he spoke, he inserted spiritual energy into the compass. In an instant, the compass shone brightly and flew into the air. Then, with it as the center, a passage slowly formed. Chapter 342. After the passage stabilized, the compass fell into Feng Dong's hands. He turned around and passed the compass to Sima Yue, saying, "Junior Valley Master, the passage has been opened." Sima Yue took the compass, nodded at Feng Dong, and flew into the tunnel. Just as Feng Dong had said, the spatial tunnel was not stable. When she was passing through it, she had a feeling that the tunnel would collapse at any moment. Plop! After some time, Sima Yue fell out of the spatial tunnel and into the water. Thief! Sima Yue came out of the water and spat out the water in her mouth. She wiped the water off her face. She still had lingering fears when she thought about what had happened just now. "I didn't think that the spatial passageway would collapse at the last moment. Fortunately, I've already reached the exit. Otherwise, it might have been torn apart." She raised her head and looked around. She found that this was a small lake. She swam towards the shore. After going ashore and confirming that there was no one around, she flashed into the spirit pagoda. Everyone who was waiting in the spirit pagoda was shocked to see Sima Yue drenched as she walked in. Did she fight with someone outside just now? Why are you all wet?" Sima Yulan covered her mouth as she asked with a smile. "I fell into the water when I entered the little realm." Sima Yue said, "I'll go change my clothes and bring you guys out." She quickly changed her clothes and led everyone out of the spirit pagoda. This time, apart from Wei Ziqi and the others, Sima Yuming and his brothers, there was also Sima Yulin and the other 3. "This is the little realm? Looks similar to the outside." Sima Yuyang looked around, but didn't find anything special. "The spiritual energy is denser," Sima Yulin said. "Furthermore, The plants here seem to be rather old. Sima Yulan said, also, I can sense quite a few treasures. There must be a lot of treasures here. Sister, I also sensed it. There are many treasures here. Little Two said. This little realm is actually very similar to the Sima family's land. They are both different spaces. The only difference is that the land is fixed while this little realm is alive. It is said that it will move with time. We have 1 year to look for treasures and increase our strength. Sima Yue said. Only 1 year. What if we don't leave after a year? Sima Yuyang asked. If you don't get out, then you can only stay here for the rest of your life. Sima Yue said, and we don't know when it will connect to this world again in this lifetime. Maybe no one will come here in this lifetime. If you want to be a savage here for the rest of your life, it's not impossible. Sima Yuyang shivered, saying, forget it, I still prefer the Huahua world outside. We can't see anything from here. Let's find a direction and see if we can find anything good. Sima Yuran said. Sure. Can you Lan sense where there are treasures? Sima Yuyang agreed. Sima Yulan closed her eyes and sensed, saying, although I don't know what's in that direction, the fluctuations are bigger. I think it won't be bad. Then let's go there and take a look. Sima Yue called out Little Rock. There are treasures in that direction too. Sima Yulan pointed in another direction. Looks like there are treasures everywhere. Sima Yulu said. Since there are so many of us, why don't we split up? Sima Yuqing said. That works too. Sima Yulin nodded. There were a total of 14 of them. They could split into 2 groups and search for their own opportunities. That's right. In any case, we're not weak now. We might not be at a disadvantage if we meet people from other continents. Sima Yuyang said, if we split up, we might be able to find more treasures. Sima Yulan disagreed, saying, but we only have 1 year. If we don't meet when the time is up, won't the others have to stay here forever? I have an idea. Sima Yue said as she took out 2 pieces of jade, saying, this is a treasure that I dug up from my senior brother's body. As long as we drip a drop of blood on it, we'll be able to see each other's direction and distance. When the time comes, we'll use this to find each other. Will this work? Sima Yulu asked. You'll know once you try. Sima Yue said. She dripped a drop of blood on it and got Sima Yulin to drip a drop of blood on it. The 2 drops of blood slowly mixed in and 2 red dots appeared on the surface of the jade. Yulin, go and try from afar. Sima Yue said. Sima Yue nodded and flew out. There's no movement. Everyone looked at the jade in Sima Yue's hand and saw that the red dots on it didn't move. They felt that this method wouldn't work. Hey, there's a red dot moving. Sima Yuqing suddenly cried out. Everyone looked over and sure enough, they saw a red dot slowly moving in a certain direction. Sima Yue took out the Mother Sun Stone and contacted Sima Yulin. She asked him how far he had gone and was told that he had already flown a few tens of kilometers. A few tens of kilometers isn't too far. We'll definitely be able to find each other. Sima Yuming said. Then we can split up. Sima Yuqing said. Very quickly, Sima Yulin returned and everyone had already split up. Sima Yue led Bei Gong Tang, Wei Ziqi, Ouyang Fei, Fatty Chu, Little Two and Sima Yulu in one team. Sima Yuqing, Sima Yulan, Sima Yuyang, Sima Yuming, Sima Yuqi, Sima Yuran and Sima Yulin in the other team. Since we've split up, let's split up. Sima Yue said, the Mother Sun Stone has been given to you. Everyone must keep in touch. If you're alone, you must contact the others. Very quickly, the 2 teams flew in the direction that Sima Yulan had pointed out. Sima Yue and the others sat on Little Rock and quickly arrived at a large mountain. It should be here. Sima Yue said. She patted Little Rock's back and Little Rock brought them to the ground. Someone has been here before. Wei Ziqi said. Sima Yue and the others followed his gaze and saw that there were indeed people's footprints. There were also traces of people passing by. Based on the freshness of these traces, those people had just arrived here not long ago. Let's go to the mountain and take a look. Sima Yue said. Little Rock transformed and landed on Sima Yue's shoulder and the group of them walked into the mountain. After walking for half a day and going over a few mountains, Little Two tugged on Sima Yoyue's clothes and said, "Sister, there's a treasure there." "You can sense treasures too?" Fatty Chu looked at Little Two in shock. Little Two shook his head, saying, "I can smell a very, very fragrant smell." "Let's go over and take a look," Sima Yue said. They followed the direction that Little Two pointed and walked for a while. Indeed, they saw a blooming flower at the bottom of a cliff. "Big bro, there's a flower." They had yet to speak when a rough voice came from behind them. Chapter 343. It's really an illusion. Another tender voice sounded, "Big brother, we're really lucky. We've only just arrived and we've already met Zisu Hua." Sima Yue and the rest's faces darkened when they heard the voice. The other party was treating them like air. They turned around and saw a dozen or so young people disembarking from a huge spirit beast. The leader was a man who looked to be in his 20s or 30s, and he was accompanied by 3 women and 6 men. "Big brother, there's someone else here," a girl in an emerald green dress said when she saw Sima Yue and the rest. The man in the lead looked handsome, but unfortunately his pair of malicious eyes ruined his handsomeness. He looked at Sima Yue and the others and said, "This is the illusory flower that we found. Please take a detour." Sima Yue raised her eyebrows. Was the other party planning to snatch Zishu's flower? "Are you all blind?" she said bluntly. "What do you mean?" Another woman in a red dress shouted. "It's literally what it means." Sima Yue said, "We were the ones who came here first, but you said that you found the fake flower. We were standing in front of you, but you couldn't see it. If you're not blind, what are you?" "You're the blind one." The woman in the red dress took out a whip and pointed it at Sima Yue and the others, saying, "In any case, we were the ones who found this flower. Hurry up and get out of the way, otherwise don't blame us for being impolite." As soon as she finished speaking, the people behind her took a few steps forward and came to her side. They all looked at Sima Yue and the rest. "No wonder Master asked me why I didn't rob him the first time we met. It turns out that people like to rob people," Sima Yue said. "Who said anything about robbing? This is clearly the illusory flower that we saw first. If you know what's good for you, leave quickly. Otherwise, not to mention this illusory flower, I'm afraid you'll even lose your lives." The coarse man who spoke first said. Sima Yue glanced at Bei Gong Tang, and Bei Gong Tang nodded. She leaped onto the cliff and dug out the illusory flower. After this Zishu flower bloomed, it would be as red as a camellia. No matter if it was the flower, the branches, or the leaves, they were all good medicinal ingredients that could be used to refine pills. Especially the flower, it was one of the medicinal ingredients that Emo Sha couldn't lack in the conjoined pill formula. Seeing that Bei Gong Tang had actually disregarded their words and dug out the Zishu flower, the other party was furious. The lady in the red dress immediately threw her whip at Sima Yue, shouting at the same time, "How dare you steal our Zishu flower? Take them all down." Hearing her words, those people immediately attacked Sima Yue and the rest. Sima Yue and the rest did not show any signs of weakness. Fatty Chu was the first to rush over. When he arrived at the enemy's camp, he punched the first boorish man to the ground, causing him to lose his ability to fight. "Fatty Chu, good job." Sima Yulu saw how strong Fatty Chu was and shouted loudly. The other party did not think that Sima Yue and the rest would be able to knock one of their men down. Seeing how strong Fatty Chu's body was, they quickly called out their contracted beasts. "Contracted beasts? We have them too." Sima Yulu and the rest called out their own contracted beasts. They were all divine beasts, causing the other party to be greatly shocked. Especially since the lowest ranked one was a 5th ranked spirit paragon. That was comparable to a spirit paragon's strength. How could they be a match for these divine beasts? When those people saw the divine beasts, they knew that they had kicked an iron plate. Although these people were few in number, they were not weak. They had initially wanted to rob them, but they did not expect to be beaten up instead. After 10 minutes, apart from the 3 ladies who were slightly better off, the other 7 men were all beaten up until their heads were swollen. They were lying on the ground, unable to get up. Sima Yue looked at the people lying on the ground and said, "I've always been the one to rob others. No one else has ever robbed me." The next time you want to rob, open your eyes wide. We may spare your lives, but others may not. She looked at the lady in the red dress who had pointed a whip at her and said, "The next time you dare to point a whip at me, be careful of your whip. I won't be merciful just because you're a beautiful lady. Let's go." After speaking, they each sat on their own contracted beasts and left the cliff. Once they left, those people climbed up with difficulty and took out pills to eat. "Big brother, who are those people? Why do they have so many divine beasts?" The leader of the group had also been beaten until he was barely conscious. He said, "Each of them has a spirit paragon-level divine beast. If they aren't from the primordial lands, then they could only be from the clans of the other continents. I took a look just now. There are 3 spirit paragons among them, and the other 3 are advanced spirit overlords. Even that little child is a spirit king. Their bone ages don't look old, but their strength is higher than our people." The lady in the jade green dress said. Bone age referred to a person's real age. It was not like a person's appearance. Perhaps they would stay young because of cultivation, but their bone age was always increasing. I originally thought that I had encountered a fortuitous encounter after coming in, but I never thought that I would be beaten up like this. If they really came down from the primordial lands, we've really kicked an iron plate. "Big brother, what do we do now?" the lady in the red dress asked. "What else can we do?" The man glared at her, saying, "If that's really the case, we have to hide from them. This is not the primordial lands we're from. If they kill us, we can only die in vain. Everyone, let's heal first." Although they were unwilling, they could only choose to stop here. Because the people from the primordial lands were not people they could provoke. After Sima Yue and the others left the cliff, they continued to advance into the mountains. Little Tu said that the deeper they went, the more he seemed to be able to sense the treasure that Sima Yulan was talking about. Before the sky turned dark, they came to another valley to set up camp. There were no plants in the entire valley, only bare rocks. Sima Yue set up a protective array around the campsite, then the group started to prepare food. "It smells so good." A group of people walked over, and before they even got close, someone exclaimed. Sima Yue had already sensed them when they entered the valley, but she did not have much of a reaction. After all, this was not their territory, and she did not feel any bad vibes from these people. "Everyone is in such a good mood," a lady in a tight outfit said as she looked at them. Sima Yue and the others nodded at her, which was considered as a reply. "It's getting late, can we have a place in this valley?" the lady asked. "This place is not exclusive to us, do as you please," Wei Ziqi said. Those people set up camp not far from them, and a fatty ran over. When he saw Sima Yue, Bei Gong Tang and the others barbecuing, his saliva almost flowed out. Just now, he had exclaimed that it smelled so good. The lady walked over and said, "We came from the restless continent. I'm called Gua Pei Pei, what about you?" Chapter 344. Restless Continent? Seeing how confident they were, could it be that the restless continent was famous? "We are from the Lin continent," Wei Ziqi replied. Lin continent? Gua Pei Pei and the rest looked at Wei Ziqi and the others in shock. "You're really from the Lin continent?" "Yeah, what's wrong?" Sima Yue did not understand why the other party was so surprised. In the past, when the little realm appeared, no one from the Lin continent came here. Gua Pei Pei smiled and said, "You should be the first to come to this little realm in tens of thousands of years, so you're a little surprised. Please don't take offense." Sima Yue and the others nodded. Indeed, no one had come to the little realm before. "What are your names?" Gua Pei Pei asked. "My name is Wei Ziqi." Wei Ziqi first introduced himself, then introduced Sima Yue and the rest. Gua Pei Pei also introduced them. The little fatty who was drooling over the food was Guo Liang, Gua Pei Pei's younger brother. Gua Pei Pei looked at Guo Liang and slapped him on the head. "Sister, why did you hit me?" Guo Liang rubbed his head and glared at Gua Pei Pei. Gua Pei Pei put her hands on her hips and roared, "Stop spitting! Don't embarrass me!" Although Guo Liang was dissatisfied, he still restrained his greedy look and turned to look at the two who were preparing the food with a smile. "You had this," Sima Yue looked at him and asked with a smile, "Do you want to eat?" Guo Liang nodded vigorously. His eyes shone as he looked at the barbecued meat. Guo Pei tugged at Guo Liang's sleeve and said, "My little brother likes to eat it. Please don't mind him." "It's nothing, we all like to eat it," Wei Ziqi said. "Since we have prepared a lot of food, you guys can join us. However, you'll have to cook for yourselves after eating," Sima Yue said. Foodies were everywhere. In the past, she had thought that she liked to eat rather unconventional, but as she interacted with more and more people, she realized that there were still many people who liked to eat. "Sure, your way of grilling meat is quite unique. Can you teach me?" Guo Liang heard Sima Yue's words and came over to ask. "Sure." Sima Yue nodded. Then, she placed the roasted meat in her hands onto the plate and let Guo Liang come to her seat. She let him watch Bei Gong Tang roast the meat while she stood at the side to give him pointers on where to put the seasoning or when to turn the meat. This Guo Liang was indeed a foodie. His hands-on skills were not just for show. Looking at the way he flipped the meat, from the beginning he was a little unfamiliar, but later on he became skillful and smooth. This was not something that Fatty Chu and the rest could compare to. When Sima Yue saw that he had almost learned everything, she went to the side and picked up a piece of barbecued meat to eat. At the same time, she passed the plate with the barbecued meat to everyone. Guo Pei was a little embarrassed at first, but after taking a bite of the barbecued meat, her reservation disappeared and she exclaimed that it was delicious. When the other members of the Guo family saw this, they were no longer reserved and came over to eat the roasted meat. "How can we not have good wine at a time like this?" Fatty Chu said as he took out more than 10 jugs of wine and threw one jug over. Everyone hugged the jug and drank 2 mouthfuls. Bei Gong Tang rolled her eyes at Sima Yue, who was standing at the side eating the barbecued meat. This guy really knew how to slack off. Guo Liang saw that the others were eating happily and shouted, "You guys leave some for me too, I haven't eaten yet." Wei Ziqi smiled and put down the jug. He came to Guo Liang's side and said, "Let me do it." Guo Liang passed the barbecued meat in his hands to Wei Ziqi and went to his previous position. He hugged the jug that he had drunk and started drinking, not minding that Wei Ziqi had drunk from it. Ouyang Fei also stood up and came to Bei Gong's barbecued meat rack and said, "You go and rest, I'll do it." Bei Gong Tang did not want a barbecued meat anymore and gave the stall to Ouyang Fei before joining the crowd. "Yue, I want to eat meat porridge." Bei Gong Tang said unhappily that Sima Yue had left first. Sima Yue put down the barbecued meat in her hands and took out pots and pans to cook the porridge. Recently, she had eaten a lot of barbecued meat and did not really want to eat it. Tonight, it was only because the 3 big men wanted to eat it. Guo Liang saw Sima Yue's utensils and said, "These are all spiritual tools. If you use them to cook, it will definitely increase the taste of the food. Why didn't I think of this before?" Guo Pei looked at him as if he was an idiot and said, "When have you ever seen an armament master refining these spirit artifacts?" "That's true." Guo Liang scratched his head and said, "Those armament masters' butts are too high. If you want them to refine these things, you'll probably be blacklisted forever. Don't tell me that the armament masters in the Lin continent refine these things to sell? Yue, where did you buy these spiritual tools?" "The armament masters in our continent are the same. How could they refine these things?" Sima Yue said. "Then where did you get these from?" Guo Liang asked. "Fatty refined them." Sima Yue said, "Who asked him to be such a glutton? When we asked him to refine these things, he was even more enthusiastic than us." When the others heard her words, they laughed and said, "I think Fatty is the most unambitious armament master." Fatty Chu was not angry. He hugged the wine jar and said, "This is called applying what you have learned. This was taught to me by Yue." "Then Fatty, help me refine some too." Guo Liang said, "Don't worry, I'll definitely pay you. When I'm free, I'll refine them for you." Fatty Chu did not reject. However, they were here to look for opportunities. How would they have the time? "Fatty, what about the ones you refined in the past?" Wei Ziqi asked. "In the past? I can't take them out." Fatty Chu said. He was very principled. How could he show others things that were not refined well? "Fatty, you still have more." Guo Liang looked at Fatty and said, Since you have ready-made ones, sell them to me. Otherwise, when the time comes and you don't have time to refine them for me, I'll miss out on an armament master like you. Fatty Chu was pestered by Guoliang for a long time before he finally took out a few spirit tools. They were all pots and pans, and there was even a barbecue rack. These were all things that he had refined for Sima Yue. Because he felt that they were not very good, he waited for his armament refining skills to improve before he refined them again. Because of this, Sima Yue and the rest even joked that there would be a day when they would use these divine tools to make food. When Guoliang saw these tools, he was extremely excited. He touched this and looked at that. His mouth was about to split open from ear to ear. Fatty, I want all these spirit tools. How are you selling them? Fatty Chu shook his head and said, I'm not selling these things. Once he heard that he was not selling, Guoliang panicked and said, Fatty, how can you not sell them? No way, if you don't sell them to me, I'll always follow you. I'll follow you wherever you go. Chapter 345. Fatty Chu was speechless. Did Guoliang have to be so agitated? It was still Wei Ziqi who laughed from the side. Fatty's meaning is that these things are all for you, and you don't need to spend money to buy them. Really? Happiness came so suddenly that Guoliang couldn't believe it for a moment. Fatty Chu nodded his head and said, This thing wasn't refined very well in the first place. Since you want it, I'll give it to you. In any case, I don't think anyone would buy it. Thank you, Fatty. Guoliang was so excited that he almost gave Fatty Chu a bear hug. Guo Pei Pei helplessly shook her head when she saw her brother like this. She saw Sima Yue and Bei Gong Tang fiddling at the side. She walked over and asked, What are you guys doing? Kanji. It's good for nourishing one's qi and skin. It's suitable for women to nourish their bodies. Sima Yue said smoothly, You can have a bowl later. Guo Pei Pei looked at Sima Yue and said, You're a man. How do you know what a woman needs? Sima Yue originally wanted to nourish herself and Bei Gong Tang, so she answered Guo Pei Pei's question. Why did Guo Pei Pei act as if she was a gangster? Bei Gong's health isn't good, so I often make things for her to nourish her body. She was only stunned for a moment before she made up a story. Bei Gong Tang rolled her eyes at her, but did not expose her. I see. Miss Bei Gong is so lucky to have the few of you to protect her. As she said that, she looked at Wei Ziqi who was roasting meat for Bei Gong. By the way, your surnames are different. You're not from the same family, right? No. Bei Gong Tang said, We formed a team when we were 15 or 16, and have already lived together for 6 to 7 years. We've been living together all this time, and we're closer than normal family members. It was rare for Bei Gong Tang to say such emotional words. Sima Yue was not used to it. That's great, Guo Pei Pei said enviously. For a large family like theirs, it was very difficult for such feelings to exist. Miss Guo, what kind of land is the Restless Land? Sima Yue asked. The Restless Continent is one of the top 10 continents, where geniuses gather. Many sects and families have members in the primordial lands. One of the 10 great continents? How did the continent's rankings come about? Bei Gong Tang asked curiously. Guo Pei Pei was originally a little surprised that they didn't even know this, but then she remembered that they came from the captive continent, and felt that it was normal, because they had never participated in the matters between the continents. She patiently explained to them, this ranking is actually based on the geniuses of each continent. Every 500 years, a competition will be held between the continents, and then the rankings will be calculated according to the results of each continent. So the participants are all geniuses from different continents? Sima Yue asked. That's right. People under 200 years old are geniuses. Guo Pei Pei said, this kind of competition is usually hosted by the forces of the upper realm. Those geniuses who stand out will be selected by the upper realm. The good ones will even directly join those forces. Don't all deities enter the upper realm? Sima Yue asked. Ha! The Guo family's people laughed when they heard their conversation. A girl called Guo Fu smiled and said, It's not like that. Deities have the qualifications to enter the upper realm, but not necessarily. But Fatty Chu asked. Because it's too hard to survive in the upper realm. If you don't have a powerful background, most deities will be easily killed by others. Guo Fu said. Fatty Chu and the others blinked. Was the upper realm that cruel? Guo Fu is not exaggerating at all. In our continent, those who have advanced to deities will not immediately go up. They will wait until their power is a little stronger before going up. Only those who have been selected by the forces of the upper realm will go up. Guo Peipei said. Your continent can advance to deities? Sima Yuyu asked in surprise. They can. Why can't you? The Guo family's people looked at Sima Yue and the others in surprise. Sima Yue shook her head, saying, Our continent can only advance to the peak of Spirit Paragon and can't advance any further. The only sacred beast that appeared, I don't know what method he used to advance. I've heard before that the Yi Lin continent is called the prison continent. The rules there are very strong. Maybe it's because of this that you can't advance to deities. Guo Peipei said. Young Miss Guo, you said that the upper realm is cruel. How cruel is it? Fatty Chu asked. I heard one of my granduncles say that in the upper realm, there are tens of thousands of people dying every day. Guo Peipei said, It doesn't sound like a lot, but thinking about it, there are so many people dying every day. How many people will die in the long run? Fatty Chu swallowed his saliva, saying, So many people will die? Won't they all die? If this was the Yi Lin continent, the entire continent would have died in a few years, right? Hearing his words, the Guo family laughed again. Guo Liang shook his head, saying, There are so many people in each continent, and the lifespan of a spirit master is so long. How many descendants will there be? Although there are many people dying every day, there are also many people being born every day. Although many people die, there are also many people who will be sent to the upper realm, so you don't have to worry about everyone dying. Do you know how many continents there are in total? Fatty Chu was shocked. He used to think that the Dongchen kingdom was big, but after he came out and saw the Yi Lin continent, he felt that the Dongchen kingdom was small. Now that he heard them say this, the entire Yi Lin continent was just a drop in the ocean in this world. It is said that there are thousands of continents in our region, and the primordial lands is one level above us. It is said that there are continents that are on par with the primordial lands, but this world is too big, and we don't know if there are any. Guo Peipei said. Pahesh, the barbecued meat in Fatty Chu's hand fell to the ground, and he was completely stunned. Sima Yue's hand that was cooking the porridge also paused, and the ladle almost fell into the pot. Wei Ziqi and Ouyang Fei even forgot to flip the barbecued meat, and their faces were full of shock. Guo Peipei looked at Sima Yue and the others' expressions, and knew that her words had shocked them. She brushed the hair by her ear and said, Actually, no matter how big this world is, we are all moving upwards. We just have to set our goal to go to the upper realm. That's right, actually this world isn't that big. It's just that this is the first time you've heard of it, and that's why you're so shocked. Guo Fu said. They didn't know that the Yi Lin continent knew nothing about the outside world, so they didn't think that their words would shock them so much. Chapter 346. I really didn't think that this world would actually be so big. Wei Ziqi stroked his chin and sighed. Fortunately, they had chosen to come out. If not, they would have lived in a small place like the Dongchen kingdom for the rest of their lives, forever living like frogs at the bottom of a well. Sima Yue was more receptive as she recalled the endless universe in her previous life. There were many planets in the universe that even the people of the current era did not know about. Other than the ones that could be seen and explored, there were many more planets further away, and there might be many more life forms. Take the solar system as an example. With the Sun as the center, there were 8 major planets, including Mercury, Venus, and Earth, hundreds of known satellites, and hundreds of millions of small bodies in the solar system. And no one could say for sure how many solar systems there were in the universe. The primordial lands were like the Sun, and the other continents were like the planets and moons around the Sun. The world was infinitely big. This was Sima Yue's conclusion. But no matter how big the world is, their world lies in their hearts. However big their hearts were, their world would be just as big. After figuring this out, she slowly calmed down and continued to cook the porridge. Wei Ziqi and the rest also slowly accepted this matter. It was no wonder that they had been together with Sima Yue for so long. Their ability to accept things was extremely strong. No matter how big this world is, what we can do now is to raise our own strength. Fatty Chu clenched his fist and said, "That's right. Only when you have the strength can you go to other places to take a look." Sima Yue nodded as well. Sima Yue nodded in satisfaction when she saw that they were not affected by this fact. "The porridge is ready." She put away the fire at the bottom of the pot, and Bei Gong Tang and the others each took out their own bowls to scoop a bowl of soup. They ate a delicious meal together with the dishes that Bei Gong Tang had just cooked. "The food you guys make is really delicious. I ate so much barbecued meat just now that I'm full. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have eaten so much just now," Guliang said as he rubbed his round belly. Guopei looked at her brother helplessly. She couldn't wait to punch him in the face and embarrass him again. But tonight, she had eaten more than she had ever eaten in her life. It was the same for the other members of the Guo family. Almost everyone was full. They had never eaten so much before. Dash! Suddenly, a wolf's howl woke the lazy group of people. They stood up and looked in the direction of the howl. Dash! Not long after, the aftermath of the battle spread over. Even though they were far away, they could still feel the soul-stirring pressure. Judging by the noise, there are at least 2 divine beasts at the peak of the spiritual venerable realm fighting, Guopei said. "It's coming from the heart of the mountain range's mountain range. It seems like there's some kind of heavenly treasure over there, which is why a battle of this level could occur," Guopei said. "How do you know that there's a treasure?" Fatty Chu, "I've been to another lesser realm before. The rules are similar to this lesser realm. Only those below the ultimate god realm can enter." "S's," Guopei said. "T, you've been to others?" Guopei nodded, saying, "These appear at irregular times. But when they appear, the continents will get the news and let people in. I was lucky enough to come across one a few years ago." "Big sister, should we go over?" Guoliang looked at the sky that was almost dyed red by the battle and asked. Guopei said, "They'll be fighting until tomorrow morning. There's no point in us going tonight." "Oh." The members of the Guo family were convinced by Guopei's words. Since she refused to go, they sat down again. Sima Yue looked at the Guo family members. They were all strong. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so calm in front of a spirit paragon spirit beast. While she was sighing, the Guo family members were also guessing there's strength. They came from the Lin continent and shouldn't be very strong. They were so calm either because they were ignorant or because they were strong enough to not be afraid of a spirit paragon spirit beast. From tonight's interaction, they were definitely not ignorant people. Hence, the latter was the only possibility. Sima Yue and the others asked the Guo family members about the littles. Since they had eaten so much from them, the Guo family members had no choice but to tell them most of what they knew about the littles, and even told them how to raise their littles' strength. Sima Yue didn't have any objections to what they said and listened to them humbly. However, to her, when she found out that there was a group of divine beasts here, taming divine beasts seemed to have become a big way for her to increase her strength. When the 2 sides were done talking, the Guo family members got up and left. Just as they returned to their own tents, they suddenly felt a sense of danger and all of them came out. Sima Yue also told everyone the moment the danger came. She even called Little Roar out and told him to go with Little Rock to gather information. Soon, Little Roar and the others came back and said, "There are many spirit beasts on both sides of the valley. We've been surrounded." "How many?" Sima Yue asked. "More than 100. Little Roar said. Seeing Sima Yue heave a sigh of relief, he added, "It's more than 100 in one direction." "What? Why didn't you say it all at once? Why are you panting at this time?" Sima Yue knocked Little Roar's head. Little Roar looked gloomily at Sima Yue and wanted to stretch out his little legs to rub his head that was knocked. "What are the ranks of those spirit beasts?" Sima Yue asked again. "Most of them are rank 2 or 3, a few of them are rank 3. None of them are rank 4. Little Rock said. "Other than spirit beasts, there are many saint beasts behind." Little Roar added. "Can't we take a flying beast and leave this place?" Fatty Chu asked. You can't. Little Roar said, there are many flying beasts circling in the air. If you go up, you'll only be a target. The Gua family members also received the news. After thinking for a while, Gua Pei Pei walked over and said to them, there are many spirit beasts surrounding this valley. I'm afraid there will be a battle later. When the time comes, we'll try our best to help you block some of them. Thank you for your kind intentions, Miss Gua. Sima Yue smiled. However, we don't plan to fight with those spirit beasts directly. You want to take a flying beast and leave? Gua Pei Pei disagreed. There are many flying beasts outside. This path won't work. Sima Yue smiled confidently. No, we won't leave. We'll stay in this valley. Chapter 347. Since you've decided to stay, why are you not attacking those spirit beasts? Gua Pei Pei was puzzled. Sima Yue smiled and explained, look, there are divine beasts at the peak of the spiritual venerable realm fighting over there. Logically speaking, these divine beasts should avoid them. Why are they still coming to this valley? Something must have attracted them, or they must have been ordered by someone to ignore those two divine beasts. Gua Pei Pei said, that's right. So what we need to do now is to find out the reason. Otherwise, it doesn't matter if we run or fight. Sima Yue said. But those are all divine beasts. The Gua family's people all gathered around. Even if my eldest sister has already reached the level of a spiritual venerable, she still won't be able to deal with so many divine beasts at the same time, not to mention that some of them are almost at the level of a spiritual venerable. Sima Yue did not think that Gua Pei Pei would become a spirit paragon at such a young age. She thought about how the spirit paragons in the Lin continent were all old fellows, but the spirit paragon in front of her was so young. Comparisons were odious. However, at this moment, she had forgotten that the few of them had already reached the level of spirit emperor at such a young age. Furthermore, they had come from a continent like the Lin continent, where the rules of the continent had been stripped away. Little Roar, can you find out why those spirit beasts came to this valley? Sima Yue asked Little Roar, who was in her embrace. There are so many divine beasts. I'm scared to go out. Little Roar said. Didn't you claim to be the best at swindling spirit beasts? Now you're just going to scout for information, can't you do that? Fatty Chu said from the side. No. Little Roar's long ears drooped down as he used his claws to cover them. He stayed in Sima Yue's embrace and did not move. Sima Yue felt that Little Roar was acting strangely and reached out to touch his long ears, asking, Little Roar, what's wrong with you? Yu, I don't feel well. I don't feel well at all. Little Roar opened his eyes wide and looked pitifully at Sima Yue. Sima Yue did not expect that Little Roar, who was fine just now, would suddenly feel uncomfortable. She asked worriedly, where do you feel uncomfortable? I don't know either. I just feel that my heart is very stuffy and irritated. Little Roar said. Master, I have the same feeling. The blood in my body feels like it's boiling. Little Rock landed on Sima Yue's shoulder and spoke with difficulty, as if he was restraining something. Master Mu. A bird on Gua Pei Pei's shoulder also said. Something must have affected them. Gua Pei Pei immediately reacted and took back the bird on her shoulder. Sima Yue also kept Little Roar and Little Rock into the spirit pagoda. After the two contracted beasts entered, they felt much better. Yue, there might be magic crystal stones here. Mo Sha suddenly transmitted. Magic crystals? What is that? Sima Yue asked. A type of magic crystal that can mess up a spirit beast's mind. Mo Sha said, I'll tell you the specifics later. You have to find that thing first, it's useful to me. Sima Yue pursed her lips. Every time this guy wanted something, he would ask her to get it for him. He never did anything. I'll go back and see if there's anything else I can squeeze from him. I can't always work for him for free. She muttered in her heart. Everyone's spirit beasts were uncomfortable. They didn't even dare to call out their contracted beasts now. They were fine just now. Why did they suddenly become like this? Guafu said worriedly, without contracted beasts, our battle power will be greatly reduced. Who would have thought that they would encounter such a situation when they just arrived in the little realm? Do you guys know about the magic crystal stones? Sima Yue asked. Magic crystal stones? What's that? Guliang asked. My contracted beasts told me that they were affected by the magic crystal stones. Sima Yue said. Magic crystal stones. Guapepe frowned, saying, What's that? Sima Yue saw them like this and knew that they didn't know what the magic crystal stones were either. It seemed like they couldn't rely on them. Big sis, what do we do now? Another girl from the Gua family looked at Guapepe and asked. Guapepe's expression wasn't good either. Without contracted beasts, their battle power was reduced by almost half. She was the only spirit paragon. It would be difficult for them to deal with a few hundred spirit beasts. Looks like we have to find the magic crystal stones. Wei Ziqi said. We've been in this valley for so long and haven't felt anything. It'll be difficult to find the magic crystal stones now. Ouyang Fei said. We still have to find it. Sima Yue said, only when we find it will those spirit beasts stop. Don't worry. Emosha transmitted, the magic crystal stones don't move during the day. You guys just have to last through tonight. We can find the magic crystal stones tomorrow. Those spirit beasts won't eat the magic crystal stones? Sima Yue asked. The magic crystal stones will only make them delirious. They won't have any appetite. Emosha said. Then it'll be easy. Sima Yue said. Yue, do you have a way? Wei Ziqi and the others asked when they saw Sima Yue's expression. They said that the magic crystal stones will only move at night and not during the day. We just have to last through tonight. Sima Yue said. But it won't be easy to last through tonight. Guapepe looked outside the valley and said, so many spirit beasts are coming, and we only have a few dozen people. Array. Sima Yue said, just use an array. Call all of your men over. Ziqi, you guys pay attention to the situation outside. See how long it'll take for the spirit beasts to come here. I'll go set up a defensive array. Although she had set up a defensive array when they came here, it wasn't very good. She needed to set up a new one. She took out an array stone and suddenly slapped it on her forehead, saying, How could I be so stupid? What's wrong, Yue? Bei Gongtang saw her slapping her forehead and asked. I'm crying because of my own stupidity. Sima Yue said, I could set up an array. Why didn't I set up a teleportation array? Why did I set up a defensive array? Call them all over, we'll leave this place immediately. Roar dash, Awadash. The spirit beasts were getting closer and closer. They were just a few minutes away from reaching them. Everyone, come into the defensive array. Sima Yue shouted at the Gua family members. Once they were in, she injected some spirit energy into the ground and activated the array. A white light enveloped them. After that, she began to set up a teleportation array in the defensive array. The Gua family members didn't think that Sima Yue was an array master. Furthermore, she didn't even need to think before setting up the array. This showed that she wasn't a low-ranked array master. After a few minutes, those spirit beasts rushed to the center of the valley. Yue, the spirit beasts are charging in. Fatty Chu saw the spirit beasts and shouted, What's the rush? Don't we still have a defensive array? Sima Yue didn't even raise her head as she continued to set up the array. She wasn't worried about the spirit beasts charging in at all. Chapter 348. The spirit beasts that rushed over seemed to have smelled the scent of humans. After they entered, they rushed straight towards the defensive array. Because they were blocked, they began to attack the defensive array non-stop. Big sis, is this reliable? That's right. She's so young. Can she set up a teleportation array? The requirements for a teleportation array formation master were relatively high because it involved tearing open a passage in the void. Many array formation masters were unable to come out of the teleportation array. Do you have any other options other than trusting her? Guapepe asked. It wasn't a problem for her to rush out alone, but it would be difficult for her to bring her family with her. Bang! The divine beasts kept attacking the defense array, and the red-eyed spirit beasts came from all directions. Several times, the defense array looked like it was about to collapse. When the Gua family saw the crazy spirit beasts outside, they were scared witless. However, when he looked at Sima Yue, he realized that she was still leisurely setting up the teleportation formation. If I had known that there would be so many divine beasts, I would have set up the Sima family's clan protection formation. I wouldn't have to go through so much trouble to set up the teleportation formation, Sima Yue mumbled as she set up the formation. You can't hold on much longer. Wei Ziqi said. Sima Yue finished carving the last array stone into the ground and said, "All right, everyone come over." Everyone stood beside her. She quickly activated the array because she saw that the defense array was already on the verge of collapse. The light of the teleportation enveloped them. At the same time, the defense array was broken. The mythological beasts rushed over, but they only had time to roar at them before those humans disappeared in front of their eyes. Roar! One of the divine beasts was extremely fast. It grabbed the tail of the teleportation array and disappeared together with it. About 10 miles away from the canyon, a dozen or so people fell from the sky. They were dizzy from the fall. Piff! Before everyone could react, they heard the sound of the spiritual sword piercing into the body. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Guapepe stabbing her sword into the heart of a divine beast. Her spiritual energy flowed through the spirit sword and entered the divine beast's body, shattering its heart. The divine beast whimpered a few times before it lost its life. "Big sister?" Guo Liang shouted. "When I was teleporting, I felt a divine beast following me." Guapepe said. That was why she immediately attacked the mythological beast that came out of the teleportation array. I can only set up a short-distance teleportation formation now. We are not far from the canyon now. We should leave quickly. If they find out and chase after us, we will be in trouble. Sima Yue said. Thus, the group of people flew in the opposite direction of the valley. They traveled the entire night and only stopped when the sun rose the next day. Everyone, let's rest here. Sima Yue said as she guessed that the danger had passed. After rushing for an entire night, there isn't much spirit qi left in my body. Fatty Chu said as he took out some elixirs and swallowed them. The others also ate pills and meditated to recover their spirit qi. Sima Yue sat at the side and called out Little Roar and Little Rock, asking, "How are the two of you now?" I'm fine now. Little Roar rubbed against Sima Yue's chest and said coquettishly, "It's good that you're fine." Sima Yue rubbed his long ears, then looked at Little Rock and said, "What about you, Little Rock?" "Master, after we entered the spirit pagoda, we began to slowly recover. We've already calmed down," Little Rock said. "Then, can you still feel the magic crystal's vibrations from here?" Sima Yue asked. Little Rock and Little Roar shook their heads. Looks like Emosha was right when he said that there wouldn't be any vibrations in the day. Sima Yue said, "Then let's go back and look for the magic crystal." "Master, why are we looking for the magic crystal?" Little Rock did not understand. This thing was harmful to the mythological beasts. Why did they have to look for it? Emosha said it's useful, but I don't know what he's going to do with it. Sima Yue said. She told everyone to wait here while she made a trip back to the valley. Then, she sat on Little Rock and flew towards the valley. That's a level 5 mythological beast for Winged Rock? Last night Little Rock was only in camouflage, so they did not see Little Rock's real body and level. Seeing it today, they were all shocked. A mythological beast with the strength of a spirit paragon and an array master. Looks like the people of the Lin continent aren't all that bad. The Gua family sighed in their hearts. Little Rock's speed was extremely fast. The distance that they had to fly for the entire night, Little Rock reached in just over an hour. Sima Yue came to the valley and saw that there was not a single strand of rock, saying, "Looks like we were careless when we set up camp yesterday. When we saw that there were no plants in the valley, we should have thought that something was wrong, but we overlooked this point. Every night, the mythological beasts would go crazy here. No wonder the plants could not grow." She walked around the valley, but did not find any special rocks. She knocked on the bracelet and said, "Hey, I don't know what a magic crystal is. Do you want to come out and look for it?" She originally thought that Emosha would ignore her, but she did not expect that the moment she finished speaking, Emosha would come out from the devil's snare bracelet. "Are you sure it's what you want?" Sima Yue asked. Emosha closed his eyes and felt for a moment, saying, "That's right, it's a magic crystal." After speaking, he floated towards the center of the valley. Every time Sima Yue saw him like this, she felt as if a ghost had come and couldn't help but curse in her heart. Actually, you're a ghost. But cursing was just cursing, she still followed him. One person and one ghost came to the center of the valley. Mo Sha waved his hand, and a huge rock was sent flying by him. Sima Yue felt the strength of his wave, and was speechless. This guy's strength had recovered quite a bit. She saw Mo Sha staring at the rock in a daze and asked, "This is a magic crystal?" Mo Sha said, "Then why are you staring at it in a daze?" "Because I want to." Mo Sha calmly replied. Sima Yue glared at him, grinding her teeth. She really wanted to go up and punch him. "Don't play around like this." Mo Sha acted as if nothing had happened, and turned towards the place where the huge rock was placed. Mo Sha said, "Aren't you very powerful? Dig it out yourself." Sima Yue sat her but on the huge rock that Mo Sha had just sent flying. She supported her chin with both hands and said with a smile, "I can only move things, I can't dig." Mo Sha said, "Benefits." Sima Yue stretched out her hand. "What benefits?" Mo Sha was puzzled. "Look, your soul strength has recovered, and your strength has recovered. It's all because of me, right? If you said you were my person, I wouldn't be so calculative, but you'll leave me sooner or later, right? Of course I can't lose out. I gave you so many good things, and now you want me to be your coolie. Shouldn't you give me some benefits?" Chapter 349. Mo Sha looked at Sima Yu's smiling yet shameless face, and the bit of unhappiness in his heart dissipated. "What benefits do you want?" He looked at her with an indifferent expression. "Anything is fine, as long as it's good stuff." Sima Yue said, "But it's best if it's some kind of high-grade spiritual technique or a rare treasure." "Hey, what are you doing?" She hadn't finished speaking when Mo Sha suddenly appeared in front of her. Furthermore, his upper body and hands had solidified. He held her head and pressed their foreheads together. He said in a seductive voice, "Didn't you say you wanted benefits? I'm giving you benefits now. Is there anyone who gives benefits like you do? Let go of me." Sima Yue struggled and realized that she could not break free from him. "How can I give you benefits if I let you go?" Mo Sha increased the strength of his hand, not letting Sima Yue slip away. Then, when her face was filled with shock, he covered her lips with his. Sima Yue widened her eyes in disbelief. This guy actually kissed her. F*CKU, why do I always get kissed by force? Back then Wu Lingyu was like this. Was he the same now? Especially when the two of them licked their lips after the forceful kiss, looking like they were savoring the aftertaste. It was really infuriating. Mo Sha let go of Sima Yue and said, "So this is the taste of kissing." Sima Yue looked at Mo Sha, who had returned to his soul form, and was unable to vent her anger. Hearing his words, she immediately exploded and roared, "Bullshit kiss, this is a forced kiss. Do you know about forced kissing?" Mo Sha saw that she was so angry and helpless, and a rare smile appeared on his face. "Isn't that a good thing?" he asked. "Good my ass." She used all her strength to wipe her mouth. Just when Mo Sha thought that she had been taken advantage of and wasn't angry, she added, "Even if the two of you are very good-looking, even if this kiss was to benefit me, I should be the one to force a kiss on you, not the other way around." Little Rock and Little Roar, who were at the side, covered their eyes. They really wanted to say that they didn't know this guy. Could it be that she was not conflicted about being kissed, but about being forcefully kissed? Or perhaps, she hoped that he would be the one to kiss her forcefully? When Mo Sha heard her words, his smile deepened. "Look at your sea of consciousness." Although Sima Yue was not happy, she still released a trace of her intent into her sea of consciousness. Her eyes widened again. When she saw clearly what had appeared in her sea of consciousness, the anger on her face disappeared instantly. "Hee, this is not bad." Sima Yue's facial expression changed very quickly, leaving the two beasts speechless. The body refining art was a secret technique that corresponded to the soul refining art. The latter could strengthen one's soul power, while the former could strengthen one's body. The body tempering technique he had given her was one of the body tempering techniques. "Can we go dig now?" Mo Sha looked at a certain someone with a face full of greed, but there wasn't a bit of anger in his heart. Back then, he had spent a lot of effort to obtain these things. Now, she had cheated him of 3 of them. If it was someone else, he would definitely be angry. However, when he saw her satisfied expression, he did not feel angry. Instead, he felt satisfied. Satisfied? He was shocked by his own thoughts. Even when he had obtained so many things in his life and achieved so much, he had never felt satisfied with a good reputation. Now, he felt satisfied just by looking at her smile? Hey, why are you in a daze? Sima Yue waved her hand in front of his eyes. What? He collected his thoughts and looked at a certain someone who was showing off in front of him. Didn't I accept your things and want to do something for you? I wanted to ask if you have any requests? How do I dig? If you don't tell me, what if I break it? Sima Yue said. You can dig as much as you want. Anyway, with your strength, you won't be able to break the magic crystal stone. Mo Sha glanced at her and looked down on her strength. Humph, I won't argue with you. Sima Yue waved her fist and did not look at him anymore. She went to the place where Mo Sha had moved the stone. Because this place was previously covered by a large stone, the color of the soil here was different from the outside. Sima Yue took out a shovel and began to dig the soil. However, she found that the soil was very soft and could not be moved at all. This soil has already been affected by the magic crystal stone and has mutated. It's best if you use your spiritual energy to break it. Mo Sha said faintly from the side. Sima Yue secretly gritted her teeth and the hand holding the shovel unconsciously tightened. This guy, he obviously knew about it but didn't tell her. After seeing her make a fool of herself, he then made sarcastic remarks. Despicable. Hurry up, otherwise you won't be able to finish digging today. Mo Sha saw her internal injuries and was very happy. I won't argue with you. Sima Yue took a deep breath and suppressed her anger. Then she put away the shovel and condensed a spiritual energy ball to attack the ground. There was no movement on the ground. Use the metal attribute. Mo Sha said. She took another deep breath and gritted her teeth. I'll bear with it. She changed her spiritual energy to the metal attribute and formed a seal with both hands. Then she turned her spiritual energy into a large hammer and smashed it down fiercely. Pang! Sima Yue felt as if the ground trembled, but the ground did not move at all. Mo Sha floated over and looked at the ground that did not even have a crack. He shook his head and said, I knew you didn't have enough, but I didn't think that you couldn't even move it a little. Sima Yue was depressed. Could this still be called mud? It was actually so hard. Or was it that her own strength was so weak that she couldn't even move a piece of mud? Try using that divine weapon. Mo Sha said. Sima Yue took out Ling Long, and the moment Ling Long came out, she hugged Sima Yue and cried. Yu, ever since you got those pots and pans, you don't let me out anymore. Sob sob sob. Sima Yue's face was full of black lines. Didn't this girl protest against her using her as a tool in the past? All right, I'll let you out to play more often in the future. She comforted her. Ling Long was originally very small and was only the size of a palm. If someone asked her what she was, how was she supposed to answer? You, why did you call me out this time? Ling Long got Sima Yue's promise and wiped away her non-existent tears. Sima Yue pointed at the hard soil and said, This soil has already turned into rock. I can't move it. Can you help me? No problem. Ling Long patted her chest and came out from Sima Yue's hand. She merged into the divine weapon and then twisted and turned, turning into a hammer. However, it looked much smaller than the hammer that Sima Yue had turned into with her spiritual technique. Aha! Ling Long screamed and the hammer smashed into the ground. The solid ground that Sima Yue had been trying to move for a long time now had cracks like a spider web. Chapter 350. Sima Yue swallowed her saliva as she looked at the crumbling ground. Yu, is this all right? Exquisite asked. Sima Yue walked over and stomped on the soil, turning it into powder. That's enough. She squatted down and reached out to touch the powder. Then she took out a container and put it all in. Ling Long turned into an artifact spirit and sat on her shoulder, asking, Yu, what are you going to do with this? This soil is even harder than normal rocks. I'll pack it up and ask Fatty if he needs it later. I feel that this powder is not ordinary. Sima Yu replied. Mo Sha, who was at the side, didn't expect Sima Yue to be so sharp. The soil that had been transformed by the magic crystal was indeed a rare material for refining weapons. Sima Yue collected all the soil, and a 10-meter square and 2-meter deep pit appeared on the ground. In the middle of the pit, there was a 50-centimeter tall diamond-shaped black crystal. This is a magicite? What a huge piece! Sima Yue brushed off the dirt on the magic crystal, revealing its original appearance. Mo Sha didn't think that there would be such a big piece of magic crystal. The biggest one he had seen before was only the size of a human head. This one was twice as big. Mo Sha, what exactly does this thing do? Sima Yue asked. The magic crystal stone doesn't have much use to other people, but to the people of the devil world, it's like the rare crystals you humans have. Mo Sha said. What is a crystal? What does it do? Mo Sha remembered that this continent didn't have any crystal stones and was in a rare good mood. He explained to her, in the primordial lands, those people's cultivation is different from yours. They absorb spiritual energy, not spiritual energy. They can get the spiritual energy they want from the crystal stones, which is much faster than you guys absorbing spiritual energy bit by bit. Absorb crystals? Sima Yue blinked. She could not imagine what it was like. In the primordial lands, only ordinary citizens use gold coins. Spirit masters usually use crystal stones as their currency. The higher the grade, the greater the value. Some people don't use the crystals as currency after obtaining them. Instead, they directly absorb the spiritual energy inside to increase their own strength. Mo Sha said, those rare crystals contain a shocking amount of spiritual energy. Just a small piece is worth thousands of normal crystals. The Devil's Crystal Stone is also a rare crystal stone. It's just that only the Devil clansmen can use it? Sima Yu understood. That's right. Mo Sha nodded. When I merge with my physical body, I'll need a large amount of devil energy. These devil crystal stones can make up for it. My senior brother won't disappear after you fuse with him, right? Sima Yue asked worriedly. Although Wu Lingyu wasn't a good person, he was still her senior brother. Old Man Devil valued him so much. If she really disappeared from this world, how sad would he be? Mo Sha suddenly felt uncomfortable in his heart. With a cold face, he asked, do you care about him that much? No matter what, he's still my senior brother. Sima Yue didn't know why Mo Sha's aura suddenly changed. Then why aren't you worried that I'll disappear? Mo Sha was dissatisfied. Although the other half was also his soul, seeing that she was worried about Wu Lingyu and not him, he really wanted to destroy the other half of Wu Lingyu's soul. Worried about you? Sima Yue looked at Mo Sha and said, you're so strong. Do you still need to worry? Senior brother's soul is so weak. You're so strong now. If anything happens, it'll definitely be him. It won't be you. You trust me that much? Hearing her say that, his heart felt a little better. Of course. Sima Yue nodded without thinking. Mo Sha's mood improved again. We're fusing, not swallowing. Don't worry. Oh. Sima Yue replied. Why did this guy change his face faster than a woman? Someone's coming. Mo Sha said as he used a black fog to wrap the devil crystal stone up, bringing it into the devil snare bracelet. After a while, a group of people flew over from afar. Young Master Sima, are you all right? Guo Pei Pei and the others stood on the back of the flying beast, looking at Sima Yue who was standing in the hole. Sima Yue and the others raised their heads and saw that they had all come. She waved at them and said, I'm fine. Sima Yue and the others came down from the flying beast and saw her standing in the hole. Did you find the devil crystal stone? Sima Yue took out a small piece that was left beside the devil crystal stone. This is it. It's just a small stone. Why did you dig such a big hole? Fatty Chu and the others came down as well and asked when they saw the black stone in her hand. Isn't this for you? Sima Yue said. She took out a piece of mutated soil that was not completely crushed. See if this thing is useful to you? Let me see. Fatty Chu took the soil and felt that it was different the moment he touched it. This soil is so hard. It's obviously not a rock, but it's harder than a rock. Try it and see if you can break it. Sima Yue said. Fatty Chu took out a container and placed the mud into it. Then he began to beat it. However, after a few minutes, the mud did not move at all. Instead, the container that he used to decompose the material was broken. Seeing that his tool was broken, Fatty Chu did not feel bad at all. Instead, his eyes shone and he said excitedly, "This is good stuff." The Guo family saw this and said, "What kind of soil is this? It's so hard." It's mutated soil caused by the devil crystal stone. Sima Yue said. Fatty Chu tried a few more times, but he could not break the soil even after using all his skills. "Yue, this thing is good. But if it can't be broken, it's useless." He cried to Sima Yue. "I'm here to try." Guo Pei Pei said. Fatty Chu passed the soil to her and she placed it on the big rock. Under Sima Yue's reminder, she attacked with all her might. Bang dash, the big rock was smashed into powder. Everyone gathered around. Fatty Chu dug into the stone powder a few times, and everyone saw that the mud was still intact. Even a spirit paragon's attack was useless against it. This time, even Guo Pei Pei was shocked. She picked up the soil again and looked at it carefully, saying, "I've seen normal materials for refining weapons before, but I've never seen one as hard as this. My full strength attack didn't even leave a mark on it." "Ha, treasure, treasure," Fatty Chu said excitedly. "If I can infuse this into my spiritual energy, it will definitely increase the strength of my spiritual energy. You should think of a way to break it into powder first. Otherwise, you won't be able to use it even if you have it." Ouyang Fei reminded the happy Fatty Chu. "Adash, I'll think of a way." Fatty Chu was not worried. Guo Pei Pei looked at the soil in her hand and then looked at Sima Yue, asking, "Young Master Sima, this soil is so hard. How did you break it down?" Chapter 351. I wasn't the one who knocked it down. Sima Yu spread her hands helplessly. Previously, she had even been mocked by Mo Sha because of this. If it wasn't for Ling Long, she might still be staring at the mud in a daze. "You didn't knock it down?" The Guo family members looked around. There was no one else here other than her. "Hee, it's me." Ling Long appeared out of nowhere and climbed onto her head. She looked at everyone with a smile. "Who is she?" The members of the Guo family saw Ling Long's petite appearance and knew that she was not human. But to be able to change into such a state, it was definitely not something ordinary. Sima Yue reached out and took Ling Long down, saying, "She's a weapon spirit. I got her by chance. But I don't have any skills now, so I can only use it as a hammer." As she spoke, she took out the hammer that Ling Long had transformed into. "Hammer, hammer?" The Guo family looked at Sima Yue. A spiritual weapon with a spirit must be of a high grade, right? But she used it as a hammer? What a waste of God's gift. Seeing this hammer, Wei Ziqi and the rest laughed. The first time they saw it, this Ling Long wasn't even a hammer. Whenever they thought about how Sima Yue had saved them with a frying pan, they couldn't help but want to laugh. Only later did they find out that the frying pan had such an amazing origin. When the Guo family saw that Sima Yue did not intend to talk about Ling Long, they stopped asking. "Fatty, these were all broken by Exquisite. I'm just helping you collect them," Sima Yue said. "You've collected a lot?" Fatty Chu looked at Sima Yue and suddenly widened his eyes. He pointed at the pit and said, "Don't tell me that this pit was formed after you collected it?" "What? You think it's too much? Then I'll pour some away." Sima Yu said, "Ow, ow, 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 don't. I won't complain no matter how much you give me." Fatty Chu hugged Sima Yue and shouted, "Fatty, this thing is really good. Next time I ask you to help me refine something, can you add some into it?" Guo Liang walked over and said, "Where would I have the chance to refine a spirit weapon for you?" Fatty Chu said, "Why not? You will definitely go up there in the future, and so will we. Maybe there will be a chance in the future," Guo Liang said. Guo Fu walked over and said, "Young Master Sima, can you give me some of this soil? Do you need it?" Sima Yue asked. Guo Fu nodded and said, "Before I came in, I found a weapon refiner to help me refine weapons. He said that if he could find a hard material, he could refine a better spirit weapon for me. All right. Sima Yue took out a box and poured some sand out before passing it to her. Thank you. Guo Fu took the box and looked at Sima Yue gratefully. Guo Pei Pei saw that Sima Yue did not hesitate to give some to her sister, and her impression of her improved. In their continent, there were many strong youths, but there were not many who were strong and had good character. She looked at the crowd and said, "We plan to go see the place where the two spirit beasts fought last night. Do you all want to go together?" Sima Yue and the rest looked at each other and finally nodded, saying, "We also plan to go there. We don't know what's there, so let's go take a look." All right. Thus, Sima Yue and the rest sat on Little Rock while the Guo family sat on their flying beasts. The group of them flew towards the place where the fight took place last night. Before they even got close to the place, the Guo family members who were flying in front suddenly flew towards the ground. Sima Yue and the rest were a little suspicious, but still followed. "What's wrong?" Wei Ziqi looked at Guo Pei Pei and asked. "There are many people in front. If we fly over, we may cause unnecessary trouble." Guo Pei Pei said. After becoming a spirit paragon, Guo Pei Pei's senses were much stronger than the average person, so she could sense what was going on in front. Sima Yue also sensed that there were many people in front and said, "Since it's like this, let's walk over." Of course, when they said walk, they did not really mean to walk over slowly with two legs. They called out their spirit beasts and walked on land. Thus, everyone called out their spirit beasts. Needless to say, the Guo family members all had spirit beasts, but who would have thought that Sima Yue and the rest would also call out their spirit beasts? Since when did spirit beasts become as common as cabbages? "Let's go." Sima Yue patted Yaguang and led the rest of the group out. When they were some distance away, Guo Liang retracted his gaze and said, "Are they really from the Lin continent? Why do I feel that they are about the same as the powers in our continent?" "That's right, they are doing better than the average person in our continent," another Guo family youth said. "There are array masters, weapon masters, and everyone has a spirit beast. Some even have more than one, and even have divine weapons. This kind of power is indeed impressive." Guo Pei Pei said, "However, only the Lin continent is restricted by the rules and cannot advance to the divine rank." Seeing how shocked they were, they should be from there. If the other people in our continent saw them, I wonder how shocked they would be. Guo Fu said with a smile. "Isn't that so? If we meet Wei Ziqi and the rest, I wonder if they will still look down on the people from the other continents." Guo Liang said. "I heard that Yun Feng and the rest have also come to the Little Realm. I wonder if we will meet them." Guo Fu said. Guo Pei Pei sighed and said, "They are just in front. I can already feel their aura. Also, the Zhan family members are also there. They brought quite a few people this time. When we meet them later, you must avoid conflict with them. Do you understand?" "Understood, big sister." The few of them replied. "Let's go. We have been left far behind by them," Guo Pei Pei said as she sat on her spirit beast and ran forward. The Guo family members followed closely behind and quickly caught up with Sima Yue and the rest. The group of people crossed the mountains and very quickly arrived at the place where the two spirit beasts had fought last night. Many of the nearby mountains were directly flattened, and the vegetation within a radius of a few miles was also destroyed. It was a complete mess. Looking at the traces left behind, the battle last night must have been very intense. Fatty Chu sighed. "Is that the snow wolf from last night?" Wei Ziqi pointed at a huge snow wolf that was resting on the only mountain peak. "It should be," Guo Pei Pei said. "There aren't any treasures here. Why are there so many people gathered here?" Guo Liang looked at the mountain full of people and asked suspiciously. Guo Pei Pei and the rest were also puzzled. Logically speaking, for such a situation to occur, it should mean that some kind of treasure was about to appear. However, when they came here, other than seeing many people, they did not see anything special. Chapter 352. Wei Ziqi looked at those people and said, "I think those people are the same as us, attracted by the fight last night." "Then they don't know what's here? Aren't they afraid of being torn apart by the snow wolf?" Fatty Chu said. "If it's just one snow wolf, it's not that scary," Guo Pei Pei said, There are many people from other continents. Many of them are spiritual venerables, and with their contracted beasts, they might be able to put up a fight. Didn't they say that only those under 100 years old and below the divine rank could enter? How can someone at this age reach the rank of a spirit paragon? Sima Yulu asked. In the Yi Lin continent, becoming a spirit elder before the age of 100 was already considered very powerful. Moreover, after reaching the level of a spirit elder, the rate of growth would be even slower. It might take a few years, or even a dozen years, for a spirit elder to increase by one level. But the people outside had reached the level of a high-level spiritual elder before they were 100 years old. How amazing was that? Seeing Fatty Chu and the rest's shocked expressions, which didn't seem to be an act, the Guo family really believed that they were from the Yi Lin continent. Our clan has a great-uncle who ascended to the deity level when he was 100 years old. Guo Liang said. He was directly chosen by the higher-ups, and after ascending he went to the higher-ups. Hirf ascended to the divine realm at the age of 100. Yeah, but compared to the people above, this kind of talent isn't considered good. Guliang said. Because their ancestral uncle had come back before, they knew some things about the primordial lands. Sima Yuli's mouth twitched. Entering the divine rank at 100 years old, this wasn't good enough. The people up there were born spiritual paragons. If they weren't, they would be deemed as trash. Guo Liang said, if those people can't reach the divine level by the age of 50, they will be deemed as having average talent. A 50-year-old deity. No wonder you guys said that we shouldn't go up immediately even if we've reached the celestial tier. This level of strength is indeed not enough. Sima Yue sighed. Their starting point is higher than ours, so it's normal for them to be stronger than us. Guo Pei Pei said. Big sister's talent is even higher than granduncle's. She will definitely advance to the divine rank before she turns 100. Guo Fu said with a smile. Pep will naturally enter the divine level before the age of 100. A domineering and unyielding voice rang out from the side, attracting their attention. Sima Yue and the rest looked over and saw a man in a long black robe walking over. Behind him were all men in black. Guo Pei Pei didn't look happy when she saw them. She didn't greet them. The man walked over and stood beside Guo Pei Pei, saying, Pei Pei is destined to be my woman in the future. No matter what, I will let you advance to the divine rank before you turn 100. When Sima Yue and the rest heard what the man said, they looked at the two of them curiously. This man is Guo Pei Pei's boyfriend? However, looking at the man's appearance, he seemed to be very domineering and not easy to get along with. And judging from Guo Pei Pei's expression, she didn't seem to like him. As expected, Zhan Zhenxin, you and I are not engaged. You can't talk nonsense. Be careful of your tongue. Guo Pei Pei said coldly. Pei Pei, my father has already promised me that when we get out of here, he will send someone to the Guo family to propose marriage. Do you think that your family members will reject me? Zhan Zhenxin laughed loudly. Zhan Zhenxin, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because your ancestor has become the assistant pavilion master of the Sage Pavilion. Our granduncle is from the Divine Devil Valley. Guo Fu couldn't stand Zhan Zhenxin's arrogance and said. Sima Yue and Bei Gongtang looked at each other. They didn't think that their ancestor had entered the Divine Devil Valley. It seemed that they had some connections. Your granduncle is only in the outer valley of the Divine Devil Valley. He's not considered a core disciple. Our ancestor is the assistant pavilion master of the Sage Pavilion. Your Guo family has already been left behind by our Zhan family. A Zhan family member said, now that my big brother is willing to marry your big sister, it's already giving you face. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I want to see how you will force us to drink a forfeit. Guo Pei Pei looked at that person coldly. The aura she emitted was not any weaker than those of the upper echelons. Wuxen, don't talk to Pei Pei like that. Zhan Zhenxin said. Yes, big brother. Zhan Zhenxin had a high prestige in this group of people. Once he opened his mouth, these people didn't dare to disrespect Guo Pei Pei. Pei Pei, I really like you. Other than me, who else can match up to you? Now even Yun Feng has to retreat when he sees me. Zhan Zhenxin said proudly. Guapeipai didn't have time to speak before a lazy voice interrupted. Is that so? Feng, when did you become so useless that you don't even dare to meet the Zhan family members? Sima Yue had long seen this group of people walking along the slope. She didn't think that they were actually from the same continent as Guapeipai. The white-robed man in the lead was prettier than a woman. His long black hair was casually tied behind his back. He looked elegant with a trace of laziness. Behind him was a blue-robed youth with a grave and stern face. When he heard his brother's words, he said faintly, "I don't know either." That expression, that tone, it was as if he didn't put Zhan Jinshin in his eyes. The Guo family members saw them and smiled. It seemed that they were very happy to meet them. On the other hand, the Zhan family members' expressions were not so good. They looked as if they had eaten a dead fly. "Oh, so you don't know either?" Yuni said faintly, "If that's the case, then you can compete with the Zhan family's genius. See if you're much weaker than him. If you are, remember to back off next time." Yun Feng nodded and looked at Zhan Jinshin. Zhan Jinshin didn't dare to compete with Yun Feng here. Yun Feng was 2 levels higher than him. "Just you wait." He left behind a ruthless sentence and left with the Zhan family members. "Tsk, cowards." Guo Liang pointed at the Zhan family's back and made a gesture of disdain. "Brother Yuni, weren't you up there? Why you here?" Guapeipai looked at Yuni and asked with a smile. Yuni patted Guapeipai's head and said, "Peipai has grown so big. You've become so slender and elegant." Guapeipai's face darkened. "I was already grown up when you left. Back then you were all grown up, but you still looked like a little girl. Now, you look like a big sister." Yuni laughed. Guapeipai slapped his hand away and said, "You haven't answered my question. Weren't you chosen by the Divine Devil Valley? Why you back?" "The Valley Lord said that I had touched the threshold of the divine rank, but I couldn't cross it. So he asked me to walk around. When I returned home, I happened to encounter this matter, so I came along to play." Yuni said, "Oh right, your great uncle knew that I was coming down, so he asked me to bring you some things." Chapter 353. What good things did Granduncle bring us? Guliang asked. No matter how bad the things brought down from above were, they would still be better than the things from these continents. Moreover, would something from the Divine Devil Valley be bad? Yuni saw Guliang's anxious look and said, "What's the hurry? You're already so old, but you're still like this." Guliang scratched the back of his head and said, "Brother Yuni, you always like to keep me in suspense. It's nothing more than some pills, spirit artifacts, and some single-use formations. You don't need anything else." Yuni took out a spatial ring and handed it to Guapeipai. "Everything is in here." Guapeipai took the spatial ring and injected her spiritual energy into it. When she saw the things inside, she was stunned. After a while, she reacted and said, "Granduncle is from outside the valley. How can he have so many good things? Last time, your granduncle performed a meritorious service. These things should be the rewards given to him by the valley. And when I left, I heard that your granduncle might become an inner valley disciple." Yuni said. "Really?" The Guo family was very happy to hear this news. If their granduncle could enter the inner valley, their family's status would also rise. Yuni nodded. "That's great." Guo Fu jumped up in excitement. Yuni looked at their happy faces and turned her gaze to the side. She asked, "These people are not from your family, are they?" "See, I forgot to introduce you." Guapeipai slapped her forehead and said, "These are the friends we met yesterday. This is Wei Ziqi, Ouyang Fei, Fatty, Bei Gong Tang, Little Tu, Sima Yulu and Sima Yu." Hearing Sima Yoyue's name, Yuni's eyes flashed. "Yilin Continent's Sima Yoyue? Yuni, Gij, you know her?" Guapeipai and the others were very surprised. They didn't say that she was from the Yilin continent, did they? When Yuni saw the ring on Sima Yoyue's hand, she paused and bowed towards her, saying, "Yun Valley disciple Yuni greets Junior Valley Master." Everyone was stunned by his bow and they all turned to look at Sima Yue. Get up." Sima Yue rubbed her nose. "Wasn't that right?" "Thank you, Junior Valley Master." Yuni stood up straight and sized up Sima Yue. "Brother Yuni, you called her Junior Valley Master?" Guo Fu looked at the two of them in disbelief. She is one of the two junior valley master of the Divine Devil Valley. Yuni said. But aren't Yue and the others from the Lin continent? How did she become a junior valley master? Guo Yang asked. A while ago, the second valley master came back and announced that he had found a successor. The Blood Ring has already acknowledged her and she will be our junior valley master in the future. Yuni said, as long as you see the junior valley master, all the elders in the Divine Devil Valley have to bow. Wow, so Yue is the junior valley master of the Divine Devil Valley. Damn, this identity is amazing. When you go up, who would dare to bully you? Guliang laughed. Even the Yun family members didn't expect to meet the junior valley master of the Divine Devil Valley here. From their point of view, the Divine Devil Valley was a very mysterious power and the junior valley master should be even more mysterious. Now that he suddenly appeared in front of them, they were not used to it. The originally harmonious atmosphere was a little stiff, especially the Guo family members who didn't know how to get along with them. Sima Yue laughed and said, I've never been to the Divine Devil Valley and don't know what it's like. This junior valley master is just a title. Whatever we were like before, we will be the same in the future. I'm not used to you guys being like this. Hehe, I think it's about the same too. Guliang said. Sima Yue looked at Yuni and suddenly thought of the rules here. She said in surprise, Yuni, you're not even 100 years old? I'm 90 this year. Yuni said. You went to the Divine Devil Valley before you reached the divine rank? Yes. Yuni replied. Yuni Gija's ability to sense space is very strong and coincidentally met an elder who went to the Restless Continent. That elder happened to be an array master and saw Yuni Gija's talent, so he brought him to the Divine Devil Valley. Yuni Gij has been there for 30 years. Guo Pei explained. 90 years old. Sima Yue thought of the 90-year-old people on Earth and then looked at the 90-year-old person in front of her. She sighed in her heart that it was really not the same world. The 90-year-old people here felt like their life had just begun, while the 90-year-old people on Earth felt like they were at the end of their lives. In this case, how old am I on Earth? She laughed in her heart. Whoa, the snow wolf on the opposite peak suddenly howled, giving everyone a shock. What's wrong? Everyone didn't know why the snow wolf suddenly howled. It's calling for its companions. Wei Ziqi said. It's probably because it sees more and more people here and feels danger, so it's calling for its companions. Guo Pei said. But there's no treasure here. Sima Yue said. Little Tu pulled on Sima Yue's clothes and said, Brother, I feel it. There's a treasure here. Do you know what it is? Fatty Chu asked. Little Tu shook his head and pointed down the cliff, saying, It's in the stone there. In the stone? Could it be the stone skeleton flower? Someone from the Yun family said. Isn't the stone skeleton flower something that only exists in legends? Everyone was shocked. What kind of treasure is the stone skeleton flower? Fatty Chu looked at everyone's shocked expression, as if they were the only ones who didn't know. The stone skeleton flower can revive the dead, flesh and bones. Sima Yue said. Stash, Sima Yulu and the others gasped. There was such a plant in this world? According to the ancient books, even if you have died, as long as you consume the stone skeleton flower, you will be reborn. Guo Pei added. It's that powerful? Fatty Chu said, Such an important treasure, should we take it just in case? The stone skeleton flower is not so easy to obtain. Sima Yue said, The older stone skeleton flower can become a spirit and move on its own. Because it lives in the stone, you may not be able to see it, but it has already disappeared. How can it move in the stone? The way an earthworm moves in the soil, it moves in the same way in the stone. Sima Yue said. Very quickly, many snow wolves swarmed over and waited at the top of the mountain and at the bottom of the cliff. Many people saw that so many divine beasts had come and wanted to retreat. If they didn't see this thing, there was no need to stay here and take the risk. At this time, a fragrance filled the air. That fragrance made those who were about to leave stop in their tracks. For it to emit this kind of fragrance, it was definitely not an ordinary treasure. There were some who knew what it was and shouted after smelling the fragrance, Stone skeleton flower, this is definitely the fragrance of the stone skeleton flower. Chapter 354. What kind of flower is the stone skeleton flower? The person who was traveling with the man asked. Stone skeleton flower. The person on the other side excitedly explained the effects of the stone skeleton flower to his companions, but he did not expect the people around him to overhear him as well. When those people heard that it was a legendary treasure, they all stopped and stared at the cliff with burning eyes. They wanted to see if they could find the stone skeleton flower. Big brother, these snow wolves are not weak. Should we go and fight them? Yun Feng was not blinded by the stone skeleton flower. He looked at Yuni and asked. Yuni did not say anything and looked at Sima Yue. Sima Yue was baffled by her stare. She then understood that Yuni was now a member of the Divine Devil Valley. She had to seek her opinion before making a decision. You don't have to worry about me. Do whatever you want. She shrugged and said. Doesn't the Junior Valley Master want to fight for it? Yuni asked. Don't call me Junior Valley Master. Just call me Yue. Sima Yue waved her hand. She was not used to people calling her that. Everyone wants the stone skeleton flower. You don't have to worry about me. Everyone will rely on their own abilities. Whoever gets it will get it. Although the Yun family knew that Sima Yue was the Junior Valley Master of the Divine Devil Valley, they still didn't really believe in their abilities. After all, they came from the Lin continent, and that continent's abilities were much weaker than the other continents. Even Yuni thought so, but she was still the Junior Valley Master of the Divine Devil Valley. If she was in trouble, he had to help her. Only the Gua family believed that Sima Yue was not boasting. They had the ability to fight for it. Yu, why don't you let me help you dig out that stone skeleton flower? Exquisite said as she pulled on Sima Yue's hair. Are you confident? Sima Yue tilted her head and asked. Of course. Exquisite patted her chest and said, just wait for me here. I will definitely get the stone skeleton flower for you. When he was in the spirit pagoda, he saw that little Roar and the others had done many things for Sima Yue. He had always wanted to do something to make his presence known. Since he had met her this time, he naturally wanted to perform well. Then be careful, Sima Yue said. Since they had decided not to go, Sima Yue brought the few of them to find a place to sit down and rest. The Gua clan and Yun clan sat together to discuss their plan. They wanted to see how they could snatch the stone skeleton flower from the hands of so many people. Half a day later, the snow wolf on the mountain suddenly stood up and howled towards the sky. At the same time, an even more intense fragrance assaulted his nostrils. The stone skeleton flower has fully bloomed. Sima Yue said, Ling Long, be careful. Don't get hurt. If you can't handle it, call us. I got it. Yu, leave it to me. Exquisite said as she flew up from her shoulder, ready to attack at any time. The flower has bloomed. The people in the distance saw the white flower petals that suddenly appeared in the middle of the cliff and shouted excitedly. The stone skeleton flower and the rocks looked similar in color. Only the center of the flower was white. It was especially eye-catching on the cliff. Let's go! Yuni shouted loudly and led the Yun family to fly over. The Gua family followed closely behind. Gua Pei Pei went over and started fighting with a level 5 divine beast. Seeing this, the others did not want to be outdone. They all flew towards the stone skeleton flower, but were stopped halfway by the snow wolves. Sima Yue was far away from the battlefield and watched the people fight. She saw that many people were directly killed by the divine beasts. Not even a speck of dust was left. This chaotic scene was very similar to the time when they were fighting for the golden snake fruit in the Pu Luo Mountains. At that time, they were also at the side. Actually, at this time, if they did not have absolute strength, they would only be cannon fodder. However, those people were not willing to give up. They wanted to get a share of the loot. Who knows, they might be able to take advantage of the situation and snatch the treasure when no one was paying attention. Seeing people die continuously, Fatty Chu and the others felt lucky that they did not directly charge in. Otherwise, with their strength, they might not even be able to keep their lives. Not long after the battle started, Ling Long flew out. Because it was very small and did not have any signs of life, not many people noticed it. She turned and turned, avoiding the aftermath of the battle, and slowly approached the stone skeleton flower. Although Sima Yue did not go, she kept an eye on Ling Long. When she saw that Ling Long sent people flying with her hammer, she could not help but twitch her mouth. Looks like Yue, if you can't beat people in a battle in the future, you can just throw Ling Long out. I guarantee that they will be smashed into meat paste. Wei Ziqi and the others laughed and teased. That's a good idea. Sima Yue nodded seriously, as if she had really taken their advice to heart. Yuni, who was in the middle of battle, saw Ling Long send a spirit paragon flying with her hammer. Her eyes flashed with surprise, but the battle did not allow her to be distracted. Awu, the snow wolf, also saw Ling Long approaching. Because it was being pestered by Yuni, it became anxious. You despicable humans, every time you come in, you try to steal our treasure. This time, all of you will die. The snow wolf said as it pushed Yuni away with its paw. It retreated a few dozen meters and closed its eyes to sense its surroundings. Wei Ziqi and the others felt something cold falling down. When they reached out to catch it, they realized that it was actually snowflakes. It's snowing. Everyone looked up at the snowflakes and forgot to attack. Many people were injured by the snow wolf because they were distracted for a moment. The temperature of the entire mountain range dropped rapidly. The lush green mountain range suddenly turned into a scene of thousands of miles of ice. We've been frozen. Everyone in the valley shouted. Many of the weaker people had been frozen into ice. Ling Long was no exception. The moment she touched the stone skeleton flower, she was frozen and her whole body froze beside the flower. Not good. Sima Yue saw that the snow wolf had injured Yuni and then turned to attack Ling Long. Ling Long was a weapon spirit. If she was injured, it would have a huge impact on this divine weapon. This was because a divine weapon could not be healed just by eating some pills. It would require materials of the same level to heal. Chongming, go and save Ling Long. Chongming appeared and immediately attacked the snow wolf. The pressure of a sacred beast caused the snow wolf and the spirit elder to be unable to move. Sacred beast. Everyone looked at Chongming in disbelief. They saw him fly across the sky and grab the snow wolf king and throw it to the side. He then landed on the edge of the cliff and shattered the ice on Ling Long's body. He caught her with one hand and the stone skeleton flower with the other, uprooting it. Chongming. Ling Long saw Chongming and smiled as she hugged his long hair that was hanging in front of his chest. Let's go back. Chongming let her lie on his shoulder and then flew back to Sima Yue. Chapter 355. Sima Yue heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that Ling Long had returned unscathed. She hugged her and asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. That kind of frost can't hurt me. I'm just trapped for a while," Exquisite said. Chongming passed the stone skeleton flower to Sima Yue. Sima Yue took out a box and pretended to keep it. In fact, she had thrown it into the spirit pagoda and handed it over to Little Spirit. Little Spirit was able to separate different environments according to the needs of each medicinal herb. As long as the roots were planted, the stone bone hua would be plucked and it would continue to grow in the future. The snow wolf was injured by Chongming, and its innate ability was lost. The ice and snow began to melt, and the frozen people were freed. Sacred beast? How is this possible? How can a sacred beast appear here? Snow Wolf looked at Chongming in disbelief. With a sacred beast around, no one dared to fight for the stone skeleton flower. They quickly distanced themselves from the other snow wolves to avoid another battle. It really is a sacred beast. Someone looked at Chongming and muttered, "How did he get in? Didn't they say that only spiritual venerables and below could enter?" "That's right. When we came in, I saw a few god-ranked people trying to mix in with the crowd, but they were all blocked outside by the rules. How did this sacred beast come in?" "He's that person's contracted beast." Someone noticed the difference. A humanoid sacred beast became a human's contract beast? Really? Just who is that person to actually have a sacred beast as a contract beast? No wonder this sacred beast was able to enter. As long as it became a contracted beast, it would not be affected by the rules here. As long as their master's strength doesn't exceed the deity level, they won't have any problems. To actually have a sacred beast as a contract beast, This person is really too powerful. This person's background must be very powerful. I saw them with Guapepe and the others just now. They should be from the restless continent. I think they might have come from the primordial lands. Only those from the primordial lands would be able to do such a thing. Chongming did not pay attention to these discussions. He turned to look at them and said, "You can leave." Even though they were unwilling in their hearts, they did not dare to go against his words. One by one, they left dejectedly. However, the snow wolves remained where they were and had no intention of leaving. "You're not leaving?" Sima Yue looked at Snow Wolf and asked. The Snow Wolf King looked at Sima Yue and said, "I need the stone skeleton flower in your hands. If I can't get it, I'd rather die with you." Sima Yue looked at the Snow Wolf with a determined gaze and asked, "What do you want this for?" "Our previous king was injured and needed this to heal him." Snow Wolf said. The Snow Wolf King should be very powerful. How did he get injured? Fatty Chu asked. "We have been fighting with the saber-toothed tigers for a long time. Our king was injured by their king and his life is in danger. We had no choice but to seal its body. If we didn't have this herb, it wouldn't have been able to come back to life. Our Snow Wolf clan would have been exterminated by the saber-toothed tiger forever." Snow Wolf said, "Why are you telling us all this? Do you think we'll give you the treasure that we already have?" Sima Yue felt that this Snow Wolf was rather daring. "Your eyes don't have the greed of those people. My intuition tells me that we can try." Snow Wolf said, "Furthermore, we won't let you give it to us for free. We can give you a reward." "Reward? What reward can you give us? Don't tell me you're going to give us a few snow wolves to form a contract with?" Fatty Chu said with a grin. Snow Wolf shook its head. "I know that many of you came here to increase your strength. We can provide you with a place to cultivate. That place will allow your strength to increase quickly. Furthermore, I only need the flower petals. I'll leave the rest to you." Sima Yue and Bei Gongtang discussed for a while and felt that it was feasible. They said, "All right, I can promise you. However, we have to go and see if the place you mentioned is worth it." Snow Wolf looked at Chongming and nodded, "All right." They had no choice but to believe them. At this moment, the Gua clan and Yun clan walked over. They were the only ones who hadn't left the entire valley. "Junior Valley Master, do you really want to go with them?" Yuni asked. Sima Yue nodded. "You don't have to follow me. Bring the Yun clan to look for opportunities. Young Lady Gua will part ways here." Gua Pei Pei and the others knew that Sima Yue and the others had the confidence to go to the Snow Wolf clan. They didn't say much and only said a few words of farewell. After that, they watched them leave the valley with the snow wolves. Yuni waved the fan in her hand and said to herself, "No wonder he was chosen as the successor by the second valley lord. His luck is much better than the average person's." "Brother, what did you say?" Yun Feng didn't hear clearly and asked. "Nothing much." Yuni kept her fan and knocked on Yun Feng's head, saying, "Work hard and cultivate. Strive to go up as soon as possible. Do you understand?" "I understand," Yun Feng replied. "Brother Yuni, let's leave this place too." Gua Pei Pei said, "I have a feeling that when young Master Sima and the others come out, their strength will definitely increase a lot." Sima Yue and the others followed the snow wolves and left the valley. She called out Little Rock and followed the snow wolves running on the ground to where they lived. After half a day, they actually arrived at a snow mountain. "It's actually a snow mountain," Sima Yulu said in surprise when he saw the snow mountain. "This place is not very far from the previous place. I didn't expect the climate to be so different." Sima Yue and the others got down from Little Rock and the snow wolves ran over at this moment. "This is our clan's land." The snow wolves said, "The place that we provided for you is in the center of our clan's land. I'll take you there." Sima Yue nodded. They walked on the snow mountain. After crossing a few snow mountains, they came to a saddle. "King, you're back. King, did you find the ingredients?" "King, these humans are?" Along the way, they saw many snow wolves. It turned out that these were not very strong. Some of the snow wolves were only saint beasts and some were only spirit beasts. Seeing the surprise on their faces, the Snow Wolf King explained, We can only grow to the peak of divine beasts here. We will never be able to enter the ranks of sacred beasts. Although we have lived here for a long time, it is very difficult for us to advance. Many of our clansmen are not very strong. Many times I feel that I can break through to sacred beast, but I fail every time. Later on, we understand that it is not that we are not strong enough, but that we are suppressed here. Then your strength should be stronger than the spirit beasts outside, right? Sima Yue asked. Chapter 356. You're right. The Snow Wolf King said, in the past, when people came in, we fought with their contracted beasts. We were stronger than those contracted beasts. How long ago did someone come in? Wei Ziqi asked. I forgot. It was a long time ago. The Snow Wolf King said, although we advance very slowly, the strength in our bodies is greater than other spirit beasts. You are already at the pinnacle of divine beast. What will happen if you are unable to become a sacred beast? Sima Yue asked. I can feel the power in my body growing, but I will never be able to advance. Thus, my lifespan can only be the same as an ordinary divine beast. If he doesn't die in battle, then he will die of old age. The Snow Wolf King said helplessly. Have you never thought of going out? Once you leave this place, you won't be restricted by the rules and can become a sacred beast or even a higher rank. Wei Ziqi said. Why haven't I thought about it? The Snow Wolf King said, I once heard from my elders that every time someone came in, we would try to find a way to get out, but it was all in vain. Those humans just disappeared in front of our eyes, and we couldn't use their passage to leave. Or is it because of the rules? Ouyang Fei asked. I think so. The Snow Wolf King sighed. If you could get out, would you be willing? If we want to be humans contracted beasts, we'd rather stay here forever, the Snow Wolf King said firmly. It had seen spirit beasts form contracts with humans and then leave this place. However, if they had to do this, they would rather not leave. What if it's not a contract? Sima Yue asked. You have a plan? Snow Wolf King asked. There is a way, but you will have to pay a certain price. After all, you have to pay a price for what you gain. Sima Yue said. The Snow Wolf King stopped and looked at Sima Yue. That depends on whether the sacrifice is worth it. Sima Yue had always known that snow wolves were an arrogant species. Now, it seemed like she was right. The reason why it had lowered its head and wanted to exchange the stone skeleton flower with her was probably because it wanted to save its previous king. Do you think it's worth it to exchange your freedom for a period of time? Sima Yue said with a smile. How long is that? The Snow Wolf King asked hesitantly. 100 years. Sima Yue said, if you can become a sacred beast or something, 100 years is just a small part of your life. However, you will be able to obtain a longer period of freedom because of this. Also, I won't ask you to do too many things. I just need your help when I need it. The Snow Wolf King glanced at Chongming. Indeed, she had a sacred beast. They might not even be able to enter her eyes. I need to discuss this with my clansmen, the Snow Wolf King said. No problem, we still have a year before we leave, Sima Yue said. After that, the Snow Wolf King stopped talking about it. He introduced the place to them as they walked. We're here. The Snow Wolf King stopped again and pointed at a cave. It led everyone in. After passing through a tunnel, they began to walk down. Soon, they arrived at a spacious underground karst cave. It's here, the Snow Wolf King said. Sima Yue and the others looked around. The moment they entered, they could feel the dense spiritual energy. The spiritual energy seemed to be attracted by something and all flowed towards the pool. If you cultivate in this pool, you will be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort, the Snow Wolf King said. This is the best place for Ziqi to cultivate. Sima Yue said, but for fourth bro, it's not very good. Wei Ziqi was of the ice attribute, while Sima Yulu was of the fire attribute. This place was cold to the bone and did not have much fire attribute. Do you need the fire attribute? The Snow Wolf King asked. That's right. My fourth bro and the others are of the fire attribute. Sima Yue said. I know where the fire attribute is. It's opposite of where we are. The Snow Wolf King said. Where is it? The saber-toothed tiger clan's territory. The Snow Wolf King said, "We are of the water and ice attributes. They are of the fire attribute." Saber-toothed tiger? Your enemy? You want us to help you get rid of the saber-toothed tiger clan? Sima Yue said with narrowed eyes. The Snow Wolf King's eyes flashed with embarrassment. The noble snow wolves actually had to use such a scheme to get rid of their enemy. This was really embarrassing. You need the cultivation ground over there. This is a win-win situation. I can consider it. Sima Yue said, but we'll talk about it after we settle your matters here. Right now, let's go and see your previous king. The Snow Wolf King saw Sima Yue acting this way and did not know what she was thinking. He did not say anything more and brought them away. After leaving the underground cave, they saw a pack of old wolves outside as soon as they came to the surface. Seeing the Snow Wolf King, they lowered their heads and bowed. Even you have been alerted. The Snow Wolf King looked at the old wolves with a respectful attitude. It seemed that these old wolves were of high status in the Snow Wolf clan. Yes, after hearing about this, we had no choice but to come out. The leader of the pack said, I have something to discuss with you. The Snow Wolf King said, now, let's go and save Sky. Sima Yue and the rest followed the Snow Wolf King to a mountain peak not far away. On the mountain peak, there was a crystal coffin. Our king is there, the Snow Wolf King said as he pointed at the crystal coffin. Sima Yue took a closer look and realized that it was not a coffin. It was the previous Snow Wolf King, Sky, who was sealed in ice. What do you want to do? Sima Yue asked. Remove the seal and feed him this flower and the herbs that we prepared. The Snow Wolf King said, if you feed him the herbs directly, the effects might not be as good. Sima Yue said, we know, but without us we can't make pills. This is the only way. The Snow Wolf King said, I can make healing pills for you. Sima Yue said, really? The Snow Wolf King looked at Sima Yue, you're an alchemist? That's right. Sima Yue said, I can take a look at your herbs and decide what kind of pills to make for you. The Snow Wolf King looked at the old wolves and communicated with them in wolf language. Then he said, okay. Thus, everyone moved to the place where the wolf clan kept their herbs. But this time, only Sima Yue and Chongming were there. The others were invited to rest elsewhere. Sima Yue saw the wolf clan's herb storage and was shocked. There were many herbs that were not even in the spirit pagoda. The treasures were thrown together randomly. Some of them were even eaten by the wolf cubs, leaving only a small half on the ground. Chapter 357. How is it? Can these herbs be used to make pills? Snow Wolf King asked. Sima Yue came back to her senses and said, although the ingredients are not complete, we have the main ingredients. I can provide the rest of the herbs, but I want half of the refined pills. As long as you can save Sky, you can have the rest, the Snow Wolf King said. All right, then I'll make the necessary preparations. Seeing that the Snow Wolf King was so straightforward, he didn't delay any further. He went to pick out a few herbs and said, let's go. Sima Yue left the snow mountain and went outside with the Snow Wolf King following her. She started to concoct pills. Half a day later, the pill was successfully concocted. With the help of the pill that could restore spiritual energy, she successfully concocted a 6th-grade pill. All right. She wiped the sweat off her face and with a pale face, divided the 4 pills into 2 halves. She gave 2 of them to the Snow Wolf King and kept the other 2 for herself. The Snow Wolf King had been watching her concoct the pill the entire time. When he saw that she had placed 2 petals of the stone skeleton flower into the pill, he saw that she was exhausted. He knew that it was difficult for her to concoct the pill, so he said, you can go to the cultivation area to recover your spiritual energy. Sima Yue did not refuse. She let Chongming carry her to the karst cave. She sat cross-legged beside the pool and began to cultivate. It had to be said that the speed of cultivation here was much faster than in other places. The spiritual qi in her body had been completely exhausted. If she wanted to fully recover, she would need at least a day. However, she only spent half a day here to achieve the same result. When she opened her eyes, she saw Chongming staring blankly at a wall. Chongming, what are you looking at? Chongming pointed to the wall and said, This wall is a bit strange. Sima Yue stood up and came to his side, asking, "What's so strange about it?" "There are strange fluctuations inside," Chongming said. "Strange waves?" Sima Yue sensed it carefully and said, "It does seem a little different. Is there an empty space behind the wall?" "It should be," Chongming said, "or rather, it's not a wall at all, but a boundary." "Barrier?" Sima Yue walked over in astonishment. She stretched out her hand to touch the wall, and it did not feel like she was touching a stone wall. "Should we go and take a look?" She was curious about what was behind them and looked back at Chongming. "I don't think we can make it this time." Chongming said, "Someone is coming." Sima Yu heard the sound of footsteps approaching, and a snow wolf walked in. When the snow wolf saw Sima Yue's energetic appearance, it was shocked. "You've recovered?" "Yes." "What's the matter?" Sima Yue asked. "The king said that the previous king has already woken up. He told me to check on you and wait for you to come out so that I can bring you over." The snow wolf said. "Let's go then." Sima Yue and the others arrived at a huge cave. This cave was decorated like a human palace. There were many treasures inside, but because they did not know the value of these treasures, they were placed very messily. When she entered, she saw Fatty Chu drooling over some stones. It seemed like he had found some treasures. Wei Ziqi and the others were sitting on chairs and chatting with the Snow Wolf King. On the stone platform behind the Snow Wolf King, a snow wolf was lying on it, resting with its eyes closed. Seeing Sima Yue enter, the Snow Wolf King said, "I thought that I would have to wait for a day. I didn't expect you to recover so quickly. That place is not bad for cultivating." Sima Yue nodded at the Snow Wolf King. She looked at the snow wolf behind him and asked, "Is this your previous king?" Firmament opened his eyes and looked at Sima Yue. "You saved me? It's just an exchange of benefits." Sima Yue said. "Still, thank you." Firmament closed his eyes after speaking. It was obvious that he had not fully recovered. "This time, we called you here to tell you that Firmament has already woken up. You can go to the cave to cultivate." The Snow Wolf King said, "As for the matter you mentioned before, we still need to discuss it." "Where is the saber-toothed tiger's territory?" Sima Yue asked. "You want to go there?" The Snow Wolf King asked. "Ziqi and the others will stay here. It's useless for the other fire type to cultivate here." Sima Yue said, "You said that the saber-toothed tiger's territory has a similar fire type cultivation ground. I want to bring the others there." "The saber-toothed tiger's territory is not far from here. We can point you in the right direction, but we won't bring you there," the Snow Wolf King said. The snow wolf and the saber-toothed tiger were arch-enemies. If they went to the saber-toothed tiger's territory, they might not return alive. "No problem," Sima Yue said. "Then when are you moving?" the Snow Wolf King asked. Sima Yue said, "Ziqi little two, you guys cultivate here. I think that with the Snow Wolf King here, you won't be in any danger." "All right." Wei Ziqi and little two nodded. "Fourth bro, Fatty, Ouyang, Bei Gong, let's go to the saber-toothed tiger's territory." Although Fatty, Ouyang Fei, and Bei Gong Tang also had other attributes, the one they used the most was still the fire attribute. Now, they had to cultivate the fire attribute first. "I'll send someone to escort you guys, then you can go to the saber-toothed tiger's territory yourselves," the Snow Wolf King said. "Thank you very much." The Snow Wolf King called over a level 6 divine beast and had it bring Sima Yue and the others over. Then he called over another snow wolf to bring Wei Ziqi, Little Two, and the others to the cave. After they all left, Firmament opened his eyes. "Rong, can they really help us leave this place?" Rong was the current Snow Wolf King. Although they lived here, they knew about the outside world. It was passed down from generation to generation from their ancestors. When they knew that there were sacred beasts outside, and even higher ranked than sacred beasts, while they were stuck at the peak of the divine beasts for generations, they began to search for a way to leave. They didn't know how many generations or even tens of generations of searching, but they found that other than forming a contract with someone, they had no other way to leave this place. The arrogant them were unwilling to choose this path, so they could only continue to stay here. However, they never stopped searching for a way out. They longed to leave, longed to obtain more power, longed to live longer, and longed for their descendants to live in a wider world. Firmament, you saw it. The one by his side is a sacred beast. The Snow Wolf King said, if we leave, then we can break free from the rules here, and we won't be suppressed anymore. But is that person really reliable? In 1,000,000 years, no one has succeeded. Can he really get us out? An old wolf asked. I want to believe in him. The Snow Wolf King said, I can feel that he's different from the others. When he said that he could get us out, he was very confident. I think he shouldn't be lying to us. Chapter 358. Just as the Snow Wolf clan members were discussing whether they should trust her or leave, Sima Yue and the rest followed the level 6 divine beast and rushed into the distance. After walking for half a day, the divine beast stopped and said to them, I can only send you here. If you go any further, you will be in the saber-toothed tiger's territory. Your territory is so close to the saber-toothed tiger's territory? Sima Yue asked in surprise. Yes, although one is ice and the other is fire, they are not far from each other. We don't know why, but although the two areas are adjacent to each other, they don't affect each other's climate. That divine beast said, you just have to keep walking in this direction. Sima Yue nodded and said, all right, thank you. You can go back. That's what I should do. After the mythological beast finished speaking, it turned around and left. Its speed was much faster than when it came. Sima Yue and the rest sat on little rocks back and rushed forward. Before long, they could feel the scorching hot air rushing towards them. This place is really mysterious. It's clearly two extreme climates, and the two places are so close to each other. How could they not affect each other? Fatty Chu asked curiously. Maybe there's something we don't know, Sima Yue said. She thought of the unknown space behind the cave. After flying for another hour, they saw a group of mountains. The mountains were fiery red, and from afar, they looked like balls of fire. Halt! When the saber-toothed tiger on the ground saw Sima Yue and the rest, two wings appeared on its back and it flew into the air. It was Sima Yue's first time seeing such transmogrified wings. She was curious and took a few more glances. Who are you? This is our territory. You are not allowed to pass. The saber-toothed tiger looked at Sima Yue and scolded. Sima Yue retracted her gaze from the wings and said, You're the divine beast guarding the door? Go, call your beast king out. Tell him that we have something to discuss with him. Arrogant humans. Do you think my king is someone you can meet just because you want to? The divine beast shouted, Come, capture all of them and hand them over to my king. In an instant, a group of divine beasts flashed from all directions and surrounded Little Rock and the rest. Sima Yue and the rest were not flustered and said, We are not here to fight today. Chongming, tell them our sincerity. Zhong Xian glanced at her and released his pressure. Those mythological beasts in the air were all pressed to the ground. Sima Yu patted Little Rock's back, and Little Rock brought them to the ground. You are the ones who went to the Snow Wolf clan. The first divine beast shouted. Sima Yu walked over and said, It seems like you guys are quite well informed. How is it, can you bring us to see your king now? Although the saber-toothed tigers were unwilling, they could not say anything in front of a sacred beast. They could only obediently bring them to their clan grounds. Sima Yue and the rest walked in and the temperature rose. It was a good thing that they all cultivated fire attributes, so it was not that uncomfortable. Are those mountains volcanoes? Why is it so hot? Fatty Chu looked at those mountains and his face was already dripping with sweat. The divine beast turned around and glanced at him. He did not say anything, but he muttered in his heart that this was a volcano. Of course it was hot. The fire attribute energy here is very dense. If we cultivate here, the effect will be very good. Sima Yue said with a smile. The divine beast leading the way almost fell. Was this group of humans here to steal their cultivation resources? If you continue to dawdle, I will burn all the fur on your body. Sima Yue threatened. The divine beast was enraged when he heard that. Someone actually dared to say that they would burn all his fur? This was intolerable. But when he turned around and saw Chongming beside Sima Yue, His heart was filled with tears. He could not afford to offend him, so he could only endure it. After walking for a long time, Sima Yue and the rest finally passed through the grassland and came to the volcanoes. The king is on the mountain. I have no right to go up. The divine beast ran away as soon as he finished speaking. Sima Yue and the rest looked at the volcanoes. They did not know how many saber-toothed tigers there were in the mountains. Who are you people? You actually dare to come to our clan grounds. A few saber-toothed tigers flew down from the mountains and surrounded them. A few left and a few more came. Why do I feel that they all look the same? Fatty Chu said. They really look the same. Bei Gongtang agreed. When the saber-toothed tigers saw that they were not answering their questions and were even discussing their appearances, they were furious. They wanted to call for someone to deal with these people, but before they could move, they were pressed down by Halcyon. Go and call your king out. Chongming said lightly, like a proud king who could not be offended. Sacred beast. Those saber-toothed tigers were incomparably shocked. Didn't this sacred beast go to the Snow Wolf clan? How did it appear here? What are you still standing there for? Do you not want to live anymore? Fatty Chu said. Although those saber-toothed tigers were unwilling, they still flew up the mountain to report to their king. Very quickly, the king of the saber-toothed tigers flew down from the mountain. Seeing his clansmen kneeling on the ground, his eyes flashed with unhappiness. But he still suppressed it and said, "What have you come here for?" "We came here to discuss something with you," Sima Yue said with a smile, "so you don't have to look like you're facing a great enemy." Her words did not make the saber-toothed tiger king relax. Instead, it looked at them even more warily. "What do you want to discuss?" "Naturally, it's something that benefits you," Sima Yue said, "but if you have no ambition and only want to stay here and never step into the ranks of sacred beasts, then there's no need for us to discuss." "What did you say?" The saber-toothed tiger king fiercely turned his head to look at her. "I said, if you have ambition and want to leave this place, we can sit down and have a good talk," Sima Yue said with a smile. The saber-toothed tiger king looked at her for half a minute, then gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go up the mountain to talk, please." Sima Yue smiled. It seemed like this saber-toothed tiger king was also a clan that was unwilling to be suppressed forever. She followed the saber-toothed tiger king up the mountain and saw him send people to invite a group of old saber-toothed tigers out of seclusion. She thought that they were like the Snow Wolf clan and had their own ancestors. Very quickly, a group of old saber-toothed tigers came over. Seeing the saber-toothed tiger king and a few people together, they were very surprised and asked, "King, why did you call us out?" The saber-toothed tiger king looked at those old saber-toothed tigers and said, "Clan elder, they want to borrow our cultivation pool? No way." Before the saber-toothed tiger king could finish his words, he was interrupted by an old man. "The cultivation pool is our clan's sacred ground. How can we let humans use it?" Chapter 359. The saber-toothed tiger king saw how agitated the elder was and hurriedly comforted her. "They aren't using our cultivation pool for nothing. It will give us some benefits." "That won't do." That elder still did not agree, saying, "Humans are all cunning and despicable things. We definitely won't have any dealings with them. No matter what, we won't agree." "You have no right to say that you don't agree." Before Sima Yue could say anything, Chongming spoke first. He released his sacred beast aura without holding back and directly pressed the few old saber-toothed tigers to the ground, causing them to be unable to breathe. What kind of pressure is this?" The elders were shocked. They were considered the strongest in this area, but the other party had only emitted a pressure that made them unable to move. Could it be that this is the legendary sacred beast? The people present had never truly felt the pressure of a sacred beast, and their hearts were filled with fear. Chongming looked at the saber-toothed tiger lying on the ground and said, "Negotiating with you guys is just giving you face. Do you really think you're so powerful? You're just saber-toothed tigers with a longer lifespan, but you're relying on your age and seniority to look down on the Beast King." Chongming said coldly. "No, not what?" Chongming said, "I originally wanted to discuss with you about using your cultivation pool, but since you are not willing, then there is no need to discuss. We will directly use your cultivation pool. Do you have any objections? We have no objections. A few of the elders no longer objected. Only the first elder still said no. I can't. Chongming raised his voice at the end. When he said this, he withdrew his pressure and casually flung his sleeves. The old saber-toothed tiger was sent flying and fell heavily to the ground. The old saber-toothed tiger had never been treated like this before. It was so angry that it lost its mind. It got up from the ground and attacked Chongming. Before it could get close to Chongming, it was imprisoned by something. Then, it felt the space around it shrink, and its body began to distort under the pressure. The people around it could even hear the sound of its bones breaking. Bang! When it was on its last breath, Chongming released it. He then looked at the elders and said, "Does anyone else have any objections?" No. This time, no one dared to say anything. He was just standing in the same spot, seemingly doing nothing, but he had already beaten their elders to a pulp. If he wanted to destroy them, it would not be an easy task. Who would dare to say anything? The saber-toothed Tiger King looked at the elders with an unfriendly gaze. Originally, he wanted to invite them to discuss some matters, but now it had turned out like this. The other party was not talking about cooperation anymore. It was really infuriating. Then what you said before about taking us out of here, does it still count? Saber-toothed Tiger King asked carefully. What? Take us away? Leave here? Is that true? When the elders heard the saber-toothed Tiger King's words, they all cried out, their eyes filled with shock. That's right. Originally, I wanted to take you away from here in exchange for using the cultivation pool. Unfortunately, you were not willing, so we could only take it by force. Sima Yue shrugged and said, that we didn't. The elders' mouths were filled with bitterness. How would they know that they had just said a few words and lost their chance to leave this place? Sima Yue looked at the regret in their eyes with satisfaction. She pretended to cough and said, "Do you want to leave this world? Are you willing to take us away?" One of the elders asked. "If you want us to take you away, we can do that, but you have to pay for everything." Sima Yue said, "If you want to leave, you have to give us the corresponding reward." Didn't you say before that we would use the cultivation pool? Another elder said softly. That was the previous condition. The condition has changed now. Sima Yue said, "What do you want as reward? We have many herbs that you humans need." Saber-toothed Tiger King said, No. Sima Yue raised her index finger and said, "If you want to leave, you have to give me a period of freedom." A period of freedom? What do you mean? One of the elders said. It's very simple. Half an hour later, Sima Yue and saber-toothed Tiger King Gong Yen came to an agreement. Sima Yue would take them away from here, but at the same time, they had to agree to be used by her for 100 years. Of course, Sima Yue and the rest would not use the cultivation pool as a reward. Although the saber-toothed tiger tribe felt uncomfortable, they still had to treat Sima Yue and the rest well. This was because if they were unhappy and canceled the deal, they would not be able to leave this place anymore. Especially those elders. Their lifespans were reaching the end, but they were still unable to break through to the level of divine beasts. If they were unable to do so at the last moment, they could only die of old age here. If they left this place, they would no longer be restricted by the rules. Once they became sacred beasts, they would have an additional 1,000 years of lifespan. If they could continue to advance and break through to a higher level, their lifespan would increase even further. Hence, Sima Yue was like an empress dowager to them. She specially sent people to protect them at the cultivation pool, so that they would not be disturbed by the outside world. After that, Gong Yen personally brought Sima Yue and the rest to the cultivation pool. Indeed, just like the Snow Wolf tribe, the saber-toothed tiger tribe's cultivation pool also had a pool. However, the water in this pool was red. This water is so strange. Fatty Chu looked at the water and bent over to touch it. This is not water. It is formed by fire attributed spiritual energy. It just looks like water. Sima Yue said. That's right. Gong Yen said, you can cultivate here. I will send people to guard outside. No one will disturb you. All right. Sima Yue nodded at him, When we leave, we will bring you with us. Gong Yen retreated. The elders were still waiting for him outside. Seeing him come out, they all surrounded him. King, what did that young master say? Don't worry. He saw the cultivation pool and was very satisfied. He said that if we do not disturb them, he will bring us with him when he leaves. Gong Yen said as he left. After walking a few steps, he stopped and looked ahead, saying, You are the elders. I usually respect you because you are of higher seniority. However, don't forget that I am the Beast King here. After saying that, he left without looking back. The elders looked at each other and saw the bitterness in each other's eyes. It seemed that this matter had made him very angry. Chapter 360. Sima Yue waited for Gong Yen to leave before saying to Bei Gong Tang and the others, You guys go to the pond to cultivate. Go to the pond? Fatty Chu said in surprise, Isn't it fine to stay by the shore? I don't know why, but the spiritual qi will flow into the pool, but if you cultivate inside, it will be faster. Sima Yue said. Then what about you? Wei Ziqi asked as he keenly sensed the meaning behind Sima Yue's words. I have something to explore with Chongming. Sima Yue said. Chongming, set up a barrier for them. Don't let the people outside in. All right. Chongming nodded and formed a seal to create a barrier that wrapped the entire cultivation pool. Yue, what are you going to do? Fatty Chu was helpless. This place and the Snow Wolf clan's cultivation pool are a bit strange. I'll go and find out what's going on. Sima Yue said, You guys stay here and cultivate. I should be back soon. Then be careful. Bei Gong Tang said. Don't worry. If there's any danger, I'll come back earlier. Sima Yue said. She and Chongming went to the stone wall in the depths of the mouth and reached out to touch it. Sure enough, they found that it was the same as in the Snow Wolf tribe. When they came in, they noticed the similarities between this place and the other side. They guessed that there should be something similar to a barrier here. He didn't expect it to be so. Sima Yue called out Little Roar and fused with him. She then kept Chongming into her spirit pagoda and walked through the barrier. When Bei Gong Tang and the others saw her disappear from the cave, they each chose a corner of the cultivation pool to enter. Such dense spiritual qi. Fatty Chu said excitedly. I can feel the fire element burrowing into my body. Sima Yulu was also very excited as he stretched forth a hand to grab the water. Let's hurry up and cultivate. If we cultivate here for a year, we might be able to increase a few levels. Ouyang Fei said. Hee, who knows, I might even be able to advance to Spirit Saint. Fatty Chu said. Sima Yue, Bei Gong Tang and the others had all entered the ranks of Spirit Emperors. He was the only one who was still at the peak of Spirit Overlord. That was why he wanted to use this opportunity to break through and become a Spirit Emperor. Fatty, you have to work hard. If you're too far behind us, we won't wait for you. Ouyang Fei said, trying to motivate Fatty Chu. Everyone, start cultivating. Bei Gong Tang didn't say anything else and closed her eyes to start cultivating. Because the spiritual energy was too rich, it was a bit too much for her to bear. She hurriedly mobilized the spiritual energy in her body to guide the spiritual energy that had just entered, making them obediently follow the meridians to the dantian. On the other side, Sima Yue realized that the barrier looked similar to a rock. However, after entering the barrier, she realized that there was indeed a space behind it. She called out Chongming and said, Look here. A cave within a cave? Chongming looked at the cave that extended downwards and said, Do you want to go down? Of course. Sima Yue said, It's not my style to not go down when I've already discovered that it's not normal. After saying that, she jumped down. Chongming saw that she didn't hesitate and smiled before jumping down as well. Sima Yue felt that the lower she went, the higher the temperature became. Towards the end, she had no choice but to release spiritual energy to envelop herself in order to continue descending. After descending for a while, Sima Yue had no choice but to stop. She realized that the temperature here had completely melted her protective layer. We can't go down any further. Chongming said, I can't bear the temperature here. Sima Yue looked down and saw that they were about to reach the surface. She said, You go back first. I'll use crimson flames to envelop myself and go down to take a look. All right. Chongming didn't force himself and returned to the spirit pagoda. Sima Yue kept little roar and used crimson flames to envelop herself. She could clearly see that the space around her had become distorted due to the scorching heat. Very quickly, she reached the bottom. However, when she saw the situation below clearly, she realized that there was no place for her to land. It's actually all magma. Did the magma come from the Earth's core? She looked around. There was no place for her to land, nor was there anything special. However, she felt an unusual aura from the magma. Boom dash, a small bubble emerged from the bottom of the magma. When it came out of the magma, it burst and let out a slight cracking sound. An aura floated out from the bubble. This aura made her feel that it was ancient. It seems that we can't see anything here. Sima said, it's all magma. We can't continue. Since that's the case, let's go back. Go down. Crimson Flame's voice suddenly sounded. Crimson Flame? Sima Yue didn't think that Crimson Flame would wake up at this time. She said, Crimson Flame, the temperature of the magma is too high. I can't stand it here. If I go down, I'll be burned to ashes. Crimson Flame was silent. Then, Sima Yue saw the flames around her slowly turning into a red ball. That ball carrying her moon fell into the magma and was quickly annihilated by the magma. Cultivate here, Crimson Flame said. After Sima Yue entered the magma, she felt that the fire elements were much denser. This red ball seemed to be able to help her absorb the fire elements. She only needed to absorb the fire elements into her body. These fire elements are much more tyrannical than the usual fire attribute spiritual energy. She felt that the fire elements she absorbed were very hot. There was even a slight danger of burning her body. Luckily, her bones and tendons were refined by Crimson Flame's nirvana fire. These fire elements didn't really hurt her. It only made her meridians hurt. However, even so, she almost couldn't bear it and her body almost exploded. So painful, she clenched her teeth. She actually felt pain in this situation. If it was Bei Gong Tang and the others, they would have been burned to ashes by the fire elements. However, that red ball didn't care if her body hurt or if the fire elements were tyrannical. It just kept absorbing the fire elements. She had no choice but to keep absorbing the fire elements into her body. It was a cycle. She didn't know how much time had passed. Sima Yue didn't know if the pain had numbed her or if she had gotten used to it, but she could no longer feel the pain. She only knew that many fire elements had rushed into her body. If she were to rest, those new fire elements would definitely cripple her body. That was why she didn't stop cultivating at all. Feeling that she was already used to it, Crimson Flame came out of her body. He was also surrounded by a red ball. It's rare to come across such a good place. It seems that I can recover a level from my injuries. After speaking, he came to a place not far from Sima Yue. He sat down cross-legged and started cultivating like a human. Chapter 361. While they were cultivating, the others in the small realm were also searching for their own opportunities. Sima Lin brought the Sima family to another place where a treasure had appeared. Unlike Sima Yue and the rest, the place that they went to did not attract any spirit beasts, and there was no one to compete with them. On the second day that they arrived, they saw the natural treasure ripening. Thus, after defeating the guardian beast, they easily obtained the treasure. Lin, where are we going now? Sima Yang asked. We're not going anywhere. This place is more secluded, so we'll cultivate here. Sima Lin said. Are we not going to look for other treasures? Sima Yuqing asked. Haven't you realized that the spiritual qi here is denser than anywhere else? Sima Lin asked back. It seems to be a little thicker. Sima Yuran said. The first thing we need to do here is to increase our strength. Sima Lin said, the spiritual energy here is at least 3 to 4 times that of the Lin continent. If we seize the opportunity, we will be able to increase our strength. If combined with a spirit gathering array, the spirit qi will double. Then we can cultivate for a period of time. After that, we'll go look for Yu and the others. We'll see if there are any treasures along the way. Sima Yuqing said. However, Why is it that this place is denser than other places? Sima Yuming asked. There must be a reason. Sima Yuran said, if we can find this reason, we might be able to obtain an even greater opportunity. Sima Yulin and the others took a look and said, then let's look for the reason first. All right. Let's take a look at the place where the spiritual qi is the densest. If we follow this, we'll be able to find the reason. Sima Yang said. Let me try. Sima Yulan closed her eyes and sensed for a moment, then said, I can feel that the nearby spiritual qi seems to be rushing over here. It seems to be all going over there. She pointed at a mountain peak not far away. Could it be that there is something there that is attracting them? Sima Yuqing said. We'll know once we go take a look. Sima Yulin flew over after speaking. Sure enough, the closer they got to the mountain peak, the denser the spirit qi became. When they reached the foot of the mountain peak, they felt that the spirit qi was about to turn into a puddle of water. The few of them stopped and felt that this place was a little strange. The spirit qi was obviously very dense, but why were there no spirit beasts nearby? There's an array, Sima Yulin said as he walked around. Array formation? Could there be someone here? Sima Yuqi asked. This array has existed for a very, very long time. It could have been set up by someone who came here in the past. Sima Yulin said. A long time ago? Sima Yuyang said, that person's array skills are really high. It's been so long, but the array is still working. Sima Yulin examined the array carefully, saying, he used spirit stones to set up the array. No wonder. What is borrowing spirit stones? Sima Yuqing asked. It's a very rare type of array spirit stone. It uses spirit stones to set up an array. The spirit stone can absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to replenish the needs of the array. As long as the spiritual qi in the air does not dissipate, the array will continue to be effective. Sima Yulin explained. So that's how it is. Everyone understood. No wonder this formation can last for so long. What kind of formation is this? Can you break it? It's a little troublesome. Sima Yulin looked at the mountain peak, saying, this array is an attack array. If you attack blindly, the array will reflect the power of the attack back. That's why we can only think of a way to break it. We can't attack it head-on. Yulin, can you do it? Sima Yuyang asked. I'll try. Sima Yulin said. 2 days later, they were still outside the array. If you really can't do it, we can try to contact Fifth Bro, Sima Yuran said. Not bad. Yu's array skills are not bad. Who knows, he might be able to give you a hint. Sima Yuyang said. Then let's try. Sima Yulin did not force it. Sima Yuran took out the mother stone and inserted his spiritual qi. However, there was no reaction at all. Looks like we're already out of range. Sima Yuran said. Let me try again. Sima Yulin said as he leapt up and flew to the mountain peak beside them. He sat on the peak and looked over, then lowered his head to calculate something. 2 days later, he was calculating when he suddenly thought of something Sima Yu said. Sometimes, this array needs to be broken from the outside. However, there are other arrays that need to be broken from the inside. Arrays that need to be broken from the inside must have a Kuan position that can be entered all the way to the center of the array. When he thought of this, his eyes shone and he flew down from the peak. After that, he circled the array twice. Yulin, have you thought of a way to break it? Sima Yuyang asked. Sima Yulin nodded. You guys stay a little further away. After speaking, he came in front of an unremarkable spirit stone, took a deep breath and stepped in. He disappeared? Sima Yuyang said in shock when he saw Sima Yulin disappear in front of him. After about an hour, Sima Yulin came out again. Yulin, did you break it? Sima Yuqing asked. Sima Yulin's face was full of joy, saying, no need to break it. We can use this array as a cover. I'll bring you guys in. You have to follow my steps closely. You can't take a single wrong step. Sima Yulin turned around and went in again. Everyone followed him closely. After 10 minutes, they all went in. Heavens, the spiritual energy here is even denser than outside. Sima Yuqing couldn't help but cry out. There's something inside that will surprise you even more. Sima Yulin said. When he came in, he had already roughly looked around. At that time, he was so shocked that he almost couldn't regain his senses. What kind of treasure is inside that cave? Sima Yuqing said with a smile. You'll know once you go in. Sima Yulin said as he brought them into the cave. This was a cave that sloped downwards. The deeper they went in, the more spacious it became. Soon they reached the bottom. Why is there a lake here? Seeing the lake at the bottom of the cave, everyone was shocked. You guys take a good look. Sima Yulin said. Everyone didn't understand. However, seeing how mysterious he was, they all bent over to look at the lake. This is... Sima Yuran was the first to understand. His eyes were filled with shock. The others also reacted and said excitedly, could it be that this is all formed by spiritual energy? That's right. If we absorb all this spiritual energy, our strength will definitely increase by a lot. Sima Yulin was excited as well. He was no longer as calm as before. But how did this kind of spiritual energy pool form here? Sima Yuming asked. Maybe we'll understand once we absorb all this spiritual energy into our bodies. Then what are we waiting for? Let's all go in and cultivate. Sima Yuyang took the lead and jumped in. Of course, it didn't splash like normal water. The others looked at each other and jumped in as well. After that, they began to cultivate. Chapter 362. With the protection of the defense array outside, there was no need to worry about the attacks of spirit beasts and other people. The few of them had entered into a complete cultivation mode. Presumably, they would not wake up until they had absorbed all the spirit chi here. However, just in case, they still called out a few contracted beasts. Firstly, it was to prevent them from encountering an array master like Sima Yulin. Secondly, it was to prevent them from cultivating too much and exceeding the time limit. If that happened, they would be stuck here forever. They were cultivating here. Wei Ziqi and the others were cultivating in the Snow Wolf clan, Bei Gongtang and the others were cultivating in the Saber-Toothed Tiger clan, Sima Yue and Qi Yan were cultivating in the lava. These were all cultivation grounds with great opportunities. The group of people's strength was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The others who came in were not as lucky as them. They were not able to find a place to cultivate so quickly. Everyone was still running around everywhere. From time to time, some people would die, and some would find their own opportunities. In the blink of an eye, they had already been here for more than half a year. In a patch of grass on a plain, a group of injured people were resting. Big sister, what is the Zhan family trying to do? Guo Liang looked at the wounds on Guopei's body and said angrily, are they trying to sever all ties with us? Guopei swallowed the pill, her face pale as she said, they're colluding with others right now. They want to capture us, the Yun clan, and the other clans in one fell swoop. This way, our clan won't have any proof that they did it. Guofu was also injured. Hearing Guopei's words, she said, I don't know what kind of power they've colluded with. There are actually people from that kind of power. It must be someone from the upper continent. Only that continent would have such a person. Another member of the Guo clan said. Listening to what they said, it seems like they want to deal with the Divine Devil Valley's people. It could be that they have enmity with the Divine Devil Valley in the upper continents. Guofu said. That's very likely. Guopei said, everyone, let's hurry up and heal. Otherwise, if they catch up, we won't be able to fight anymore. Yes, big sister. The other members of the Guo clan didn't say anything either. Those who were injured started to heal themselves. A day later, their injuries recovered one after another. Guopei was the first to open her eyes. Seeing the few people who were still recuperating, she didn't say anything. She stood up and carefully looked around. There was nothing special about the vast grassland, but when she saw the mountain peak in the distance, she was stunned. I was actually chased all the way to this place, she muttered to herself. The mountain peak in the distance was where they had parted ways with Sima Yue and the rest. Yue and the rest had gone to the Snow Wolf clan's territory, while they had left to search for opportunities elsewhere. She turned around, and at the end of the grassland, she could vaguely see some mountains. I wonder if they're still in that place. She might still be here. Guofu's voice sounded. Guapepe looked over and saw that she had also recovered. The Snow Wolf clan said that there is a place for them to cultivate. I don't think it's something that can be done in a day or two. Guafu walked over and looked at the faintly discernible snowy mountains. Obviously, she remembered that this was the place where she had parted ways with Sima Yue. If she's really there, we might be able to avoid this disaster. Guapepe said, I just don't know if she's willing to help us. She should be. Guafu said, Brother Uni is from the Divine Devil Valley, and she's the junior valley master of the Divine Devil Valley. The people from the Divine Devil Valley are being chased together with us. She shouldn't be uninvolved. I hope someone's coming. Guapepe suddenly said. Who is it? Is it the Zhan clan? Guafu suddenly became nervous. I don't know. I can't feel their aura. Guapepe said, Wake everyone up and prepare to move. Yes, big sister. Guafu woke everyone up. Just as they were about to continue escaping, Guapepe suddenly relaxed and said, There's no need to escape. It's Yun Feng and the rest. After a short while, a flying beast appeared in their field of vision. The people sitting on it were the Yun clan members. Seeing Guapepe and the rest on the ground, Yun Feng and the rest then descended. The Yun clan members were all injured. Their clothes were all soaked in fresh blood. Yun Feng, where's Brother Uni? Guapepe didn't see Uni and asked worriedly. Big Brother is with the people from the Divine Devil Valley. He didn't escape with us. Cough cough. Yun Feng's stomach was stabbed by a sword. It almost took his life. Hurry up and take some pills to heal yourself. Guapepe said. We've already finished all our healing pills. Yun Feng said with a bitter smile. Who would have thought that their Yun clan would be forced to such a state by someone? In these 2 months, they had been in a cycle of getting injured, escaping, getting injured and escaping again. They had already used up all their healing pills a few days ago. Eat ours first. Guapepe passed the last of the pills to him. Then she looked at the Gua clan members and said, Who still has pills on them? Hurry up and take them out. The Gua clan members hurriedly took out all the pills they had on them. Most of them were barely enough for the Yun clan. Yun Feng knew that Guapepe and the rest didn't have any more pills. Before he could reject them, he heard Guapepe say, Our 2 clans have been friends for generations. We're grasshoppers on the same rope. In this situation, if you're better, our battle power will be stronger. Don't reject them. Yun Feng looked at Guapepe's bright eyes. His heart skipped a beat. He nodded and took the pills. The Yun clan members saw that he had eaten the pills. They then took the pills too. Yun Feng ate the pills and adjusted his breathing. He said, Let's continue on our way. Those people will most likely continue to chase after us. Why didn't Big Brother Uni bring you along? Guapepe didn't understand. The other party is very strong. Yun Feng said, Big Brother said that there are people from the Sage Pavilion in that group. Sage Pavilion? The Gua clan members shouted. And I also heard Big Brother say that the people from the Cloud Cave are in there too. Yun Feng said, The Cloud Cave and the Divine Devil Valley are enemies. They have joined forces with the Sage Pavilion to fight against the Divine Devil Valley. If we go with them, it will be more dangerous. Then the Zhan clan must be in cahoots with the Sage Pavilion. Guapepe said, There are a few people in white who are chasing after us. They look pure and holy. They must be from the Sage Pavilion. Big Brother Uni is already half a step into the divine rank. He should be able to fight against the Cloud Cave and the Sage Pavilion, right? Guapepe said. Yun Feng shook his head and looked in the direction they came from. He said, I'm afraid that Big Brother and the rest are in danger. Why? The Gua clan members were shocked. Are the Sage Pavilion and the Cloud Cave that strong? The people from Divine Devil Valley should also have very strong people. It's not because of that. Yun Feng said, The Divine Devil Valley has many strong people who have come, but there's someone from the Sage Pavilion who has a sacred beast contract as well. Chapter 363. What? The Gua family members cried out. Guapepe felt as if her heart was being squeezed. Even breathing seemed to be a little difficult. If the other party had a sacred beast, then he would be invincible in this little realm, if he did not meet Sima Yue. She looked in the direction of the snow mountain and said, Looks like we can only try our luck there. Yun Feng followed her gaze and said, You mean, looking for her? There's no other way except for her. Guapei said, I don't know what method they use to lock onto us. No matter how we run, they will catch up to us. If they really have a sacred beast, if we don't go and find her, we might not be able to hold on until the little realm opens. But half a year has passed. Is she still in the Snow Wolf clan? Yun Feng asked with uncertainty. We can only try. We don't have time now, so I'll have to trouble you to recover on the way. Guapei said, If we can't find her, I'm afraid that Yuni will really. Then let's go. Yun Feng said. Regardless of whether they were here or not, he could only try his luck. Let's go. The group boarded the flying beasts. The Yun family members were recovering from their injuries on the way. Everyone else was fine except for Yun Feng, who was severely injured. He was still not fully recovered by the time they reached the Snow Wolf tribe. Who are you? Why did you barge into my snow mountain? As soon as they stepped into the snowy mountain range, they were surrounded by the Snow Wolf clan's mythical beasts. It was as if they were going to kill them as intruders. We're Sima Yoyue's friends. We want to ask if they're still here? Guapei asked. Are you young Master Sima's friends? A divine beast circled around them and said, How do we know if you are really their friends? We really are. We still have the things they gave us as proof, Guapei said. What's going on? A level 6 divine beast walked over and asked. This divine beast was the one that brought Sima Yue and the rest to the saber-toothed tiger. Commander, they said they are friends of young Master Sima and are looking for young Master Sima. The 6th level divine beast looked at them and said, I remember you guys. You were with young Master Sima at that time. It had been by the Snow Wolf King's side at that time, so it had naturally seen these people with them. Hearing the level 6 divine beast's words, the Gua family laughed. Excuse me, are they still here? Guapei asked. No. The level 6 divine beast said, they left after a few days. The group was extremely disappointed. If she wasn't here, it wouldn't be easy for them to find her. If they couldn't find her, they didn't even know if they could leave the little realm alive. What should we do? If we can't find her, Yuni will. A girl from the Yun family was about to cry. I haven't finished speaking. Although she isn't here, her friends are. That level 6 divine beast said, Are you looking for them? Okay, maybe they know where Yue is, Guapei said. Then please help us inform them. They are currently cultivating. Come with me. The level 6 divine beast brought them to see the Snow Wolf King. When he saw them, he knew the ins and outs of the matter and said, Yue and the rest went to the saber-toothed tiger's territory. The remaining 2 are currently cultivating. Since Yue's people were bullied, I will send someone to inform Yi Qi and the rest to see if they have any way of contacting Yue. Otherwise, you will have to go to the saber-toothed tiger's territory to find them. Many thanks, Snow Wolf King. Guapei said. If it was any other human, they would definitely not receive such treatment. It was only because they had some relationship with Sima Yue and the rest that they were treated with such courtesy. The Snow Wolf King sent someone to find Wei Ziqi and the rest, and coincidentally saw them advancing in rank. So the little wolf waited outside for a while, and only entered when it saw the advancement light disappear. Young Master Wei. The little wolf saw Wei Ziqi and said, Someone is looking for you. Wei Ziqi and Little Two advanced in rank at the same time, and were feeling the changes in their body. When they heard what the little wolf said, they guessed that Yue and the rest had returned. But when they thought about it, if it was Sima Yue, they would have come directly to find him and Little Tuesday. Who is looking for us? He asked. I haven't seen them before, but they said they are your friends. The little wolf said. Our friends? Wei Ziqi frowned. Did Sima Lin and the rest find them? Brother Ziqi, could it be Sister Gua and the rest? Little Two said. It's possible. Let's go take a look. Wei Ziqi said. Wei Ziqi and Little Two came to the Snow Wolf King's cave. When they saw the people inside, they knew that Little Two had guessed correctly. The Gua clansmen were excited when they saw him. So it's you guys. Didn't you leave this place? Why are you back? Wei Ziqi said. Normally, When people were looking for opportunities, they would rarely return after leaving a place. I'll explain it to you later, Guapei said. Can you contact Yue and the rest? Did something happen? Wei Ziqi asked when he saw how anxious she was. Yes, we met with trouble, including the Divine Devil Valley, Guapei said. After that, she explained the situation simply. Because time was tight, there were many things that she didn't have time to say. However, it made Wei Ziqi realize the seriousness of the situation. I'll try to contact them. He took out the Mother-Sun stone and inserted his spirit energy, but there was no response. The Yun clansmen were happy when they saw him take out the Mother-Sun stone. They knew the use of the Mother-Sun stone. But when they saw that there was no response from the Mother-Sun stone, their smiles froze. Could it be that they are very far away? Wei Ziqi said. After that, he took out another Mother-Sun stone and inserted his spirit energy. Ziqi. Bei Gongtang's voice came from the Mother-Sun stone. Bei Gong, are you still at the saber-toothed tiger clan? Wei Ziqi asked. Yes. What's wrong? Bei Gongtang asked. Where's Yue? I looked for her just now, but her Mother-Sun stone didn't respond. Wei Ziqi said. Oh, she's not with us. Bei Gongtang said. Where did she go? She went underground with Chongming. She's probably cultivating down there. Why are you looking for her so anxiously? Is something the matter? Wei Ziqi explained the situation and the four of them felt the seriousness of the situation. After Yue went down that day, she didn't come up for a few months. We haven't contacted her and don't know if we can contact her now. Why don't you wait? We'll come out now and see if we can find her. At that time, Bei Gongtang's words were cut off halfway. Wei Ziqi shouted a few times but there was no response. After a while, Bei Gongtang's voice came from the Mother-Sun stone. We don't need to go down, this guy came out alive. Chapter 364. The spiritual qi in the cultivation pool had been almost completely absorbed. In the past 8 or 9 months, the four of them had all risen by 2 to 3 levels, which could be considered a considerable gain. One had to know that it would take several years for one to advance to Spirit King. Fatty Chu finally broke through the Spirit Grandmaster stage and successfully advanced to the Spirit Emperor stage. He was the slowest to advance in the group. However, if he took this talent out, he would still be in existence that would frighten a group of people. As for Ouyang Fei and Bei Gongtang, they had risen by 3 levels, and the distance between them and him had increased. Fatty Chu did not even have the time to complain before he heard the bad news from Wei Ziqi's side. Before he could even express his anger, the few of them were stunned by the sounds coming from behind the stone wall. Roars could be heard, mixed with the angry roars of people, the collision of spiritual energy, and the sound of magma surging. It was as if a great battle was taking place behind it. Just when they were considering if they should go in and take a look, Sima Yue appeared in front of them in a sorry state. Seeing that half of Sima Yue's clothes were burnt and her body was black like coal, the few of them were stunned for a few seconds. Then they laughed unkindly. Bei Gong, say something. Did something happen on your side? Wei Ziqi's voice came from the Mother-Sun stone. Bei Gongtang maintained her smile and picked up the Mother-Sun stone, saying, We don't need to go down. This guy came out alive. We'll contact you in a while. After saying that, she put away the Mother-Sun stone. Fifth bro, what's wrong with you? Sima Yulu held back his laughter as he helped her up and asked. Sima Yu used Sima Yuli's strength to stand up. When she opened her mouth, black smoke came out. What a tragedy! I almost became barbecued meat. I'll go pack up first. After saying that, she flashed into the Spirit Pagoda. Half a day later, she came out of the Spirit Pagoda. At this time, the injuries on her body had completely disappeared. Fifth bro, what have you been through in this half a year? How did you end up like this? Sima Yulu asked. Don't mention it. Sima Yue waved her hand as she recalled what she had gone through in the past half a year. Yue, you've become a spirit paragon? Ouyang Fei suddenly asked in surprise. Yes. Sima Yuran nodded. This was probably the biggest gain of the past few months. Every day, her body felt like it was being roasted by flames. She had no choice but to use all her energy to guide the fire elements and protect her body. Although her strength was increasing very quickly, the process was too difficult to endure. When she became a spirit elder, the lava suddenly erupted. Coincidentally, the bubbles that Qi Yan had created for her were no longer effective. If she hadn't run fast enough, she wouldn't have been able to get out. Yue, you actually broke through the threshold of Spirit Paragon. Didn't they say that this threshold was very difficult? Fatty Chu cried out loudly. He had just become a spiritual emperor, and this guy had already become a spiritual venerable. Did he have to be so scary? Sima Yue also felt that this threshold wasn't easy. She had risen 4 ranks in the first 6 months, reaching the peak of spiritual emperor. It was only after 3 months that she successfully broke through and became a first-rank spirit paragon. In 9 months, she rose 5 ranks. From a 5th-rank spirit paragon to a first-rank spirit paragon. Damn, if we knew earlier, we would have gone down to cultivate as well. Fatty Chu cried out. Bei Gong Tang and the others looked at her enviously. Sima Yue shook her head, saying, if it weren't for Qi Yan's protection, I would have been burnt to ashes before I even reached the bottom. So dangerous? What exactly is down there? Everyone was shocked. They naturally knew how powerful Qi Yan's flames were. They actually needed his protection to reach the bottom. If they had gone down, they would have been burnt to a crisp. Sima Yue explained the situation down there simply. However, it still left everyone speechless. They all thought that the place down there was specially prepared for people like Sima Yue. Right when I came out, I saw you guys talking to Ziqi. Did something happen? Did he come out as well? Nope. Something happened. Bei Gong Tang said. You Lin and the others? No, Guo Pei Pei and the others went to the Snow Wolf clan to look for us. In the end, they were the only ones there, so they asked him to contact you. However, your mother's stone didn't respond and couldn't contact you. In the end, they found me. Bei Gong Tang replied. Guo Pei Pei and the others? Why would they look for us? It's like this. Bei Gong Tang told her everything that Wei Ziqi had told her. Sima Yue furrowed her eyebrows after hearing it, saying, I never thought that the people from the Divine Devil Valley would come in as well. Those whatever cave and sage pavilion people actually dared to join hands to kill them. Did they think that I, the Junior Valley Master, didn't exist? They didn't even know of your existence. Ouyang Fei added. Cough cough dash. Sima Yue glared at Ouyang Fei. She had finally managed to show her dominance, but this guy still dared to tear her apart. Since something has happened, let's go out. Yue, are we going to rush over now? Bei Gong Tang asked. No rush. Sima Yue said, although we have Chongming, don't they have sacred beasts too? Other than that, we still have to bring some helpers over. Let's go, we'll look for Gong Yan first. Gong Yan and a few elders were in the cave discussing how to leave. Ever since Sima Yue and the others went in, they could no longer enter that place. They couldn't even see what was going on inside. As the 1-year deadline approached, they became more and more nervous. They didn't know if they would be able to leave this place. However, they couldn't see Sima Yue and the others' situation. Thus, everyone became anxious. Wang Dash, a saber-toothed tiger, ran in from outside and said excitedly, those people have come out of seclusion. Really? Gong Yan became excited. Really? They're walking over here right now. I think they'll be here soon. Then inform outside. Bring them in when they're here. Gong Yan ordered. Sima Yue and the others followed the saber-toothed tiger that was guarding them to Gong Yan's cave. The guard told them to enter directly. The moment they entered, they saw Gong Yan and the elders talking about something. Seeing them enter, they stopped and looked at them excitedly. You're finally out of seclusion. An elder said. We can't see what's going on inside from outside. Are you all okay? Gong Yan said. We're fine. Sima Yue said, we're already out of seclusion. Have you all decided? We've decided. We accept your conditions. We'll listen to you for 100 years after we leave. Gong Yan hadn't even opened his mouth when an elder expressed his stance. I wonder when we'll be leaving. Sima Yue looked at Gong Yan. Gong Yan nodded, expressing that he agreed with the elder's words. All right, since you've agreed, then go and gather the people. We'll leave immediately. Chapter 365. Now. Gong Yen and the elders were shocked. Don't we still have 3 months? I have some matters to settle. After I leave, I won't have time to come back. Sima Yue said, if you don't leave with me, you won't be able to leave. Gong Yen was stunned for a moment before saying, all right. However, I will need some time to gather my clansmen. All right. Thus, all the members of the saber-toothed tiger clan received the order to return within a day and pack their things. Sima Yue was very curious. These spirit beasts still had things to pack? However, thinking about the piles of medicinal ingredients in the warehouse and the various materials in the palace, she knew that the tiger clan also had a habit of collecting treasures. Presumably, those saber-toothed tigers had their own little warehouse. The next morning, Sima Yue left. Following her was a group of Spirit Paragon-level saber-toothed tigers. Those low-leveled ones were all thrown into the Spirit Pagoda by her. However, it was not their usual place, but a separate space created by Little Spirit. There was nothing inside, and they could only look at the pitch-black space. However, they could still breathe. This way, she could bring them along and not let them know the secret of the Spirit Pagoda. Gong Yen and the rest saw that she really had a place that could accommodate life and were even more convinced that she would bring them out. Those elders were already fantasizing that they would be promoted to sacred beasts when they left. In the Snow Wolf clan, the Guer and Yun clansmen were anxiously waiting. They had already stayed here for 2 days and did not know what was going on over at Yuni's side. Oidash, suddenly, a wolf's howl was heard. Rong and Zhao's expression changed as they immediately stood up and said, prepare for battle. Wei Ziqi and the rest saw that they had such a big reaction after hearing the wolf's howl and asked, did something happen? A large group of saber-toothed tigers have invaded. Rong said, I don't think you need to be so nervous. Wei Ziqi said, no, the last time the saber-toothed tigers invaded, they brought along their elders. We were not in time and Xiao was injured. Rong said, if I didn't guess wrongly, it should be Yue who brought the saber-toothed tigers here. Wei Ziqi said, it's her? Is she going to bring the saber-toothed tigers out too? Yes. Wei Ziqi replied, previously, Bei Gong told me that they have already discussed the terms with the saber-toothed tiger tribe. I'm afraid that they won't have the time to come back and bring you all back. The only way is to bring you all along. If you're still willing to leave, you should quickly inform the Snow Wolf clan to prepare to leave. Wei Ziqi. The mother-son stone in Wei Ziqi's hands suddenly lit up. Yu. Wei Ziqi replied. Ziqi, go and inform the Snow Wolf King that we have already rushed over and will arrive in half a day's time. Tell them that if they want to leave with us, they should quickly prepare. We don't have much time to waste. Sima Yue said, I'm with them. They all heard your words. Wei Ziqi said as he glanced at the Snow Wolf King. Rong and Sky exchanged looks and said, we'll gather our clansmen immediately. By the time Sima Yue brought the saber-toothed tigers to the Snow Wolf clan's territory, everyone was already prepared. Sima Yue looked at the thousands of snow wolves standing neatly on the snowy mountain and sighed. They were indeed faster than the saber-toothed tigers. Yue. Guopei saw Sima Yue and was a little excited. Even the way she addressed her changed. Sima Yue got down from Little Rock and nodded at Guopei, saying, we'll talk about the details on the way. I'll settle the Snow Wolf clan first so that we can leave earlier. All right, Guopei said. Rong saw Sima Yue return and immediately felt that her aura was different. He asked in surprise, you're a spirit paragon? I was lucky. Sima Yue said, are you all ready? We're ready. How are you going to bring so many of us away? Rong asked. I have a place. You can go there. You can breathe there. Sima Yue said, your clansmen will have to stay there for the time being. The saber-toothed tigers are there too? Sky narrowed his eyes at the saber-toothed tigers that were following them. His body emitted a dangerous aura. No matter what grudges you have, if you want to leave, you have to put them down now. After 100 years, you can do whatever you want. Sima Yue said. Although Rong really wanted to take revenge for Sky, he still nodded and said, all right. Then I'll bring your clansmen over now. Sima Yue said. Seeing that the Snow Wolf King did not object, she waved her hand and the young Snow Wolf clan members disappeared. Yue, why didn't you bring them in with you? Wei Ziqi asked. Aren't we going to deal with a lot of people? When the time comes, we'll need spirit paragons and above to help. Sima Yue said without hesitation. Don't tell me you want to bring so many spirit beasts along with you? Bei Gongtang's face darkened. Previously, Sima Yue did not mention it and they did not think about it. Now that they heard it, they felt that she was a little unreliable. Cough cough, can't I? Sima Yue said. She just wanted to look cool when she was on the road. Seeing that everyone was looking at her with disapproval, she helplessly recalled all the spirit beasts, leaving only the Snow Wolf King and the saber-toothed Tiger King behind. The Gua clan members were stunned when they heard that Sima Yue had advanced to Spirit Paragon. Now that they saw that the spirit beasts had disappeared, they regained their senses. In 9 months, she had actually advanced from a spirit saint to a spirit paragon. How much luck did she have in these few months? Yue, why do you have that kind of space that can contain life? Guliang asked. Sima Yue smiled and said, It's not strange for a beast tamer to have something that can contain life. It's just that mine is a little bigger. Rong and Gong Yen did not know that beast tamers had this kind of space, but the Gua clan and Yun clan members knew that most beast tamers would have something that could contain life. It was different from an interspatial ring, but it was similar. Hearing her say this, although they were surprised that she had such a big space, they did not say anything. You're also a beast tamer? Yun Feng looked at Sima Yue. Big brother said that you're a pill master and that your talent in alchemy is very strong. Pill master? Aren't you an array master? Guoliang cried out in surprise. Sima Yue said, All right, let's go now. Where's Uni now? Do you know which direction we're heading in? Although she wanted to change the topic, everyone still looked at her with a shocked expression. A 22-year-old pill master, array master, and beast tamer. She was even a spirit paragon. Damn, there were not many people who could match up to her talent in the upper continents, right? Chapter 366. Yun Feng, didn't you say you were going to look for your brothers? Where should we go now? Wei Ziqi asked. Oh. Yun Feng regained his senses and said, I have a way to find my brother. As he spoke, he took out a piece of jade. It was similar to the one in Sima Yue's hand. There were 2 red dots on it. Big brother brought this back from the top. He gave it to me before he left. He said that as long as I followed this, I would be able to find her. Yun Feng said, They're moving quickly. Oh no, they're running so quickly. They must be being chased. They're running towards us. And they're changing directions. Fatty Chu said. Big brother must have noticed that we were in this direction, so he changed his direction. Yun Feng said. Do you and your brother have a sun-mother stone? Sima Yue asked. Yun Feng said. He doesn't look too far away. Try to contact him. Sima Yue said. All right. Yun Feng took out the Sun-Mother Stone and injected spiritual energy into it. After waiting for a while, there was a reaction from the other side. We've made contact. The Gua and Yun family members were elated. Feng, what's wrong? Yuni's voice sounded depressed. She was probably injured. Brother, are you being hunted down? Yun Feng asked. Feng, if I don't survive this time, you must survive. Go to the primordial lands and find the divine Devil Valley. Tell them what happened here and let them take revenge for us. Uni was no longer lazy and her voice was somewhat ruthless. Why do we have to go up and find Master to take revenge? Sima Yue said. She quite liked this lazy and handsome guy. Uni's eyes lit up when she heard Sima Yue's voice. What's the matter, Uni? A voice asked. Sima Yue took the Mother Sun Stone and said, Uni, take your people and fly outside immediately. We'll pick you up. Uni said excitedly. Sima Yue returned the Mother Sun Stone to Yun Feng and flew onto Little Rock, saying, Let's go. Someone dares to bully my divine Devil Valley's people. Damn it, do they think I'm a junior valley master? After being yelled, Bei Gongtang also went up and said, In any case, I'm an inner disciple. Aya, According to what you said, we will most likely become part of the Divine Devil Valley in the future. This is bullying our people. If we don't go and fight, they will really think that our Divine Devil Valley is easy to bully. Fatty Chu stomped his feet and flew up as well. If we don't perform well, what if Grandpa Devil doesn't want us anymore? Wei Ziqi nodded his head and actually looked a little pretentious. Initially, he thought that Sima Yuyu was the only one from the Divine Devil Valley, but he didn't expect that they were all. Fatty Chu looked at the people below and said, "What are you guys doing? Come up." Rong and Gong Yan sat on both sides of Sima Yue. They were determined not to sit together. The Gua and Yun family members quickly flew up. Little Rock flapped his wings and flew towards Yuni and the others at the fastest speed. Sima Yue turned around and looked at the snow mountain. She thought of the enchantment around the cultivation pool. There should be a place like hers. Unfortunately, she didn't have the chance to cultivate now. On the other side, Yuni put down the Mother Sun stone and said, "Let's change direction and fly towards the northeast." "But didn't you say your brother and the others were in that direction? Are we going to find them?" The man who spoke just now said. "That's right, Yuni. If we go over, won't we be bringing danger to them?" Another person from Divine Devil Valley said. "Don't worry. Cloud Cave and Sage Pavilion's arrogant days are coming to an end," Yuni said with a smile. "All right." Seeing that he was so insistent, they changed direction again. Yuni lowered her head and looked at the red dot that belonged to Yun Feng moving quickly. Both parties were getting closer quickly. Her lips curled into a charming smile. When she heard the Junior Valley Master's voice just now, it seemed that the Divine Devil Valley was a little overbearing. One day later, the two red dots had almost overlapped. The distance between the two parties could no longer be determined by this. "This is useless. I think they're not far away. Little Rock, pay attention to the aura around you," Sima Yue said. "Yes, Master." Little Rock replied. Prang dash, two waves of spiritual energy collided and spread far and wide in the air. The people on their backs were shocked by the sound. "Could it be that they've been caught up?" Fatty Chu said. "Yun Feng, contact them." Sima Yue instructed with a serious expression. If they had really been caught up, the situation wouldn't be optimistic. "All right," Yun Feng said as he took out the Mother Sun stone. But just as he contacted them, there was an explosion and there was no more news from them. "It's really them. Chongming, bring me over first." Sima Yue called Chongming out. Chongming's aura was much stronger than when he first came here. Sima Yue had advanced in rank and the other spirit beasts had also advanced in rank. Only he needed more energy and didn't advance in rank. But he was close to the next level. After Chongming came out, he transformed into his original form. After Sima Yue flew up, he brought her over quickly. "Since he's so fast, why didn't he bring us along?" Someone from the Yun family said softly. "Sacred beast, is it something that we can sit on whenever we want?" Fatty Chu sneered. That person was speechless. He only thought that Chongming was Sima Yue's contracted beast. He didn't think that he was a sacred beast. Was his back something that ordinary people could sit on whenever they wanted? "Let's hurry up." Wei Ziqi said, "Little Rock will have to trouble you." "I'm tired, I can't fly anymore." Little Rock slowed down. The Yun family's faces were burning. It seemed like that person's words had offended Little Rock. "Sorry, he's just worried about his brother's situation. Please don't take it to heart," Yun Feng said. "Cough cough, Little Rock, hurry up. We still have to save the Divine Devil Valley's disciples." Wei Ziqi laughed secretly in his heart and patted Little Rock's back. "All right." Little Rock snorted twice before increasing his speed. Sima Yue sat on Chongming's back and was much faster than Little Rock. They quickly left them behind. Peng, Yuni and the Divine Devil Valley's people were beaten to the ground along with their flying beasts. "Haha, isn't your Divine Devil Valley very powerful?" The person who came stood on the flying beast and looked down arrogantly. "Zhou Xian, does your cloud cave really want to kill us all? Aren't you afraid that we'll get out alive and seek revenge on your cloud cave?" A Divine Devil Valley's disciple said. "Haha, if you all die here, who would know that we did it?" Zhou Xian laughed and said, "Men, Go down and kill them all. Chapter 367. The group of people jumped down from the flying beast and landed right in front of Uni. And Carrot? Calm. Uni, I heard that you've been very proud of yourself recently. How could your handicapped master be willing to let you out of the Divine Devil Valley this time? A man with a scar on his face looked at Uni with a sinister smile. Xianxia, you're here too. Uni's face sank when she saw the person closest to her. Cloud Cave's Xianxia had always been against him. The two of them had been enemies for more than 10 years. He didn't expect to meet him here today. This person was vicious and merciless. Yun Feng and the others had not come yet. It seemed that this time he was doomed. Xianxia, why are you still talking nonsense with him? Hurry up and clean him up so that we can chase after the rest of them, Zhou Guangxin urged in the air. Senior brother, why are you in such a hurry? It's rare that we have time to chat with the Divine Devil Valley's disciples. If we send them on their way, we'll be rude if we're too anxious. Xianxia said. That's right, senior brother. We have to send them on their way. After the other man finished speaking, he used the knife in his hand to cut the arm of the person in front of him. The pain made the person's face turn as white as paper. He covered his arm with cold sweat, but he didn't make a sound, let alone beg for mercy. Just in case, Zhou Guangxin said, well, since senior brother is in such a hurry, then let's end this quickly. Xianxia said, I'll first cut off your hands and feet, then cut off your head. How about that? Xianxia, don't you dare. A few people on the other side shouted. I dare? I dare. Xianxia laughed and waved the sword in his hand, ready to chop down. The people from Divine Devil Valley shouted. Even Uni closed her eyes, waiting for the last bit of pain. But after a few seconds, he didn't feel anything. Instead, he heard the voice he had been waiting for. Move then. I want to see how you're going to look at his limbs and head. He opened his eyes and saw Sima Yue standing on the back of a big bird. With a leap, she landed in front of him and kicked Xianxia away. Uni, I'm not late, am I? She turned around and looked at Uni, who was seriously injured and unable to move, and said with a smile. It's not too late. Uni clutched her chest and coughed up blood, but her face was smiling. Sima Yue looked at the smile on his face and said, I realize that you have the aura of a demon when you smile. Or you. How dare you interfere in our business? Xianxia had just been immobilized. Although he was kicked by Sima Yue, he regained his freedom. You're just a level 1 spiritual venerable. How dare you try to be a hero? A man from the Cloud Cave scolded when he saw Sima Yue's strength. Everyone else had the same thought as well. After all, Sima Yue had shown her strength earlier. Only Zhuang Guangxin did not underestimate Sima Yue. What she did to Xianxia just now was not something an ordinary person could do. He flew and landed in front of Sima Yue and said, It's best if you don't interfere in our business. If you leave now, we won't bother you. Senior. Xianxia and the rest were anxious. If he really left, what would they do if he told others about them? Shut up. Zhuang Guangxin scolded Xianxia, then looked at Sima Yue and asked, What do you think? Why don't we settle this? Sima Yue sneered, You're going to kill my Mystic Valley's disciple. You still want me to stand by and do nothing, and wait for you to gather your strength to kill me? You're from the Divine Devil Valley? Zhuang Guangxin looked at Sima Yue suspiciously. Why didn't he know that there was someone like her in the Mystic Valley? Although I haven't been to the Divine Devil Valley, I am indeed from there. Sima Yue said, So it's impossible for me to leave. But I can leave your lives behind. Shameless boasting. The Cloud Cave's people looked at Sima Yue, were at least 4th-level spirit paragons. You, a 1st-level spirit paragon, want to take our lives? Whether or not I'm shameless, you'll know in a while. Sima Yue laughed evilly. You're not from the Divine Devil Valley. The Divine Devil Valleys. Blood Thumb Ring. Zhuang Guangxin suddenly saw the blood thumb ring on Sima Yue's thumb and cried out involuntarily. Oh, it seems like you recognize this thing. Sima Yue said, That's true. If it wasn't for this thing, I wouldn't be considered a member of the Divine Devil Valley. Blood Thumb Ring. She's a junior Valley Master? The Divine Devil Valley's people looked at Sima Yue in shock. They all knew that there was a junior valley master in the Lin continent. They didn't expect to meet her here, and even more so, didn't expect that she would come to save them. Since you know my identity, I won't talk nonsense. Sima Yue said, just like what you said, if we want to keep it a secret, we can only kill all of you. Chongming, I'll leave it to you. All right. Chongming descended from the sky. When he reached the ground, he had already changed into his human form. Sacred beast! Everyone cried out. They didn't expect her to have a sacred beast. When Chongming made his move, it was absolutely clean. Those people didn't even see how he made his move and they all died one by one. Sima Yue didn't watch Chongming make his move. She came to Yuni's side and squatted down. Seeing that he was covered in injuries, she sighed, I haven't seen you for a few months and you're already injured like this? Yuni laughed bitterly, it's really not as good as before. All right, it's better that you don't talk. In a while, you won't have the strength to catalyze the pill. Sima Yue said as she took out a pill for him to consume. Then she looked at the people from Divine Devil Valley and asked, these people are all from our valley? Yes, they are all disciples from different valleys in the inner valley. Yuni said, there are even valleys? Sima Yue asked. Don't the people from Divine Devil Valley live together? It's not that they don't live together. It's just that people from different professions have different names. Yuni said. Oh, it's still like this. So troublesome. Sima Yue said, you're all injured. Why are you all so silly and don't know how to take pills to heal your injuries? Greetings to Junior Valley Master. Those people were a little awkward, but they still bowed to Sima Yue. Forget it. Sima Yue said, are there no more pills? The people from Divine Devil Valley nodded awkwardly. I knew it. Sima Yue said, Yun Feng and the rest have all finished their pills. You guys should be about the same. You over there, you look like you can still move. Distribute them to everyone. She said to a young man. That man walked over, took the pills and swallowed all of them. Yue, do you want to keep him alive? Chongming looked at the last person and asked. Keep him alive for the time being. I still have some things to ask him later. Sima Yue said. All right. Chongming nodded and didn't make a move on him for the time being. Zhong Hai sat on the ground. Looking at the sudden reversal of the situation and the sacred beast in front of him, he felt like he was in a dream. Of course, this dream was also a nightmare. Chapter 368. The people from the Divine Devil Valley were very curious about this Junior Valley Master who appeared out of nowhere. However, all of them were severely injured and the most important thing was to heal their injuries. After a while, Little Rock brought the remaining people and hurried over. Brother Yuni, are you all right? Guapepe was the first to fly down. She landed in front of Yuni and looked at him with concern. I'm fine. Yuni opened her eyes. There was a lazy smile on her face. Fortunately, Junior Valley Master came in time. Thank you, Yue. Yun Feng bowed to Sima Yue. What are you thanking me for? I just saved the people in our valley. Sima Yue said, then turned to Bei Gongtang and Ouyang Fei. Do you guys still have a lot of healing pills? Both of them shook their heads and said, we've already cleaned up our medicinal pills before and then distributed them to everyone. There's not much left. Junior Valley Master, many of them are also alchemists. It's just that they were being chased and didn't have the time to refine pills. Let's wait for them to recover and let them refine pills themselves. Yuni said. That would be a waste of time. When they recover, it will be our turn to deal with those people. Sima Yue said, the three of us should make use of this time to refine some pills, in case we don't have enough later on. As she spoke to this point, she began to worry. She didn't know how Sima Yu Ran and the others were doing right now. Would they run out of pills as well? She took out the Mother-Sun Stone and tried to contact Sima Yu Ran and the others. She realized that they were too far away and there was no response. Are you worried about them? Bei Gongtang walked over and asked. I haven't contacted them for such a long time. I don't know how they are doing. Sima Yue said. Don't worry, Yulin isn't a simple guy. With him around, the others will be fine. Bei Gongtang said. Okay, let's wait for a while. Once we're done here, we'll go look for them. Sima Yu took out the positioning jade stone. There were 2 red dots on it that were in a stationary state. Then let's refine the pills. The earlier we finish, the earlier we can go find them. Bei Gong Tang said considerately. All right. The 3 of them went to the side and started to refine pills. Many of the people in Divine Devil Valley were alchemists, but when they saw the 3 of them refining pills proficiently and the rate of pills produced from every furnace, everyone was quite surprised. This wasn't difficult for them, but for these people who grew up in the lower realms, this wasn't easy. Moreover, they were much older than these 3. Especially Sima Yu's technique, it could be compared to the previous generation. No wonder the Second Valley Lord chose her as his disciple. That was what everyone in the Divine Devil Valley was thinking. By the time their injuries were almost healed, Sima Yue and the others were almost done refining the pills. She distributed the pills to everyone, including the members of the Yun and Gua families. Alright, now tell me what's going on. Sima Yue said, who are the people who want to kill you? What kind of hatred do they have for you to go all out to kill you? Let me tell you. Yuni looked at Zhonghai and said, they are from the Cloud Cave. They are our Divine Devil Valley's enemies. Cloud Cave? Have we reached the point where we will fight to the death with them? Sima Yue asked. You can say that. Yuni said, the Second Valley Lord was injured by the Cloud Cave's cave master. What? My master was injured by them? Sima Yue glanced at Zhonghai. The murderous intent in her eyes made him shiver. That's right. Yuni nodded. It seems that other than them, there are others who are trying to kill you? Sima Yue asked. The Sage Pavilion is colluding with the Cloud Cave. There are also the Zhan clansmen and people from other continents. Yuni said. The Sage Pavilion is colluding with the Zhan clansmen because of that old man who became the assistant pavilion master, right? Sima Yue said, but they can gather people from other continents. Why can't you find people too? Because they find people with connections. For example, the Zhan clan and the Sage Pavilion have people who entered the upper realm. Our Divine Devil Valley doesn't take in many people, so we can gather few people. Plus, our luck isn't very good, so we didn't meet many people. And the other party has sacred beasts. Those people don't dare to be with us. A Divine Devil Valley disciple said. How many people do they have? Sima Yue asked. We don't know either, but we guess that there are at least 1,000. Yuni said. 1,000? So many people? Fatty Chu said in surprise. Just the Cloud Cave has at least 100 to 200 people. Shen Rao, the Divine Devil Valley disciple who spoke first said, and they seem to be targeting us. Once we met them, they started to chase us. There are many from the Sage Pavilion. Another person said, including the people they gathered, 1,000 people is a conservative estimate. The other party has so many people. Why are there so few of you? Sima Yue said. The Divine Devil Valley had about 30 to 40 people. Including the Yun and Gua clansmen, there were less than 100 people. We didn't have so many people before. 10 to 20 people died in the battle. Someone said with red eyes. Junior Valley Master, you have to take revenge for them. Don't worry. If they dare to kill the Divine Devil Valley, we can also encircle and annihilate them. Cloud Cave and the Sage Pavilion, do you know where they are now? Sima Yue asked. I don't know the details, but I know the general location. Shen Rao said. Alright, then let's start the counterattack now. Sima Yue said. Because there were many people, everyone sat on their own flying beasts. Only Yuni and Shen Rao were called over by Sima Yue to understand the details of the Cloud Cave. After Yuni's explanation, Sima Yue then knew that the hatred between the Cloud Cave and the Divine Devil Valley was so strong that it couldn't be resolved. The Cloud Cave was seen as a righteous sect. But the Divine Devil Valley was both righteous and evil. Although there were more professional masters, most of them had bad tempers and often offended people. The Cloud Cave was one of the powers that had been offended. The reason why they hated each other in the beginning was unclear now. However, for thousands of years, the two forces would fight each other whenever they met. When they met in private, they would definitely fight to the death. As more and more people died, the conflict between the two forces could no longer be resolved. and the Cloud Cave and the Sage Pavilion were very close. Maybe it was because they both liked to pretend to be holy and righteous. Birds of a feather flock together. According to Yun Yi and the others' guesses, the Sage Pavilion and Cloud Cave had been preparing to make a move against them in the Little Realm from the very beginning. That was why they had come prepared and caught the Divine Devil Valley's people off guard. Chapter 369. The people of Divine Devil Valley still felt like they were dreaming, but compared to Zhonghai's nightmare, their dream was a beautiful dream. Copy this address views %77%, 77%, 77%, 2E%, 62%, 69%, 71%, 69%, 2E%, 6D%, 65. Actually, when Old Man Devil came back and announced that he had taken in a disciple in the Lin continent, and this disciple was recognized by the Blood Ring and became their junior Valley Master, everyone in the Divine Devil Valley was shocked, and some even rebelled. From their point of view, the people from the lower realm continent weren't anything special. Such a person wasn't qualified to be a junior Valley Master. Many of them wanted to obtain Old Man Devil's inheritance, but none of them succeeded. In the end, a person from the lower realm obtained the position they dreamed of. But the Divine Devil Valley's rules were like that, they were not allowed to offend their superiors. Therefore, when Yuni saw Sima Yue, she had to bow to her even though she didn't want to. However, they didn't expect that this junior Valley Master, who they had always looked down on, would come down from the sky and save them, pulling them back from the brink of death. Moreover, she was decisive in killing, and her talent was even higher than theirs, causing them to completely submit to her. Junior Valley Master, I didn't expect you to advance from a spiritual emperor to a spiritual venerable in just 9 months. Yuni sighed. I was lucky to get an opportunity. Sima Yue said. Advancing from a spirit emperor to a spirit supremacy in 9 months? Shen Rao looked at Sima Yue in shock. Was the junior Valley Master a peak spirit emperor before? No, Sima Yue said. That is. Yu was a 5th level spirit saint before. In 9 months, oh, you've risen by 4 levels? Fatty Chu said. 4 levels in 9 months? Or is there a huge gap between them? Shen Rao cried out, attracting the attention of the others. After knowing that Sima Yue had advanced in rank, the other Divine Devil Valley's disciples were all dumbfounded as they had never seen anyone advance in such a manner. Even if they advanced faster in the upper continents, no one had ever encountered such a situation. Master, there's a situation up ahead. Little Peng interrupted, breaking everyone's shock. What's wrong? Sima Yue asked. There's a fight. Let's go and take a look. Sima Yue said, if they are from those forces, we can clear the area. Yes, Master. Little Rock led them forward at high speed. Not long after, they saw a group of people fighting. On one side, there were mostly women, and their clothes were similar. They should be from the same sect. He couldn't tell which force the other party was from. They are from the Moonbow clan. Shen Rao immediately recognized the white-robed women. Is he close to us? Sima Yue asked. Not bad. The Second Valley Lord has a good relationship with one of their elders, Granny Feng. Yuni said. That's Zhong Quan. Shen Rao suddenly pointed at one of the men. Seeing the confusion on Sima Yue's face, Yuni explained, Zhong Quan is Zhonghai's brother. They are all from the Cloud Cave. So Zhong Quan is leading a group of people to kill the Moonbow clan people? Sima Yue said. Since that's the case, what are you waiting for? Go and save the damsels in distress. With her command, the Divine Devil Valley's people were filled with fighting spirit. All of them wanted to fly over and join in the battle, to save the damsels in distress. Beauties, I told you not to put up a fight. You should just surrender obediently and let our brothers have some fun. That way, you can live a little longer. A wretched man laughed wretchedly. Even if we die, we won't let you have your way. A woman shouted. Zhong Quan, you're leading people to kill the younger generation of the various sections. Aren't you afraid that the Cloud Cave will be hunted down by the various sects? Zhong Quan and Zhong Hai looked alike, but he looked more ruthless. Hearing the other party's reprimand, he laughed coldly. Since we've already made such a decision, we're already prepared for such a situation. Of course, we're only doing this because we have the strength. So you do have the strength. Sima Yue's voice rang out, shocking the people who were fighting. Weren't you? Seeing the divine Devil Valley's people, Zhong Quan's face darkened, saying, "Where's my brother?" "Of course we sent him on his way." Sima Yue said, "We're sending you to see him now." Yuni. Compared to Zhong Quan and the rest, the Moonbo clan's people were much more excited. "What are you waiting for? You were shouting about saving the beauties just now. Why aren't you going now?" Sima Yue waved her hand. "Alright." The Divine Devil Valley's people joined in the battle, attacking Zhong Quan's people. Sima Yue also joined in the battle in order to consolidate her strength. When the Divine Devil Valley's people saw that she could beat a third-level spirit paragon to the point where he couldn't even fight back, they were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. What a strong battle power. It's so easy for her to fight someone of a higher level. The Junior Valley Master is mighty. Damn, that move is so cool. The crowd sighed. When Yuni saw Sima Yue's battle power, she couldn't help but sigh. This guy's strength was definitely unrivaled in the same level. No wonder he was chosen to be the Junior Valley Master. With this kind of strength, even if it was the Divine Devil Valley's people, no one in the younger generation could match up to him. Yuni was at the peak of the Spirit Paragon stage, and it wasn't difficult for her to deal with these people. So the battle situation was quickly reversed, and the people who were originally overbearing were all beaten up by the Divine Devil Valley's people until they lost the ability to move. The Moonbo clan's people gradually retreated from the battle after the Divine Devil Valley's people arrived. When the battle was over, a beautiful lady came forward to express her gratitude to Yuni. "Yuni, thank you all. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid we wouldn't have survived today." The beautiful lady smiled slightly, and Fatty Chu almost drooled. "If you want to thank someone, you should thank our Junior Valley Master." Yuni said, "Junior Valley Master? Isn't Ying Bai Chuan unable to enter this little realm?" The beautiful lady frowned slightly. If that was the case, why would he send people to save them? "I'm talking about the other Junior Valley Master." Yuni pointed at Sima Yue, who was currently commanding the crowd to loot the spoils of war. "She's your Junior Valley Master?" The beautiful lady's red lips parted slightly in shock, and it was extremely alluring. She had seen her battle just now, and she was indeed rather powerful. But when did the Divine Devil Valley have another Junior Valley Master? Especially with this kind of behavior. Hey, you guys hurry up and loot their interspatial rings. These are our spoils of war, we can't just leave them here. Aya, this guy has a big background, there are so many treasures here. Fatty, what are you dawdling over there for? Don't let me find out that you're pocketing things. Sigh, I should have been gentler when I hit him just now. Such a good spirit weapon was destroyed by me just like that. This guy is really too weak. Oh, my treasure. The beautiful lady looked at Sima Yue's unrestrained roguish aura, and looked at Yuni suspiciously. The meaning in her eyes was obvious. Is this really your Junior Valley Master? Chapter 370. Cough, cough. Yuni felt a little awkward when he saw Sima Yue's expression. He had seen her like this when he saved them previously. However, he still nodded and said, "That's right. She is a disciple that the Second Valley Lord recently accepted. She obtained the recognition of the Blood Ring, so even though she hasn't gone to the Primordial Lands yet, she is still our Junior Valley Master." The beauty widened her eyes and said, "She's not from the Primordial Lands?" Yuni looked at Sima Yue. Not only was she not from the top, she was from the worst continent. However, it was this kind of person that made him accept her wholeheartedly. He was willing to treat her as the Junior Valley Master. The beautiful woman saw Yuni's attitude and knew that Sima Yue was not simple. Everyone in the upper realm knew that although Yuni came from the restless continent, he was the direct disciple of an elder and had great talent. He was highly valued by the Two Valley Lord of the Divine Devil Valley. Although he was usually undisciplined, he was actually very arrogant. However, the way he looked at Sima Yue was filled with admiration and respect. If she hadn't been good at observation, she definitely wouldn't have been able to tell. Since that's the case, I'll go and thank her. I hope you can be a guide. The beauty smiled. All right. I like to serve beautiful women. Yuni smiled lazily and took her to Sima Yue. Junior Valley Master, this is Xiaoya of the Moonbow sect. She is Granny Win's favorite disciple. Yuni said to Sima Yue, then pointed at Sima Yue and said, this is our Junior Valley Master, Sima Yue. Yuni, didn't I tell you not to call me Junior Valley Master? Come to think of it, I'm much younger than you. Sima Yue said, why do I feel old when you call me that? Just call me Yue. Hee, this rule can't be abolished. When you go up there, people who are hundreds or thousands of years older than you will call you that. You have to get used to it in advance. Yuni said. Although he didn't want to admit it, he liked to see Sima Yue's slightly raised eyebrows. Thank you, young Master Sima, for saving us. Xiaoya cupped her fists towards Sima Yue and thanked him with a smile. Miss Xiaoya, there's no need to be so polite. Didn't you see how happy those guys were when they saved the beauty? They need this kind of opportunity to express themselves. Sima Yu waved her hand. When the people who were collecting the loot heard Sima Yue's words, they couldn't help but twitch their lips and say, Junior Valley Master, we have always been serious. You were the one who said that, okay? What excited, what couldn't wait to be the hero to save the beauty, these were all her words. They were actually very serious from the start to the end. Even when it came to collecting the loot, they were extremely unwilling. Xiaoya covered her mouth and laughed. Their Moonbow clan and Divine Devil Valley had some relations, so the two sects would occasionally interact with each other. It wasn't that she didn't know how the people from Divine Devil Valley were like in the past. Although they seemed a little indecent at times, they weren't as exaggerated as Sima Yue said. No matter what, I still have to thank you. If you didn't rush over, I'm afraid that we would really. Speaking of this, Xiaoya was a little angry. The people from Cloud Cave seem to have put in a lot of effort to get rid of us here. Looking at Zhong Quan just now, it seems like he isn't afraid of us finding out. Looks like they have something to rely on. Right? Didn't Zhong Quan say that Zhong Hai brought people to kill you? How did you? At that time, our situation was similar to yours. In fact, it was even more dangerous than yours. It was the Junior Valley Master who brought his contracted beasts to save us. Yuni said as she looked at Sima Yue gratefully. She alone was able to save all of them? Xiaoya was surprised, but she didn't show it on her face. Is your Moonbow clan also a large power in the upper levels? Sima Yue asked. She wasn't very clear about the distribution of power in the upper levels, so she wasn't clear about the relationships between the powers in the upper levels. In the past, she only knew that the Sage Pavilion seemed to be very powerful. Later on, she found out that the Divine Devil Valley was also very powerful. But it seemed like there were many powerful powers in the upper levels. The Moonbow clan is on the same level as the Divine Devil Valley. Yuni said. Then what about Cloud Cave? Although Cloud Cave is on the same level as us, they are considered to be at the bottom. Usually, they don't dare to fight with us. This time, I'm afraid that they have something to rely on. Xiaoya said, from what I know, other than us, there are others who are being hunted down. Especially since a holy sun from the Sage Pavilion has come down. Right now, I'm afraid that we can only avoid them. Hopefully, we can wait until the passage opens again. There's no need to avoid them. Yuni said. Yuni, the opponent has a sacred beast. Even if we have more people, we won't be a match for them. Xiaoya said. They have a sacred beast, so do we. Yuni said, when the time comes, it's hard to say who will be stronger. You have a sacred beast too? Really? Xiaoya was a little suspicious. She had never heard that Yuni had a sacred beast. It's the Junior Valley Master's contracted beast. Yuni replied, at that time, he brought a sacred beast to save us. Xiaoya was even more surprised. How could someone from the lower realms have a sacred beast as a contracted beast? Could it be that old man devil found it for her? But that couldn't be the case. The people above usually wouldn't give their disciples contracted beasts that were much stronger than them, because it would be easy for the contracted beast to attack them. Their attention was all on this, but Sima Yue's attention was wandering back and forth between the two of them. In the end, the two of them were a little embarrassed and asked, Junior Valley Master, what's the matter? Sima Yoyue's gaze turned away from Guopei Pei, who was a little disappointed, and said, "It's nothing. I'm just a little curious. Didn't you say that the people above are very powerful? Why are there so many people below the divine rank? There are quite a few people from your big sects who came down. What about the others? Although our numbers aren't small, we occupy a smaller portion than the others." Xiaoya explained, for example, in a small sect, out of 10 to 20,000 people, there would only be a few hundred people below the divine rank. That's not even a tenth of the total. For bigger sects like ours, they pay more attention to the talents of the future generation and take in more people. That's why there are more people below the divine rank. Moreover, there are many people above, so even if the ratio is smaller, there are still more people below the divine rank. Yuni added. So it's like that. Sima Yuyue nodded. At the same time, she thought about the population growth in China in her previous life. Although the growth rate was smaller compared to foreigners, there were 1.3 billion people there. So what if the ratio was small, the growth rate was still much higher than other countries? It seemed like this was the same logic. At this moment, Fatty Chu walked over and said, "Yue, we're done packing. What are we doing at the back?" Chapter 371. Just as Sima Yuyu was leading her men to fight back, Sima Yulin and the others also ended their seclusion. Sima Yulin was the first to come out of seclusion. In the span of 9 months, he had risen by 3 ranks, becoming a 4th-ranked spirit saint. Sima Yulan had also risen quite a bit, but she was still a distance away from the 4th rank. Sima Yuyang had just become a 3rd-rank spirit saint. The rest of the Sima family also entered the Spirit Emperor stage one after another. When all the spiritual qi liquid in the cave had been absorbed, they opened their eyes one after another. Who would have thought that all the spiritual liquid here would have been completely absorbed by us? Sima Yuqing sighed. Not bad, everyone's strength has increased quite a bit. Sima Yuyang said with a smile. We've all advanced to the rank of Spirit Saint. Sima Yuming and the others were very happy as well. This was a huge gain for them. After asking the contract beasts, they found out that they had been in seclusion for nearly 10 months. 10 months. Sima Yulin furrowed his eyebrows. I didn't think that we would spend so much time in seclusion. Now that we only have 2 months left, we have to look for Yu and the others. Hey, there's a set of white bones over there. Sima Yuqi cried out. Everyone followed his gaze. In the deepest part of the cave, there was a set of white bones lying in the remaining spiritual energy liquid. Because they had absorbed most of the spiritual energy, this set of white bones was exposed. Is this the person who set up the formation back then? They walked over curiously. This person definitely did not leave before the little realm closed for some reason, and finally died of old age here. Sima Yuqing guessed. I don't think so. Sima Yuran said, if he died of old age, he wouldn't set up such a complicated array nearby. The spiritual energy seems to have all come here. Sima Yang said. Everyone sensed their surroundings and found that it was indeed as he said. All the spiritual qi in this place had come here. What is it about this place that attracts all this spiritual qi? Sima Yuqing was extremely curious. It can't be that this skeleton can attract all this spiritual qi, right? Nonsense. How is that possible? Sima Yuyang knocked her on the head. Looks like we've found a treasure this time. Sima Yulin said as he walked towards the skeleton. He carefully picked up the tattered clothes, and a pearl the size of a fist appeared in front of everyone. What is this thing? Sima Yuming asked what everyone was thinking. I don't know, but the spiritual qi liquid here should be related to this. Sima Yulin said. Looks like this bead has the ability to attract spiritual qi. If I use this bead to cultivate, I will definitely be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Sima Yuran said. Hee, once we get out, we'll let our clansmen use this to cultivate. Our clansmen will definitely be stronger than the other clansmen. Sima Yang said. We'll keep it for now. We'll give it to Patriarch when we get out. Sima Yulin said. We'll go look for Yu and the others now. All right. Yulin, quickly take a look at how far away Yu and the others are from us. Sima Yuqing urged. Sima Yulin took out the jade stone. The 2 blood-red dots were rather small, indicating that the two of them were rather far away. Looks like we'll have to fly if we want to find them, Sima Yuyang said. It's a good thing that we have many flying beasts, and they're not slow either. If we travel day and night, it shouldn't take too much time. Sima Yuming said. Then let's go look for them now. Wait! Sima Yulin called out to stop them. What's wrong, Yulin? Everyone looked at him, and he waved his hands at them. After that, he bowed deeply to the white bone, saying, Many thanks to this senior for giving us this opportunity. We have no way of repaying you, but we will bury you in peace. When he did this, the others followed suit and bowed. Sima Yulin stood up and led everyone out. However, he did not bury the white bone in peace. Yulin? Sima Yuqing looked at Sima Yulin. Sima Yulin did not say anything. Instead, he went outside and began to break the array, collecting all the borrowed spirit stones. Once he had completely broken the array, everyone felt that the faint mist that had enveloped the mountain peak had disappeared. They stood in front of the mountain, and Sima Yulin bowed once again. After that, he condensed his spiritual qi and attacked the mountain peak. After a few continuous attacks, the entire mountain peak collapsed. The mound that rose up was like a huge tomb. Let's go. He called out his flying beast and led the others towards Sima Yuyu's direction. Tens of thousands of miles away, Sima Yu was leading the Divine Devil Valley's men to battle with a group of people. Those people were merely the followers of Cloud Cave and Sage Pavilion, but their numbers were not small. The result of the battle was not surprising. However, Sima Yuyu and the others found out an even more shocking news from the mouths of the other party. Sage Pavilion and Cloud Cave knew that the Divine Devil Valley's men had begun to counterattack. They had roped in a few people, and they were not weak. They had gathered at least tens of thousands of people to deal with them. Sima Yuyu pursed her lips when she heard this. She sighed. The ancients were right. This world lacks everything, but it does not lack people. Hearing her sigh, Yun Yi and the others laughed, saying, This time, many people from different continents have come in. Every 100,000, there will be 80,000. They have gathered tens of thousands, so it's not too exaggerated. Then why don't we have so many people? Sima Yuyu looked at their camp. Other than the Yun clan, Gua clan, Divine Devil Valley and Moonbow clan, there were only a few people from the Yi-Lin continent left. There are many reasons. Shen Rao said, the Sage Pavilion is different from other powers. They have many pavilions in different continents, and their positions are very high. Those people from different continents usually submit to the Sage Pavilion's power. Now that the Sage Pavilion has gathered their forces, those who understand the Sage Pavilion will naturally follow them. Furthermore, the news of the Sage Pavilion having a sacred beast has already spread throughout the little realm. Everyone knows that having a sacred beast is basically a foregone conclusion. The Sage Pavilion and Cloud Cave's gathering of people is just icing on the cake. They just want to show their faces. Yun Feng said. Sai, everyone knows how to develop their forces below. Why do you all only care about your little plot of land above? Sima Yuyu sighed. This might have something to do with the mental cultivation method that they cultivate in the later stages. Xiaoya said, I once heard Master say that the Sage Pavilion's mental cultivation method seems to be able to use the power of belief to advance. The more believers they have, the more power they will gain. That's why they need to continuously develop the people below. Since the Sage Pavilion and Divine Devil Valley are not on good terms, then how did Senior Brother become a holy son? Sima Yuyu did not understand. Furthermore, it seemed that he was not an ordinary holy son. It seemed that his position in the Sage Pavilion was rather high. Yun Yi shook her head, saying, We're not sure about this either. I heard that the Sage Pavilion's Pavilion Master personally came to the Divine Devil Valley to pick him up. Chapter 372. Sima Yuyue's heart skipped a beat. It was actually the Sage Pavilion's Pavilion Master who personally went to fetch her? The relationship between the Divine Devil Valley and the Sage Pavilion wasn't that good, so why did the Pavilion Master want to keep Wu Lingyu by his side? He even made him the holy son of the Sage Pavilion, a position that was even higher than the Pavilion Master of a normal pavilion. In particular, he had personally gone to pick up Wu Lingyu, which showed how much he valued him. For some reason, she felt that there was something fishy going on. But now that he couldn't think of anything, he simply suppressed this question in his heart. The members of the Moonbow clan have rested enough. Let's continue on our way. Sima Yue said. Should we continue walking in the same direction? Fatty Chu asked. Sima Yue took out the jade and looked at it. She realized that the red dot was actually moving. She said, let's go and pick up Big Brother and the rest first. We'll talk about it after we've picked them up. They've come out? Sima Yue asked. Earlier on, they had taken out jade stones to observe the other party's movements, but Sima Lin and the others had not moved at all. That was why they guessed that they were in closed-door cultivation. Yes, they are moving. Sima Yue nodded. Let's go and pick them up. The group of them changed their direction slightly and flew towards where Sima Lin and the others were. On the other side, the few of them traveled day and night. A few days later, when Sima Lin took out the jade stone, Sima Yu was already not far from them. Yu and the others are rushing towards us. Sima Yang said. Then it won't be long before we meet. Sima Yuqing said, I wonder how many months have passed. Yu and the others have changed. I don't know if they have the same luck as us. Sima Yuming said. My intuition tells me that Yu will continue to leave us a few streets behind. Sima Yang said. You'll know when you see him. Sima Lin didn't try to guess, but he also felt that Sima Yu must have met with some kind of opportunity. After all, her luck was so good. After a few more days passed, the two parties finally met. When the Divine Devil Valley and the Moonbow clan saw Sima Yu and the others, they were curious as to why Sima Yu had traveled so far to receive them. When they were flying here, they didn't know that Sima Yue was going to pick someone up. They thought that they had found people from the Cloud Cave. They only found out about Sima Yue's motive when they contacted each other just now. Fifth brother. Yue. Big brother. When the two groups of people met, both sides had things they wanted to say to each other. And so, Sima Yue threw the people from the Divine Devil Valley and the Moonbow clan to one side, and the group of people went to the side to meet up. You've advanced to Spirit Paragon. Sima Lin looked at Sima Yu and said with certainty, You've also risen to level 4 Spirit Emperor. Sima Yue said, What? You've actually advanced to Spirit Paragon. Weren't you just a level 5 Spirit Saint? Sima Yu cried out in shock, and drew the attention of the people nearby. The people from the Divine Devil Valley already knew about this, but they were still shocked when they heard it again. The people from the Moonbow clan were not calm at all. They asked the people from the Divine Devil Valley whether it was true or not. When they received a positive answer, the beautiful ladies and handsome men were stunned. Their surprise was not limited to this. Their attention involuntarily drifted to the other side. From Sima Lin and the others' conversation, they found out that the few of them had all grown by 2 to 3 ranks in the past 10 months. This kind of talent was extremely rare in the higher realms, but that group of people were all like this. As expected, those who are with the Junior Valley Master are not ordinary people. Shen Rao's mouth twitched, and he was not calm at all. The others nodded their heads in agreement. Sima Yue did not care about their reactions, and asked Sima Lin about what happened after they separated. She found out that they had found a place similar to the Snow Wolf clan's place to cultivate, and had been in closed-door cultivation until recently. Only then did she heave a sigh of relief. After that, she told them about what had happened, and even told them about the current situation. It's a good thing you didn't meet those people. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to answer to the old fox and the others. She said, although we didn't meet them directly, we saw 2 groups of people fighting from afar. I don't know if it's the people you're talking about. Sima Yang said. At that time, they had sensed danger in front of them, so they did not go over. Instead, they hid at the side and watched. Sima Yue asked about the characteristics of those people, then called Uni and the others over. Once they asked, they found out that they were from the Cloud Cave and another sect above. It was just that they were from a smaller sect. Looks like the Cloud Cave is not just targeting us this time. They are also hunting down people from smaller sections. Xiao Ye's expression was serious. They are so fearless. I think they have something else to rely on other than the Sage Pavilion. Could it be from the top? Shen Rao guessed. It's hard to say. The top usually doesn't interfere with the things below. It's said that there is an agreement, but we don't know what the truth is. Xiaoya said. There is a continent above the primordial lands? Sima Yue asked. Shen Rao said. This is a division of the upper regions. The top is what we call the other regions. Actually, we are all in the same continent. Oh, Sima Yue said. This division is also based on strength, right? Yes, the region we are in is divided into the outer region, central region, and inner region. The outer region is where the ordinary forces gather. We are in the central region. The upper region we are talking about is the inner region. Xiaoya explained. Sima Yue caught the point in her words. The region they were in meant that there might be other regions. She really wanted to say, damn it, how big was this world? But she didn't ask this. Otherwise, it might hurt everyone's confidence. There are still 2 months before we leave. We have to make good use of these 2 months. We have to make them regret touching our people. Sima Yue said. Then she looked at Shen Rao and the rest and said, I think you have a way to find out where those people are? Don't bother about the gathered forces. We just have to take care of the main people. Shen Rao nodded. His eyes were filled with excitement. They were finally going to fight back. In the following month, the people from Sage Pavilion and Cloud Cave would receive news from time to time that the people from Divine Devil Valley were exterminated. The people who were brought out by Sage Pavilion and Cloud Cave were all annihilated. The people from Sage Pavilion and Cloud Cave were so angry that they almost vomited blood. On this day, in a valley, a few people rushed over. Seeing the people guarding outside, they asked anxiously, Is Holy Sun Yi still not out of seclusion? Not yet. The guards said. We have already come 3 times this month. Aren't you tired? When the Holy Sun comes out, he will naturally look for you. You should leave now. Chapter 373. Although the other party's rejection was straightforward, the other party had no intention of leaving. May I know how long it will take for the Holy Sun to come out of seclusion? Another person asked anxiously. My family's Holy Sun has obtained a fortuitous encounter this time, and his strength has increased quite a bit. This time, he's trying to break through to the 9th level of Spirit Paragon. The guard said, If he succeeds, then my family's Holy Sun won't be far from the divine rank. The Holy Sun is only 80 years old, but he's already about to advance to the 9th level of Spirit Venerable. Then he'll definitely be able to advance to the divine rank before he's 100 years old. The person who came said in surprise. That's why no one can disturb him at such a crucial time. No one knows when he will successfully advance, so I say that you guys shouldn't wait here. The guard said. But, I see that you are the followers of the young cave master of the Cloud Cave? Why aren't you serving your young cave master properly? Why do you come looking for our Holy Sun every now and then? Another guard recognized the person. He had followed the Holy Sun to meet the young cave master before. We were called here by the young cave master. One of them said, We were originally going to exterminate the men from the Divine Devil Valley and the Moonbow clan. However, for some unknown reason, we recently received news that Zhong Hai and Zhong Quan were both killed. Furthermore, the men that they had brought with them were all wiped out. Not a single one of them returned. You're saying that not only did the Divine Devil Valley and the Moonbow clan not die, they even killed all the people they brought with them? The guard asked. They had been guarding the Holy Sun for more than a month and did not pay much attention to the outside world. They did not know that the situation outside had completely changed. Not only that, many of your Sage Pavilion's people have died as well, but most of them are from the lower realms branches. What? You actually dare to kill a member of my Sage Pavilion? That guard roared and was glared at by another guard. What if the saint was disturbed by such a loud noise? What happened? A voice suddenly cut in. Following that, a handsome man dressed in white walked out from the cave behind them and looked at them. Holy Sun, you've come out? The guards saw Yi Fan and bowed respectfully. Yi Fan nodded and repeated his question. You said that someone killed a disciple of the Sage Pavilion. What happened? Your Highness, it's like this. The two people from the cloud cave told him about the recent situation and emphasized on the fact that the disciples of the Sage Pavilion were killed. Finally, they told him the purpose of their trip. Your Highness, our Junior Valley Master said that there are experts like Yuni in the Divine Devil Valley. Only you can deal with them now. After Yi Yu Fan listened to the people of Cloud Cave, he was not flattered by their compliments, but he was still very angry about this matter, because the people of Sage Pavilion were killed. He was now the person with the highest position here, and was also the person with the strongest power. If he didn't care after killing the people of the Sage Pavilion, how could he lead the others? What's more, taking advantage of this opportunity to kill off the Divine Devil Valley and the Moonbow clan was an order given to him by his superiors, and he had to complete it. Otherwise, he would not have been given a sacred beast to form a contract with. To put it bluntly, this sacred beast was given to him to deal with the Divine Devil Valley and the Moonbow clan. Where are they now? He asked in a deep voice. We have already grasped their whereabouts. The people of Cloud Cave said. Where is your young cave master? Hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from here. Hundreds of thousands of kilometers was not very far. However, Yu Fan did not immediately go to find the young cave master, but sent his men back to where the Sage Pavilion's main forces were, which was half a day's distance from here. Holy Son, you've come out of seclusion. Welcome back, Your Highness. Yu Fan, congratulations on your successful promotion. A person who was close to Yu Fan walked over and said with a smile. Lu Qi, how is the situation in the Sage Pavilion now? Yu Fan asked. Lu Qi looked at the thousands of tents on the plains and said, the people from the other continents, besides those who died, are all here. They have gathered their strength in other places. Many died? Yu Fan frowned. A few hundred. Lu Qi's expression was very bad. Because many people have died recently, I have not allowed them to go out in this period of time. Are there many of them? Yu Fan asked. It's still the same people as before, but the Divine Devil Valley and the Moonbow clan are together. There are also people from another lower continent. Lu Qi replied. Another continent? How many people are there? More than 10. More than 10, what's there to say? But those 10 people are all very strong, even stronger than the people from the upper continents. A few of them can fight above their level. Lu Qi said, and Yu Fan saw that Lu Qi was hesitating and knew that he was uncertain about what he was going to say. He said, and the news that they sent back said that the people from the Divine Devil Valley called one of them Junior Valley Master. Lu Qi gathered his courage and said, What? Are you telling the truth? Yu Fan looked very gentle, and even if he was very surprised, his surprise and shock was very pleasing to the eye. When I heard that, I was very shocked too. After all, the Junior Valley Master of the Divine Devil Valley had always been Ying Baichuan. When did he become someone from this lower continent? After that, I thought that the Divine Devil Valley had 2 Junior Valley Masters. Could this be another Junior Valley Master? Lu Qi guessed. It's possible. Yu Fan agreed with this point, but he still had doubts in his heart. But when did the Divine Devil Valley have a second Junior Valley Master? And he came from the lower continents. Only the people from the Divine Devil Valley know about this. Lu Qi said, Let's not care about those people. There are only 2 months left. We have to kill them all before we go out. If not, it will mess up the pavilion's plans. Yu Fan said, We already know their whereabouts. Previously, they had Yuni who was at the peak of the Spirit Paragon level. We didn't make a move until you came out. Lu Qi said, Now I will go and gather the people from the other powers. Not far from the plains, Sima Yue and Yuni stood facing the wind. Buzz 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 dash. A bee flew over from afar and landed on Sima Yue's palm. It buzzed and said something to her. After a while, Sima Yue raised her hand gently and the bee flew away. Yue, what's the news? Guopei Pei asked. Sima Yue smiled and said, Yu Fan has come out of seclusion. The Sage Pavilion is preparing to gather everyone to deal with us. Then let's take advantage of the fact that they haven't gathered everyone and kill them. Fatty Chu said. What's the rush? Sima Yue patted Fatty Chu's shoulder and said, We have to wait. Wait until they gather everyone, then we can kill them all in one go. We don't have to find them one by one. Chapter 374. Since Sima Yue had said so, the others had no objections. They were all interested in Sima Yue's scarlet bees. Junior Valley Master, the last time the second Valley Lord came back, he boasted to the people in the valley that he had obtained many scarlet bees. He even went to other places to show off. These scarlet bees came from you, right? Shen Rao said with a smile. Master even went up to show off? Sima Yue pursed her lips. She did not expect the old man to have such a hobby. Isn't that so? The last time he saw someone else get a scarlet bee from who knows where, he was extremely envious. Now that he has so many, he will definitely show it off to others. Yuni said with a smile. How embarrassing. Sima Yue face-bombed. But other people treat their scarlet bees like treasures. Only you would use them as a tool to eavesdrop, Xiao Ye said with a smile. After interacting with Sima Yue for a while, they were already familiar with each other and were no longer as distant as before. Alright, since they are in a hurry, let's go along with their wishes. Let's go back to rest and wait for them to come to us. Sima Yue stretched herself. Apparently, she was not worried about the upcoming battle. Yue, if we wait for them to gather all their people before we attack, they have over 10,000 people. Although everyone's strength is not weak, but we have limited numbers. If Halcyon and Yi Fan meet, we may not be able to defeat them. After all, the difference in numbers is too great. Don't worry, there will be a lot of us. Sima Yue said confidently and strode towards the resting area. Seeing her like this, everyone couldn't say anything more and could only follow her back. Thus, for the next few days, everyone rested where they were, ate, drank, and slept. Being led by Fatty Chu and the others, they did not have the heart to fight. But the people from the Divine Devil Valley didn't stay idle after eating, drinking, and sleeping to their fill. Everyone started to refine pills. Pills for healing injuries and recovery of spirit chi were refined one by one. The Moonbow clan, the Yun clan, and the Gua clan all received quite a few pills as well. Of course, they also paid a certain price to show their sincerity. By the time she finished refining the pills, the other party had yet to bring his men to kill them. Sima Yue could not sit still any longer. She brought a group of people and began to search for treasures nearby. All the aged herbs were kept in her interspatial ring. Sima Lin and the others couldn't bear to look at her when they saw how she wouldn't let a single herb go. If they didn't know that there were so many medicinal herbs in the Spirit Pagoda, they would really be like the people from the Divine Devil Valley, thinking that she was a pauper who lacked medicinal herbs. After sweeping through the surroundings, Sima Yue and the others finally saw the people from the Sage Pavilion. Yi Fan had brought tens of thousands of people with him. It seemed like he knew that the people from the Divine Devil Valley were here. Sima Yue and the rest had already found out about these people's strength and plans through the Scarlet Bee's communication. The other party knew that they were all here, and in order to be safe, they decided to gang up on them and kill them. The news of the enemy's invasion spread quickly, and everyone was ready to fight. Lu Qi followed beside Yi Fan and saw a group of people standing on the plains. He frowned and said, "Yu Fan, why do I feel like something is wrong? They look like they're waiting for us. I feel like it's strange that they didn't panic at all when they saw us with so many people. They didn't even think of escaping." The young master of Cloud Cave said, "It does look strange." Yi Fan thought so too. But now they couldn't think too much. Since they had brought people here, they couldn't bring them back. Moreover, in the eyes of most people, the other party only had a few hundred people. Compared to the tens of thousands of people on their side, this number was nothing. What's more, they had a sacred beast on their side. As long as a sacred beast appeared, it didn't matter if the other party had a few hundred or a few thousand people. "Senior, the other party has a lot of people. Can we hold on?" Don't look at how the people from the Divine Devil Valley were fearlessly waiting for the people from the Sage Pavilion and Cloud Cave to come. In fact, they were all very afraid. Although Sima Yue also had a sacred beast, but if they were to fight with the sacred beast, how could they control them? In other words, they had a few hundred people to fight against tens of thousands of people? What's there to be afraid of? If the Junior Valley Master says there's no problem, then there's definitely no problem. Shen Rao trusted Sima Yue very much. After this period of time, he realized that Sima Yue wasn't someone who would joke about her own life and the lives of others. So if she said there would be no problem, then there wouldn't be a problem. Thinking about this, he was stunned. When did he start to trust the Junior Valley Masters so much? And that trust came from the bottom of his heart. It's them. The Zhan family members who were not far from Yiyu Fan shouted when they saw Sima Yue. You know them? Luchi asked. I've seen them before. The Zhan family member said, the man in the blue robe in the middle also has a sacred beast. And I heard Yuni call him the Junior Valley Master. That's him? Yiyu Fan narrowed his eyes as he looked at Sima Yue. He didn't think that he would meet someone who also had a sacred beast here. No wonder these people dare to be so fearless. Luchi said. No matter what sacred beast it is, we have to kill them today. Yiyu Fan said, in a while, I'll let my contracted beast get rid of the sacred beast. You guys take the opportunity to kill everyone here. Although Yiyu Fan looked very gentle, but when he said this, the ruthlessness in his eyes was very different from the image that the Sage Pavilion gave people. The two sides met in the air, and for a moment, no one spoke. After a long time, Yiyu Fan spoke first. I heard that you also have a sacred beast? No wonder you dared to wait for us here. Yiyu Fan looked at Sima Yue and realized that this guy was younger than he thought. You flatter me. Sima Yue smiled confidently. I heard that you also have a sacred beast. No wonder you dared to come even though you knew that we were waiting for you. Then we'll have to see how much difference there is between them. Yiyu Fan said, but no matter what, we have the power to kill all of you in this period of time. Today, the Holy Sun is here. You should know what's good for you and kill yourselves. Otherwise, we'll kill you until you lose an arm or a leg. The Cloud Cave's young master flattered Yiyu Fan confidently. I'll return the same words to you. If you don't want to be torn to pieces, then kill yourselves obediently. Sima Yue said. Ha, what a joke. You only have a few hundred people, and you want to tear us to pieces? The Sage Pavilion's people all roared with laughter. Who said we were going to fight you personally? Sima Yue said faintly. Chapter 375. Her words not only stunned the other party, but also the people on her side. If it wasn't them, could it be that there was someone else? But they didn't see anyone else coming. Haha. The young master of the Cloud Cave raised his head and laughed, as if he had never seen such a foolish person before. I heard that you are the Junior Valley Master of the Divine Devil Valley. I was wondering if this Junior Valley Master was similar to Ing Bai Chuan, but I didn't expect him to be a fool. If your people don't attack, are you going to conjure people out of thin air to fight us? Haha. The people behind him laughed as if she was really a fool. You're the idiot. Sima Yue rolled her eyes at them. Don't you see the two beast kings beside me? So what if you have a beast king? Don't think we don't know that their tribe is very far from here. I'm afraid you can't even summon them over. The Zhan family knew that the Snow Wolf tribe's tribe was very far from here. Don't waste time talking to them. Let's end this quickly, Yiyu Fan said as he summoned his contracted beast. It was a two-headed python. Although it was a second-rank sacred beast, it had yet to transform into a human form. Chongming, go and play with them. Sima Yue said. Okay. Chongming nodded, then flew into the air and transformed into his body, fighting the two-headed python in the air. Metamorphosis Sacred Beast. The people from the Sage Pavilion and Cloud Cave were very surprised. Previously, when Chongming was by her side, not a single one of them realized that it was a sacred beast. The other party is stronger than the two-headed python and is also its natural enemy. It seems that we can only delay it for a while. We must kill that man as soon as possible. Come at me together, Yiyu Fan ordered. Yes, Your Highness, we will definitely get rid of them as soon as possible. Everyone expressed their determination. Although they felt that it was a bit exaggerated to have tens of thousands of people fight against hundreds of people, they still prepared to attack together. Junior Valley Master, what should we do? Seeing that the other party was about to take action, the people from Divine Devil Valley felt a little guilty. What's the hurry? Let's just watch from here. My friends, come out. With a thought from Sima Yue, spirit beasts appeared in front of everyone like magic, forming a semicircle, surrounding the people from the sage pavilion. So many spirit beasts. Damn, there are at least tens of thousands of them, right? Heavens, why are there suddenly so many spirit beasts? And they are all divine beasts. There are also many level 5 divine beasts and above. Sima Yue ignored the shock on both sides and said, "This is the first thing I want you to do. Didn't you say that you haven't fought for a long time? Go, it's best if none of those people are left." A woo, roar. Rong He Gongyan let out a long roar and led his people to attack the enemy. The Sage Pavilion and Cloud Cave, as well as the people who had gathered, were already stunned when they saw so many divine beasts. Before they could react, the two Beast Kings had already brought people to attack. Many people were directly torn into two halves and fell to the ground. Some people reacted, but the spirit beasts had already flown in front of them. Their physical bodies could not compare to the claws of the spirit beasts, and many people fell to the ground with injuries. The Snow Wolf clan was not as good at flying as the saber-toothed tigers, so many of the Snow Wolf clan landed on the ground and chased after the injured people. The people from Divine Devil Valley and Moonbow clans stared with wide eyes at the scene in front of them. They had thought that there would be a huge battle, but they had only stood there and watched from the beginning. No wonder she was so confident. So this was her trump card. At the same time, everyone looked at Sima Yue with resentment. The Junior Valley Master was really too much. He obviously had such a huge trump card, but he didn't tell them in advance, causing them to be so worried. In less than half an hour, the tens of thousands of people were all killed. Even the Holy Sun and the young Cave Master did not last long. This was a massacre without any suspense. "Yue, we've killed them all," Gong Yen and Rong Yu reported. Sima Yue pursed her lips. These guys had not only been killed, they had been torn to shreds. These tens of thousands of people had all died without a complete corpse. They had either been torn into two halves, missing an arm or a leg, or even decapitated. Over 10,000 corpses like this, it was really disgusting. With a wave of her hand, she kept all the spirit beasts into her pagoda. This time, she even kept the two Beast Kings. Boom! Before they could say anything, a thunderous boom rang out in the sky, and an incomparably terrifying aura pressed down on them. What's going on? Everyone raised their heads to look. A vortex had appeared in the sky, and that vortex was quickly converging, slowly forming a passageway. Could it be that the battle just now caused the passageway to open earlier? Uni said in shock. Why are there two passageways? Isn't the passageway outside where we came from? Guofu cried out. The other place is also the primordial lands. Shen Rao said. Looks like this is our passageway back. Xiao Ye said. Why isn't there a passageway to the Lin continent? Someone cried out. It was only then that everyone realized that there was no passageway to the Lin continent. They looked at Sima Yue and the others strangely. We didn't come in through the normal passageway in the first place. Sima Yue said as she took out the compass and inserted her spirit energy. That compass flew into the sky, and just as it formed a passageway, it fell down. This caused her expression to change. What's wrong? Seeing that her expression was not right, everyone was in a hurry to leave. It could be that the battle between Chongming and the sacred beasts just now affected the space here. This compass can't be used. Sima Yue said, the passageway to the Lin continent can't be opened. Then what do we do? Sima Yuqing said worriedly. Sima Yue looked at the passageway above her head and said, the only way is to try these two passageways. I don't know if we'll be able to pass. We can only try. Since this is the case, Junior Valley Master, you should follow us back to the valley. Shen Rao said. Although Sima Yue did not think of going there so early, she had no choice now. But when they flew towards the exit, the Divine Devil Valley and the others easily entered. However, Sima Yue and the others were blocked outside. Looks like we won't be able to go to the primordial lands. Sima Yue said. Then let's try going to our side. Guo Pei Pei said. I'll try first. Sima Yulin said as he flew up. He entered without meeting any obstacles. Looks like it'll work. I'll chase after him. Yun Feng said as he entered. Shen Rao, you should go back. When you go back, get someone to go to the Lin continent and tell my grandfather and the others that we're safe. We'll think of a way to go back. Sima Yue said. Junior Valley Master, don't worry. We'll definitely do it. Shen Rao promised. Everyone, let's go. The passageway is about to close. Everyone raised their heads and saw that the passageway was indeed fading. A group of people quickly flew in. Sima Yue led everyone and followed the Gu clan into the passageway to the restless continent. The Yun clan followed behind them. The passageway closed after everyone entered. Chapter 376. Sima Yue felt as though her entire body was being torn apart. She was sure that the others were not feeling too well either. It seemed that the passageway wasn't that stable. Bang! The sound of water splashing could be heard as the group was thrown into a lake. Cough, cough. Sima Yue came out of the water and wiped the water off her body. She could not help but curse. He was thrown into the water when he went in, and he was thrown into the water when he came out. Is everyone all right? Guopei popped out and asked the people around her. I'm fine. Let's go to the shore. Sima Yue said. Fortunately, they were not far from the shore and soon swam to the shore. Why are there fewer people? Wei Ziqi saw that there were not enough people, especially those from the Yun family. There were only 2 or 3 people with them. This passageway is moving. If the time difference is too long, it will appear in different places. Guopei's impressive figure became even more prominent because of her wet clothes. She quickly used her spiritual energy to evaporate the water on her body and returned to her normal appearance. Yulin and Yun Feng aren't here either. Fatty Chu said. Don't worry, Yun Feng knew that Yulin would be teleported somewhere else, that's why he chased after him. They haven't been separated for long, so they should have been sent to the same place. Guopei said. Is this the restless continent? As expected, the spiritual qi here is much denser than where we are. Sima Yuqing sensed it and her eyes were filled with envy. That's right, it's no wonder the people here are generally stronger than us. Sima Yuyang said. Yu, we're going home now. Why don't you come with us? Guopei said. You saved us. We'll repay you. Do you know how to get to the Lin continent? Sima Yue asked. We don't know, but I think the old ancestor and the others might know. Guopei said. We're not familiar with this place, so we can only trouble you guys. Sima Yue said. What about you, Yulin? Sima Yulan asked. The Yun family and our Gu family are not far from each other. I think that if Yun Feng did not bring him back to the Yun family, he would have sent him to our family. Guopei said. Moreover, I think that he would have guessed that you were at our place and would come looking for you. If he doesn't come after a long time, we'll go look for him. Sima Yu took out the jade stone and looked at it. Sima Yulin was really far away from her. We can find our way back before he returns. Then let's go. We're still quite far from the city. Guopei said. Everyone sat on the flying beasts and flew for 2 days before they saw a city, which showed how big the restless continent was. They went to the Spirit Master Guild and used the teleportation array to go to another medium-sized city. Then, they went to the city where the Gu family was located. Sima Yue started vomiting as soon as she stepped out of the teleportation portal, which shocked the Gu family. Guofu laughed and teased her. Not at all. You're so strong, and you're also an array master, but you fainted in this teleportation array. Sima Yu waved her hand, looking like she was suffering unspeakably. The teleportation array here was much better than the one in the Lin continent, but because it was so far away, she still felt terrible. Sima Yuqing patted her on the back, saying, The first time I saw her, we used the teleportation array as well. At that time, I was so happy to see her faint. Looks like we can only stay in the city today. Guopei saw Sima Yue in this state and brought them to the inn that the Gu family opened in the city. The innkeepers saw that Guopei and the others had returned and immediately came out from behind the counter. He bowed and said, Young miss, didn't you go to the little realm? Why are you back before it's time? Something happened, so the portal opened early. Guopei said, Go and prepare some rooms. We'll be resting here today. Yes, young Mississippi, the innkeeper quickly prepared the rooms. He gave the key to the best room to Guapepe, but Guapepe turned around and handed it to Sima Yuran and the others who were supporting Sima Yue. You can take her to rest first, Guapepe said. Sima Yuran took the key and brought Sima Yue to rest according to the room number on the key. The others followed the waiter to the backyard, leaving Guapepe and the innkeeper behind to give some instructions. Young miss, who is that? The innkeeper asked curiously. That was the sky room. Normally, it was not open to the public. Only the young master and young mistress of the Gua family could stay there. However, Guapepe had given it to that sickly person. This made him very curious about that person. He is the benefactor of our Gua family. If not for him, our Gua family would not have been able to make it out alive. Guapepe said, furthermore, his status is extremely high. Get people to take care of him carefully. Do you understand? Guapepe instructed. Yes, young Mississippi, the innkeeper replied. Guapepe called Guafu over, saying, hurry back to the clan first. Tell my father about what happened in the little realm. Tell him to be wary of the Zhan family. I'll wait for you to get better before bringing them back. Yes, big sister. Guafu did not delay at all. She brought Guoliang and the others and left. Although the Gua family was said to be the biggest family here, their main house was not in the city. Instead, it was in the outskirts of the city. After leaving the city, it was half a day's journey by flying beast. Just as Sima Yue and the rest arrived at the restless continent, the people from the primordial lands were also returning. Unlike other continents, the primordial lands' passageways were fixed. Although the locations of the little realms were different, there was only one exit. Some of the sex people were already waiting outside. They were prepared to bring their own people back. After all, they were people below the divine rank. If they met with any trouble on the way back, they would just play around. It's open, someone said. Everyone saw a spatial passageway slowly opening on the mountain peak. Disciples came out one after another. When they saw their own sex, they hurried over to avoid being killed by accident. They also told their sex about their encounters inside. The people from the Cloud Cave and the Divine Devil Valley were not far from each other. The people from the Cloud Cave glanced over and said faintly, many people die every time they enter this little realm. Sing Cheng, do you think all the people from the Divine Devil Valley died in there? Sing Cheng was the leader of the Divine Devil Valley. Hearing the provocation from the Cloud Cave, he raised his eyebrows and said, you're right. Maybe all the people from the Cloud Cave died. When that time comes, we will definitely feel sorry for you. Who knows who will die in there? The person from the Cloud Cave did not say anything else. If he said too much, he might give himself away. Time passed slowly. A few thousand people came out. However, there were no people from the Divine Devil Valley or the Moonbow clan. When the people from the two sects saw the smiles on the faces of the Cloud Cave, they seemed to have guessed something. Chapter 377. Was it really like what the people of the Cloud Cave said, that all of their people had died inside? Judging from the Cloud Cave people's expressions, they seemed to be very sure that their people had come out. Sing Cheng, do you think they did something? As far as I know, quite a few of them have entered. The leader of the Moonbow clan said to Sing Cheng. Sing Cheng looked at those people unhappily and said, if they really dare to do anything, the Divine Devil Valley will not let them off. The tunnel is about to close. The members of the Moonbow clan said worriedly as they watched the tunnel fade. Those who wanted to come out should have already come out. Other than us, the people from Cloud Cave and Sage Pavilion have not come out. Sing Cheng said, could it be that something happened this time? The members of the Moonbow clan were all very worried. I hope not. Not only were the members of the Divine Devil Valley and the Moonbow clan worried, even the members of the Sage Pavilion and the White Cloud Cave were worried, because none of their members had come out. Could it be that something really happened? But that wasn't right. The two sects combined had far more people than the Demonic God sect and the Moonbow clan. Yiyu Fan also had a sacred beast. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any accidents. However, there were always so many accidents, and this accident caused them to suffer heavy losses. The tunnel is about to disappear. Someone is coming out. Someone shouted, and everyone turned to look at the entrance of the passage. This was especially true for the Divine Devil Valley, Moonbow Clan, Cloud Cave, and Sage Pavilion, who had yet to receive anyone. They stared at the exit so hard that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Uni led the members of the Divine Devil Valley and the Moonbow Clan out of the tunnel just as it was about to close. The people from the Divine Devil Valley and the Moonbow Clan were extremely happy, while the people from the Sage Pavilion and the White Cloud Cave were extremely shocked and furious. They said that they were going to deal with the Divine Devil Valley's people. Now that they had come out and their own people hadn't come out, this meant that their own people had been killed by them. Aya, what you said just now was right. There really are people inside who can't come out. Fortunately, it's not our people. Sung Ching said with a big laugh. Greetings to the 10th Elder of the Outer Valley. Uni brought everyone to the Divine Devil Valley's position and greeted Sung Cheng. You guys came out so late, you really worried us to death. Sung Cheng said as he patted their shoulders. Granny Cloud. Xiaoya led her people in greeting towards the Moonbow clan members. Are you guys okay? Why did you come out so late? Granny Yun looked at Xiaoya and the others lovingly. Yes, I was delayed by something. Xiaoya said. Is it because you didn't know that the passage would open in advance, so you didn't have time to come out? Granny Yun asked. No, it's something else, said Xiaoya. How could that be? Why didn't any of our men come out? Cloud Cave's people said in disbelief. Seeing the Divine Devil Valley's people reporting their safety, they said angrily, Did you kill all of our people? It must be you. Uni glanced at him indifferently and said, The little world is so big, and there are so many people inside. You're sure that we killed your people, but do you know that your people will definitely find us? I heard that the number of people from your Cloud Cave is 3 times more than ours. What, are they looking for trouble inside? Seng Tai stared at the people of Cloud Cave and said, Whether there is or not, I think the people of Cloud Cave should know. Uni said, Let's go back. Cloud Cave's people shouted at the people behind them and leaped away. Although the people from the Sage Pavilion didn't say anything, they saw that the people from the Divine Devil Valley were not looking good, and left after looking at them. The people from the other powers left after receiving their own people. Now that the passage was completely closed, even if there were people inside, they couldn't come out, and so they all left. When only the people from the Divine Devil Valley and the Moonbow clan were left, Sung Cheng stopped smiling and asked, What happened? We were attacked by the Cloud Cave and the Sage Pavilion together, and we lost a portion of our people. Uni said, And the Sage Pavilion gave you Fan as sacred beast, and we were almost completely wiped out. Xiaoya added, Sacred beast. Everyone was shocked. Only people below the divine rank were allowed to enter. If there really was a sacred beast, how did they survive? I didn't think that the Sage Pavilion would dare to do such a thing. Granny Yun said hatefully. Do they really think that they are strong just because they have more people? Cloud Cave as well, if they really want to fight, my Moonbow clan will not be bullied. Compared to Granny Yun's anger, Sung Cheng was more rational. He said, Since they have more people than you, and they have a sacred beast, how did you all escape? Why didn't any of them come out? It's all thanks to the Junior Valley Master. If not for him, the ones who came out now would be the people from the Sage Pavilion and Cloud Cave. Uni said, Junior Valley Master? Ing Bai Chuan? Wasn't he not allowed to enter? Granny Yun, it wasn't Ing Bai Chuan, it was another Junior Valley Master. Xiaoya said, Could it be the second Valley Lord's disciple? Sing Ching said, That's right. She was the one who saved us first, and then killed the Sage Pavilion and Cloud Cave's other forces that they had gathered. How did you meet him? Hurry up and tell us everything that happened. Sung Cheng was a little confused as he said. Thus, they recounted how they had been chased down and how Sima Yue had gracefully appeared out of nowhere and saved them all. Then, how she had saved the people from the Moonbow clan, and how she had killed the 10,000 people. This Junior Valley Master is so domineering. Seng Tai laughed loudly after hearing everything. The other party had wanted to use this opportunity to kill their younger generation, but they had not expected that all of their own people would be killed. At the same time, his eyes were filled with anger. The Sage Pavilion and Cloud Cave really wanted to start a fight. The battle between the two sacred beasts affected the space inside. It's no wonder that the passage opened earlier. Granny Yun said, "This time, we really have to thank you all. If you were your junior valley master, our people would be in danger." Howell said. Sung Chung said, "Granny Yun, this time, our divine devil valley will not let this matter rest. What does your Moonbow clan say?" Do you think they can kill our people just because they want to?" Granny Yun snorted coldly. "Wait for us to go back and report to the sect master. If there is a decision, we will let you know." "All right, I will also go back and report to the Valley Lord and the others." Sing Ching said. "Goodbye." Granny Yun brought Xiaoya and the others and left. Sung Chung also brought Yuni and the others back to the Divine Devil Valley to report to the Valley Lord. The other disciples of the Divine Devil Valley quickly found out about what had happened in the Little Realm. While they were furious, they were also curious about Sima Yue. They all hoped that they could meet their domineering junior valley master soon. Chapter 378. Achoo! 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 Sima Yue, who everyone was thinking about, sneezed a few times on the bed. Thinking, scolding, and nagging. Is someone nagging me? She rubbed her nose and said, "Creak." The door opened and Bei Gong Tang walked in. Seeing a certain someone awake, she said, "You've already slept for 2 days. Haven't you slept enough?" Sleeping is such a pleasant thing." Sima Yue stretched herself on the bed and placed her hands behind her head. She bent one leg and crossed the other. This time, she slept for 2 days straight. Actually, it was not because she was dizzy from the teleportation array, but because she had never been so relaxed when she was in the Little Realm. When he was cultivating in the saber-toothed tiger tribe, he didn't rest for a moment for several months. He was constantly cultivating, and cultivating. If she stopped, she would feel the danger of her body being burned. Later on, after leaving the saber-toothed tiger's territory and leaving the Little Realm, although she didn't cultivate all the time, she didn't relax and rest either. It wasn't until they arrived here that she took the opportunity to rest. Ever since Bei Gong Tang met Sima Yue, she had never seen her sleep on the bed for such a long time. When she thought about how hard Yue had worked, she admitted that she couldn't compare to her. Bei Gong Tang sat at the bedside and looked at Sima Yue, who was dressed as a man. She sighed in her heart. "When will you be able to change back to wearing female clothes like us? I think a lot of people will be charmed to death. When are you going to change back to women's clothes?" Sima Yue was stunned. She had been asked this question before, but she had never thought about it seriously. She had always felt that since her father had specially instructed her to do this, it must be very important. However, she had never seriously thought about why her father would do this. She only felt that everything would be clear once she met her father. However, why did her father dress up as a man? And he even said that it would endanger his life? And where exactly was his father at this moment? "Yue, what are you thinking about?" Bei Gong Tang's voice pulled her back from her thoughts. "Nothing." Sima Yue smiled and said, "You didn't come here to ask me this, right?" Bei Gong Tang said, "I came to tell you that Gua Pei Pei said that her father personally came to bring you to the Gua clan as a guest. He's the head of the family, but when he found out that you were sleeping, he was eagerly waiting in the hall." "The Gua family head came? Why didn't you call me?" Sima Yue said. "Didn't I come over as soon as I got the news?" Bei Gong Tang shrugged. She had been in the house the entire time, so she didn't know. Sima Yue got up from the bed and entered the spirit pagoda to wash up before leaving with Bei Gong Tang. They went to the lobby of the inn and saw a middle-aged man sitting in the middle. Gua Pei Pei was sitting beside him, talking about something. Gua Pei Pei and her father Gua Si Ming stood up when they saw them. "Yue, this is my father." Gua Pei Pei smiled and said, "Father, she is Yue, the junior valley master of the Divine Devil Valley. I'm really sorry. I slept too much these 2 days. They didn't even inform me that Uncle Guo was coming." Sima Yue apologized to the two of them. "I was the one who told them not to disturb you." Gua Si Ming said, "I heard that you weren't feeling well. It wouldn't be good to disturb your rest." "Uncle Gua, you don't have to call me little friend. Just call me by my name." Sima Yue said, Pei Pei and I are friends. You are naturally my elder. Since that's the case, I'll be thick-skinned and act as your elder. Guo Ximing said. Yue, I told my father about what happened in the little realm. He asked you to stay there for a while and wait for Yu Lin to come back. Guo Pei Pei said. Does Uncle Guo know of any way for us to return to the Lin continent? Sima Yue asked. I don't have a way either. But I think the older generation in the family might know. After all, we have to travel through space. I don't have the power to do that. Guo Ximing said, You can stay in our residence and wait for your other companion. Then I'll have to trouble you. After a while, the Sima family came down and followed Guo Ximing to the Guo residence in the suburbs. The Guo family knew about what happened in the little realm. Although they didn't know Sima Yue's identity, the Guo family was very grateful and courteous to them. Guo Ximing specially prepared a large courtyard for them. After the 10 of them moved in, it was very spacious. At first, the Guo family would come to see them with the flag of gratitude. 2 days later, Sima Yue and the others expressed that they liked peace and quiet. Hence, Guo Ximing ordered that the Guo family was not to disturb Sima Yue and the others. Since then, the courtyard had quieted down. After a few days, the Yun family head came to visit and requested to see Sima Yue. When Sima Yue heard the word, request to see, she couldn't help but pursed her lips. She was really not used to this identity. Even the head of the family had to use this word to see her. Actually, she didn't know that to the people of the lower continents, even a random disciple would be treated with respect, let alone someone of her status. What's more, she was the future successor of a power. The Yun family head and the Yun family head were very similar in both appearance and temperament. However, in his eyes, there were more traces of age. Greetings to the Junior Valley Master. Yun Jin Wei bowed to Sima Yue. Sima Yue was too lazy to be courteous now. She raised her hand and said, Yun family head is too courteous. May I know why you've come to find me today? She saw that the Yun family head had a worried look on his face, as if he was worried about something. Yun Jinwei looked at Sima Yue and said, I won't hide it from the Junior Valley Master. I've come this time to ask for a favor. At the same time, it concerns your companions. Is it because of Yu Lin and Yun Feng? Sima Yue asked. Yun Jinwei nodded and said, Yes. I heard that the Junior Valley Master and your companions can determine each other's location. I want to ask, is it still possible now? Sima Yue took out the jade and looked at it. She nodded and said, It's still possible. Did something happen to Yu Lin and the others? It's like this. A few years ago, I made a soul lamp for Feng. He can use it to determine whether Feng is safe or not. However, recently, we discovered that the soul lamp is flickering. Furthermore, they haven't returned since they left the little realm. That's why I'm worried that something has happened to them outside. I heard that you can determine their location, so I've specially come to ask the Junior Valley Master to help us find them. Soul lamp was a lamp made from a person's spiritual energy. If the soul lamp flickered, it meant that the owner was in danger and his life was at stake.